When Huichinian pushed open the door, he just happened to see Anua sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. She was holding a cloth that had just been wiped on the table, staring blankly. "Why are you sitting here alone, daydreaming?" Huichinian's voice was deep and caring. He placed the large basin and package on the ground, moving lightly, like a child who had completed an important task. Anua looked up when she heard him. Her eyes lit up at the sight of what he was carrying.
"Oh,
"The basin is ready?" She almost jumped up from the sofa, her quick movements startling Huichinian. "Take it easy, the basin isn't going anywhere," he said, supporting her waist. Seeing she was fine, he proudly patted the basin, a childlike smile on his face. "That should be enough for your bath, right?" Anua circled the basin and nodded with satisfaction. "Great. Now I don't have to squeeze into a tiny shower anymore," she said happily. "These past few days I've been scrubbing so hard, I almost got calluses. Finally, I can enjoy a nice hot bath." She excitedly rubbed her hands together, as if already feeling the comfort of hot water wrapping her skin. Huichinian watched her childish behavior, feeling a warm feeling inside. He reached out and gently pinched her nose, affectionately saying, "You're so particular." "Of course. Life should be a bit more refined," Anua confidently replied, then pointed at the package on the ground. "What's that?" "A package sent by Xiaoyi," Huichinian said, pointing at it. "Not sure what good things he sent this time." "Huatianai?" Anua's eyes lit up. She squatted down, gently patted it, and joked with a smile, "This little brother still cares. He even sends things to his older brother and sister-in-law." Huichinian watched her busying herself with a faint smile on his face. He took off his coat and casually draped it over the chair back, then sat next to Anua, naturally wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Let's open it and see." "I'm curious what he sent us," he said softly, holding Anua in his arms. Their atmosphere was warm and cozy. Anua nodded, carefully unwrapping the package. Inside was a letter, some food wrapped in oil paper, and 2 ceramic jars. She first took out the letter and handed it to Huichinian. "You read the letter first." Then she picked up one of the oil paper packages, sniffed it close to her nose, and exclaimed happily, "This smell. Cured meat? And in this jar, spicy rabbit pieces?" She was delighted. "It's been a long time since I ate rabbit meat. I've missed it. Xiaoyi really knows me."
But
Older generations say that eating rabbit meat during pregnancy can cause the baby to have a 3-part mouth. Although there's no scientific basis for this, since it's her own child, she couldn't be careless. Looking at the big jar of rabbit meat, Anua licked her lips, craving it, and swallowed her saliva, but she ultimately resisted the urge to taste it. Huichinian didn't know what Anua was thinking. He took the letter but didn't rush to read it. Instead, he leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing her ear. "What's wrong? You say Xiaoyi knows you well, but doesn't your man understand you too? Get lost, you're not serious at all." Anua's cheeks flushed slightly. She gently nudged him with her elbow. "Hurry up and read the letter." Huichinian chuckled softly and unfolded the letter. He lowered his head to read the contents, while Anua leaned on his shoulder, both of them reading together. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. The warm yellow light inside the house cast a cozy glow over the two of them. The letter read, "Dear big brother and sister-in-law, long time no contact. I wonder how you are. Everything is fine here, but life in the village is becoming more and more difficult. There isn't enough food, so everyone has to risk going into the mountains to hunt. Recently, a fierce tiger appeared in the mountains and has injured several people. Everyone is very worried and afraid to go into the mountains again. Now, many villagers have gone to the team leader to get recommendation letters saying they need to go begging for help or their families will starve. Fortunately, my sister-in-law was wise and stocked up on food early, so I can enjoy a worry-free life at home. Big brother, sister-in-law, I have some good news to tell you. I got married. I left early in the morning. You know where I went, right? On the way back, 3 troublemakers tried to harm a young woman. I fought them off and saved her. That's how I met her. Her name is Su Xiaomei. You don't know, but she is very beautiful and has a nice voice.
Hee hee.
Although she was sent to a nearby village and her background isn't good, I, a simple farmer, feel I don't deserve her. But Xiaomei is a good girl. She doesn't mind me, and after knowing each other for a while, we decided to get married. I will take care of her like Big Brother does, and I won't let her suffer. Oh, by the way, Big Brother, you were very good at setting traps in the mountains. I caught a wild pig and a few rabbits this time. Since the new year is coming soon, I and Xiaomei made some spicy rabbit pieces, cured meat, and sausages to send to you. Don't hold back. When we run out, we'll send more. In spring, we'll definitely come to visit you. We'll bring Xiaomei along so you can meet her. She's a good girl, and I'm sure you'll like her. After reading the letter, both of them sat in silence for a while. Life in the village is so hard, Manhwa murmured. She could imagine the helplessness and despair of those people risking their lives to go into the mountains. This world is really tough, she sighed, feeling a mix of emotions. Xiaoyi is lucky, Hao Qinian said with some emotion in his voice. That kid finally settled down. That girl has good judgment. Manhwa looked up at Hao Qinian's side profile. Xiaoyi is just like you, someone worth trusting.
But
Hao Qinian's gaze softened as he looked at her face. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, softly saying, Are you worried that the young woman is just using Xiaoyi? Don't worry. Even if she has her own plans, with Xiaoye's careful love and care, they will have a good life together. Honey, don't think too much. When spring comes and they visit, you can carefully check out that female colleague. Manhwa thought Huachinian made sense and nodded, Okay, I'll listen to you. Huachinian looked at Manhwa with a darker gaze, lowered his head, and gently kissed her lips repeatedly, which was quite teasing. Manhwa, feeling annoyed, bit his lip. Seeing his little cat stretching its claws, Huachinian chuckled softly, held her at the back of her head, and deepened the kiss. Their lips and tongues intertwined, turning the warm atmosphere into one filled with sweetness. They parted reluctantly only when both were out of breath. Even apart, they still felt connected. Huachinian smiled and gently wiped the corner of Manhwa's lips with his thumb. Manhwa's face flushed even more. She shyly pushed Huachinian away, lowered her head, and tidied the food in the paper wrapper to hide her embarrassment. Take a look at these things, she said, pretending to be calm, and opened several paper packages, placing them on the table. There were spicy rabbit pieces, cured meat, sausages, and a few homemade dried tofu slices, each emitting a strong hometown aroma. Manhwa couldn't help but take a deep breath. So much? This should last us until the year after next. Exactly, Huachinian said with a smile. We still have quite a bit at home that's not finished. He picked up a piece of cured meat, sniffed it, and said, Smells so good. They looked at each other, and both laughed. These foods from afar not only filled their small table, but also warmed their hearts with joy and gratitude. Onion, how much money do we still have? About 3,000 left, I think, Huachinian rubbed Manhwa's head. What's wrong? Onion, let's buy a courtyard house. Manhwa leaned into Huachinian's arms and wrapped her arms around his waist. House prices will only go up in the future. Since we have some money now, we should buy a house quickly. Manhwa remembered the image of a landlord she saw in a movie and chuckled softly. She planned to relax and enjoy life, maybe become a wealthy landlord. Sounds pretty good. Why do you suddenly want to buy a courtyard house? Huachinian saw Manhwa smiling happily and felt very happy too. He found her look adorable. Little you will come to Beijing in the future, and our baby will be born in a few months. How can we manage without a house? Manhwa traced circles on Huachinian's chest with her finger. Actually, it's also an investment. If the house is in our name, we can sell it later and get money. Huachinian listened to Manhwa's words, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. You're right. I believe one day the current situation will change, and the economy of society will develop in a better direction. Manhwa straightened up from Huachinian's embrace, surprised as she looked at him. She was someone who came from the future, knowing what society would look like. But Huachinian was truly a native of this time period. While others shouted and fought against those with problematic backgrounds, He had already predicted the economic trends of the future. Anua held Huachinian's face and gave him a sweet kiss on his attractive lips. No wonder you're my man. You're truly visionary. Ha ha ha. Thank you, wife, for recognizing me. Huachinian responded softly, then reached out to hold her in his arms.
So, tonight.
Let's boil water and cook dinner. I want to take a good bath tonight. Anua, held in his arms, felt incredibly happy. It seemed as if the air itself was filled with sweetness. Outside, the night deepened, and inside, the warm light made the room feel like spring. 5 days later, Anua was busy in the kitchen, and the rich aroma of tofu soup filled the air. Footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by gentle knocking.
Anua, it's me, Su Xian.
Hearing the voice, Anua quickly wiped her hands and hurried to the door to open it. Su Xian stood outside, holding a large, bulging cloth bag, with a faint smile on her face, like a clever fox who had successfully stolen some prey. You're so quick, Anua joked with a smile. I thought I'd have to wait 10 or 15 days. Su Xian smiled softly and handed her the bag. You underestimated my skills. I've been working overtime these days just to finish your clothes. They entered the house. Su Xian placed the bag on the table and carefully untied the string, as if opening a treasure chest full of jewels. This time, I made 3 maternity outfits according to your request, Su Xian said as she took out the clothes from the bag. Each piece was wrapped in soft cotton paper. This is a coat, these are overalls, and this is a corduroy dress. Each piece was neatly folded, emitting a faint scent of new fabric, like the smell of sunshine. Anua's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the corduroy dress. Its soft texture transmitted through her fingertips, like a lover's gentle caress, filling her with joy. Wow, this is so delicate. How did you do it so quickly and so well? Anna looked up at Su Xian, her eyes full of amazement. The stitching, the seams, the details, it's perfect.
Su xin sờ mai sờ lai.
I have some experience with sewing. It makes things easier. Anna looked at Su Xian, who didn't seem as cold and distant as when they first met. Now, she always wore a gentle smile, and her personality was much more cheerful. Seeing Su Xian change like this made Anna genuinely happy. Anna nodded in admiration. I'm completely convinced now. Your skills are amazing. You're definitely a master designer. She picked up the dress and held it in front of her, looking at herself in the mirror, imagining how she would look wearing it. Try it on, Su Xian encouraged.
See if it fits.
If not, I can make some adjustments. Anna nodded, took the dress into her bedroom, and changed into it. She even wore the leather boots that Chinan had bought for her. A moment later, when she appeared again in the living room, Su Xian's eyes lit up as if she had seen something incredible. Wow, you look great.
Su xin Edgar lim xin sali.
This dress matches your aura perfectly. And those boots are the perfect finishing touch. Anna looked down at herself and then turned to look at her reflection in the mirror. The corduroy dress's waistline was raised, and the loose hem cleverly concealed Anna's 5-month pregnancy bump. The boots highlighted her long legs, making her look taller and more elegant. From behind, it was impossible to tell that the beautiful woman was pregnant. How do you like it? Anna asked playfully, raising an eyebrow at Su Xian. Is it good? With this pretty dress, I won't feel ugly even while pregnant, right? That's true. Su Xian nodded with a smile. Pregnant women can be beautiful too. They shared a smile, and the atmosphere became very relaxed because of their understanding. Anna turned and took an envelope from the cabinet, handing it to Su Xian. This is the fabric voucher. I forgot to give it to you last time. Su Xian looked inside and saw the fabric voucher. She took a small cloth bag from her pocket and handed it over. This is the leftover fabric money. The fabric we used this time was more expensive, or I wouldn't have spent so much. It's not like I make clothes every day. Of course, I want to use the best materials for one special dress, Anna said with a playful glare, though her tone was teasing. I know you're trying to save money for me, but we should also care about quality, right? That makes sense. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Anua took a jar from the cabinet and handed it to her. Here is your reward for your hard work this time. This is spicy rabbit pieces. Take it home and try it. Su Xian hesitated a little, but finally took it. Then I won't be polite. The spicy rabbit smells so good. I've been wanting to try it for a while. Su Xian suddenly remembered something and took an item out of her cloth bag to give to Anua. Oh, I almost forgot this. It's what I mentioned before. You asked me to make it. Anua took the item and opened it. It was a detailed full-face mask that could perfectly cover Anua's face, leaving only the eyes and mouth visible. This mask is really well made, Anua said with admiration. With it, I can go back home with peace of mind. They chatted for a while longer before saying goodbye reluctantly. In the evening, Huachinian returned home from work. As he pushed open the door, he saw Anua, wearing a new dress, standing by the window arranging wildflowers in a vase. The light shone on her, making her corduroy dress look even softer and more charming. Huachinian paused suddenly, standing there in silence, watching this scene as if time had stopped. Why are you standing there lost in thought? Anua turned around and saw his dazed look, which made her laugh. She twirled her dress and asked, Do I look good? Huachinian finally snapped out of his daze. He quickly walked over and embraced her tightly. Wife, you look so beautiful today. He leaned down to kiss her lips. The warmth and deep affection made Anua a little overwhelmed. They stayed close for a while before reluctantly parting. Why did you wash away the rejuvenation balm today? Huachinian asked while holding her face. No more hiding? No need anymore, because my battle robe has arrived, Anua said with a smile, her bright eyes shining with determination and confidence. I am ready. It's time to face them. Huachinian's gaze deepened. He held her hand tightly and nodded firmly.
Good.
Whatever happens, I will be with you. 3 days later, a military green jeep sped along the road leading to the Beijing Military District compound. Inside the car, Anua sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window. The passing scenery blurred into a streak, but she had no mood to enjoy the view. Her fingers tapped unconsciously on her knee, the rhythm chaotic, reflecting her troubled thoughts. Huachinian held the steering wheel with one hand, casually resting his other hand on the car door. At first glance, his posture seemed relaxed and carefree, but his eyes, fixed straight ahead, were sharp and cold like an eagle hiding in the grass. A silent tension filled the air. Are you nervous? Huachinian's deep, smooth voice echoed in the small space. He didn't turn to look at her, but his caring tone was like sunlight breaking through heavy clouds. Anua turned her head to look at him. She smiled faintly, with a hint of bitterness, and said a little, But. She paused, her tone slow and heavy, her eyes gradually becoming firm. More than that, I am hopeful. Hopeful for what? She didn't say it aloud, but her heart's answer was clear. She longed for the truth, for revenge, and for exposing all those dark monsters hiding in the shadows. Huachinian slightly glanced at her determined face. He didn't say much, just pressed the accelerator a little harder. The jeep smoothly stopped at the gate of the Beijing Military District. People coming and going inside the compound paused and whispered among themselves. Huachinian handed his officer ID to the young guard. After checking, the guard stood straight, saluted, and waved to let them pass. Huachinian nodded, started the engine again, and slowly drove into the compound. Anua remained silent, observing quietly. Familiar yet strange surroundings made her heart beat like a drum. Old, blurry memories flooded her mind like waves. We're here, Huachinian softly reminded her, parking in front of a small 2-story building. He got out of the car, walked around to open her door, and gently helped her out as if caring for a fragile treasure. Anua looked up at the small building, once the most familiar place to her, but also where her nightmare began. Memories crashed like a flood breaking through a dam. Cold winter nights, raging fires, thick smoke. The sounds of crying and despair intertwined, piercing her ears and hurting her deeply. Anua's face turned pale instantly. She nearly lost her balance, feeling dizzy and disoriented.
Sweetheart.
Huachinian quickly sensed something was wrong. He stepped forward and steadied her trembling body. His broad, strong hands supported her firmly, like an iron pillar, preventing her from falling. "What's wrong with you?" His voice was low and urgent, his brow furrowed with concern. Anua closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her emotions had been suppressed, leaving only calmness. "I'm fine," she said in a hoarse voice but with a firm tone. I suddenly remembered something," she said casually, though her heart was storming inside. Huachinian didn't ask much. He simply clenched his hand tighter to silently support her. His warm, strong palm gradually eased her cold heart. But at that moment, she suddenly recalled something buried deep in her memory, the accidental death of her parents and her disfigurement, which might all be connected to her uncle in Jian.
Anua gasped.
A surge of intense hatred rose within her, making her pale face look even colder. Her fist clenched unconsciously, and she gritted her teeth. "And Yen, my parents' death might be related to my uncle." Huachinian's pupils shrank suddenly. He looked at her for a few seconds and spoke in a very low voice. "Are you sure?" He remembered that Anua's parents were soldiers who both died in a mission. If this really involved in Jian, then this spy's reach might be a bit too long. Huachinian thought he should investigate this privately. "I'm not sure," Anua sneered coldly, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "But my instincts tell me this isn't so simple. If that's the case, then old and new grudges will be settled together." "Where's the key?" Anua asked at the door of the small house. Huachinian took a bunch of keys from his pocket and handed them over, but when he inserted the key into the lock, it wouldn't turn. His brow furrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "They changed the lock." "Huh," Anua sneered, one hand gently touching her belly, the other on her waist, showing her confidence. "Then kick it open." Huachinian didn't waste words. He lifted his legs swiftly and kicked the door forcefully. With a loud bang, the door swung open. He stood confidently, glancing at Anua with pride, as if to take credit. "Wife, not bad, right?" Anua raised an eyebrow. "Not bad at all. My man is really something." They entered the house. Looking at the familiar furnishings inside, Anua felt a moment of daze. "Who are you?" A sharp, piercing female voice came from the kitchen. Anua and Huachinian turned back at the same time. They saw a middle-aged woman in an apron, holding a feather duster, standing at the kitchen door with a wary look.
"Who let you in?"
Anua snorted softly without answering, instead slowly approaching the woman. He looked her up and down, a mocking smile on his lips. "I am the owner of this house."
"Who are you?"
The woman was stunned. "Owner?" she exclaimed as if she had heard a big joke. "What are you talking about? This house belongs to my cousin." "Who are you, a wild girl, to pretend to be the owner?" "Cousin?" Anua narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light in his gaze. "It seems you don't know yet." He slowly moved closer to the woman, each step pressing down with force. "I am the only granddaughter of General Wayman. This house was given to my grandfather by the state. When did it become the private property of Jian Shi?" His tone suddenly grew sharper.
"And he?"
"He's not worthy." The woman's face turned pale from his intimidating presence. She kept retreating.
You.
"Did you hear me clearly?" Anua continued to approach. "This house was left by my grandfather. Naturally, I am the owner here." The woman was completely panicked. She turned and ran upstairs. "I'll call my cousin." "Wait and see."
Bang!
The study door slammed shut. Inside, only Anua and Huachinian remained. They exchanged a glance, both seeing coldness and anger in each other's eyes. "Should we stop her?" Huachinian asked. "No need," Anua said with a cold smile. "Let her go and report back. Otherwise, if Jian Shi and his family don't come back, how can we continue our plan? Come on, I'll show you my room." In the study, the housekeeper's anxious voice was heard. "Hello, is this cousin? Something's wrong. Someone broke into the house." "Say what?" "What granddaughter?" In Jian's office, The phone rang urgently. He frowned as he answered. On the other end, his cousin Chun Ernie's panicked voice sounded. Cousin, it's bad. Someone broke into the house. They say she's the granddaughter. She came in shouting she's the owner. She looked so arrogant. What? And Jian immediately stood up, his face turning grim. Chun Ernie stammered on the phone, describing Anua's fierce attitude. She also brought a man with her. Looks like trouble. What should I do? And Jian took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Calm them down. Don't let her cause trouble. I'll be back right away. He hung up, grabbed the keys from his desk, and almost rushed out the door. Just as he reached the door, he stopped again, turned back to his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed another number. Lu Fong, his tone was sharp, and Nua has come home. Hurry and come back with me to check on her. She must be here to cause trouble. Lu Fong on the other end was startled. What? She suddenly came back? Stop talking nonsense and come back quickly. And Jianxi shouted, ride your bike to the military district gate and wait for me. After hanging up, he grabbed the keys from his desk and hurried out of the office. Meanwhile, Anua was standing at her bedroom door, her face as cold as ice. A strange powdery smell hit her, making her wrinkle her nose. Her room was full of flashy little items, makeup scattered on the dressing table, pink sheets on the bed, and dolls everywhere. Once a stylish room, now it looked tacky and old-fashioned. Even her belongings were gone.
Ha!
Anua sneered, her smile full of sarcasm and anger. She slowly stepped into the room, each step like walking on sharp knives, making her shiver. She had just gone to the countryside, and now Rand had taken over her room. This family's behavior was really embarrassing. Anua walked to the dressing table, reached out to open the jewelry box, and sure enough, that woman had not only taken her room, but also her jewelry. Huachinian stood at the door, not coming in, but his eyes kept watching her. He could feel her anger, a long-suppressed rage about to explode. Anua suddenly raised her hand and knocked the makeup products off the dressing table.
Bang!
Bottles and jars shattered on the floor. Huachinian didn't move, just watched her quietly. He knew that at this moment, the best thing he could do was respect her and let her vent her anger. What are you doing? Chin Ernie came out from the study after finishing a phone call, hearing the loud noise from Rand's room. She hurried to the door and saw makeup scattered all over the floor. She yelled sharply, that's Wanruan stuff. Why are you touching it?
Why?
And Nua raised an eyebrow, turned to look at Chin Ernie. Her bright, sharp eyes were like two blades. She sneered and kicked over the small cabinet beside the bed, saying, because I am the owner of this house. Because this is my room. And you all are just a bunch of thieves stealing someone else's place. Chun Ernie was stunned by the force, but quickly forced herself to speak. But this is our cousin's house. You moved out a long time ago.
Oh.
I just went to the countryside, not forever. And Nua raised an eyebrow. Who allowed you to take all my things and turn my room into this? Chun Ernie's face turned pale with anger. She wanted to rush into the room to stop Anua, but was scared off by a look from Huachinian. His tall figure blocked her way, like an unpassable barrier. Try stepping forward again. Huachinian's voice was cold and deep, each word like a knife stabbing into Chun Ernie's heart. No matter what, you can't just break things. That's illegal. Chun Ernie said stubbornly, but her tone had softened a little. Illegal? And Nua sneered. Fine, call the police. I want to see how they handle this. Chun Ernie was speechless, unsure how to respond. She could only pray in her heart that her cousin would come back soon. If her cousin didn't come back soon, the house might be torn down. Huachinian seemed to notice Chun Ernie's gaze. He slightly tilted his head and said coldly, but with a sense of pressure, get out. Just one word, but it felt like a heavy hammer hitting Chun Ernie's heart. She shivered and instinctively took a step back, but stubbornly stopped, unwilling to leave just like that. Before she could speak to argue, Huachinian took a long step forward, his tall figure like a wall, casting shadows over the space. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude, he said softly, each word full of threat. Ernie finally broke down. She screamed and turned around, running down the stairs, not daring to stay even a moment longer. After tidying up the room, Manhwa didn't stop. She handed over valuable jewelry and jewelry boxes to Huachinian to hold. She came out of the bedroom and went straight to the study, searching for valuables while saying to Huachinian, "Move these paintings onto the car. Be careful. These are left by my grandfather." Huachinian nodded without asking much. He quickly took down several hanging paintings, carefully rolled them up, and carried them to the car one by one. Meanwhile, in the study, Ernie was about to break down. She pointed at Huachinian's back and shouted angrily, "You bandits! If you have the guts, wait for my cousin to come back and see how he deals with you." "There's no need to wait for him to come back," Manhwa said calmly. "When he arrives, I will personally welcome him." Half an hour later, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Then, a middle-aged man and a slightly well-off woman pushed open the door and rushed in. It was the returning Jianli and Lu Fong. They were stunned when they saw what was happening in the study. The paintings on the wall were gone, half of the antiques in the cabinet were missing, and the once timid young niece was now sitting at the desk, leisurely drinking tea. "Manhwa, what are you doing?" Lu Fong was the first to react. She hurried forward, trying to grab the teacup, but was stopped by Huachinian. "Stop right there," he said coldly. His commanding presence made Lu Fong involuntarily halt. "What's going on?" And Jianli was furious. He pointed at the messy room and asked, "Who told you to move things here?" "Who told me to move?" Manhwa put down her teacup and slowly stood up. "Of course I did." She looked straight into his eyes without any fear. "Grandpa loves me the most. Now that I am married and have been assigned a new house by the army, it's just that the house feels too empty, so I came back to move some things to decorate my little home." She paused and smiled sweetly. "Big uncle, you probably won't mind, right? Big uncle, you're the elder. You probably won't mind, right?" Manhwa's voice was light, like a casual question, but carried an undeniable sense of pressure. And Jianli's face instantly turned pale, as if he had been slapped hard. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, with veins bulging on the back of his hand, as if about to burst. You're robbing." He gritted his teeth, his voice low and hoarse, like it was squeezed from his throat. "Robbing?" Manhwa chuckled softly, as if she had heard a joke. "Big uncle, you can't say that casually." She strolled leisurely to the bookshelf, casually picked up an old, yellowed book, and pretended to flip through it. "I'm the granddaughter of Grandpa, and I am also the owner of this house. How can taking things from my own home be called robbery?" She emphasized the words "my own" heavily, as if declaring something important. The old book was yellowed and smelled faintly of mold, clearly quite old. But Manhwa treated it like a treasure, gently touching the pages. "These things have always belonged to me. These items have been passed down through generations from Grandma's family, and Grandma kept them as her dowry. When did they become something for Jian to build a family with? Why should he have them?" Lu Fong stood nearby, feeling so distressed she was trembling. "Those things are treasures of their family. Usually, she dare not even touch them, afraid of damaging them. But now, Manhwa was casually taking them away as if she was picking vegetables in her backyard. She couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out, "Manhwa, how can you do this? These things are—" "Shut up!" And Jian suddenly shouted loudly, cutting off Lu Fong. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as he glared fiercely at Lu Fong, as if he wanted to scold her to death. Lu Fong shivered in fright, feeling wronged, and closed her mouth. But her eyes were like sharp knives, staring angrily and resentfully at Manhwa. Manhwa noticed Lu Fong's gaze but didn't care at all. She smirked coldly, with a hint of mockery and disdain. She deliberately slowed down her movements, carefully choosing each item as if she was selecting from her own warehouse, relaxed and unashamed. Huachinian stood silently behind Manhwa, like a quiet support. He quietly helped her organize and carry the items, saying nothing but giving off a strong sense of pressure. His presence gave Anua great confidence, making Jian and his wife feel helpless and frustrated. Seeing this scene, Jian was extremely angry. But he dared not lose his temper, only watching helplessly as Anua took the items away. He felt both angry and scared, like swallowing a fly, uncomfortable and helpless. The items he wanted hadn't been found yet, and he still needed to use Anua. Now was not the time to confront her openly. He suppressed his anger and forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. Anua, since you're back, why not stay for lunch? Anua turned around, looking at him with a half-smile, half-frown. Oh, uncle, are you trying to play the gracious host? Her words clearly carried a teasing tone. And Jian forced a laugh. Yes, yes. You've worked hard in the countryside, finally back. As elders, we should show some kindness. He then turned to Chen Aranai and said, Aranai, go buy some vegetables so we can properly entertain Anua and her husband. When he said husband, he paused noticeably, and his tone became a bit strange. Yoni and I looked unwilling, secretly scolding Anua harshly in her heart. But she dared not disobey Anjian's orders and could only leave reluctantly under his stern gaze. She kept looking back every few steps, as if trying to glare a hole through Anua. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open suddenly. A young woman hurriedly stormed in. She was Anren. As soon as she entered, she saw Anua and Huachinian, and a flash of surprise and jealousy crossed her eyes. But she quickly adjusted her expression and put on a friendly smile. Cousin, why are you back? Anua looked at Anren coldly. What? Do I need to report when I come home? Her words made Anren choke for a moment. Anren's smile froze on her face, but she quickly returned to normal. Cousin, you're joking. I'm just so happy. Her gaze casually glanced at Huachinian, and a strange light flickered in her eyes. Lunch was soon ready. At the dining table, the atmosphere was a bit tense. To ease the awkwardness, Lu Fong warmly invited everyone to eat. Come on, don't be shy. It's rare for the family to gather together. Eat more. Anren deliberately sat opposite Huachinian, constantly acting like she was very close to her sister. She occasionally helped Anua serve food. Cousin, you like this the most. Her attentiveness made it seem like the sisters had a very close relationship. Anren's eyes kept drifting toward Huachinian. Huachinian felt Anren's gaze, but pretended not to notice, still caring for Anua as usual. Do you want some soup? Huachinian's voice was so gentle it seemed to drip with warmth. Yes, I want some. Anua nodded naturally and pushed her bowl toward him. He carefully filled a bowl of soup for Anua, blew on it gently, then handed it to her. This tender scene made others envy deeply. Watching Huachinian's gentle care for Anua, Anren's jealousy grew stronger. She remembered how Huachinian had risen steadily in the last life but never married, almost spitting fire with envy. Why, in this life, does Anua still seem to ride on her back? She was unwilling. Cousin Anren suddenly spoke. You and big brother Hua are really close. Unlike me and Gusheng. Anua raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Really? That's a pity. She took Huachinian's arm and said, After all, what I took by force can't compare to the love between me and Anyan. And Rant's mouth twitched, as if she couldn't understand Anua's words. She humbly asked Xiao Qinyan, big brother Hua, you and your cousin are so close. There must be a secret to it, right? Huachinian looked up. There's no secret, just meeting the right person. This sentence hit and ran like a heavy, making her face turn ugly. She forced a smile and pretended everything was fine. She still tried to get noticed by Huachinian, but he didn't even glance at her, as if she didn't exist. After the dinner, Anua stood up. Thanks for having us, uncle. She paused, then added, Oh, by the way, please prepare a room for us. My husband and I might come back to live here. Hearing that Anua would move back, and Jian and his family looked unhappy. Okay, and Ran exchanged looks with Jian, smiling as she said to Anua, I'll ask my cousin to prepare a room for you. It seems like my cousin's ears aren't working well, Anua sneered. I mean, prepare my old bedroom, of course. But that room is already mine, and Ran couldn't believe it. Why did this stubborn girl always oppose her when she returned? Sorry, I knew you wouldn't like it, and Nua said with a look like she had done a good deed. I've already cleared out your stuff. What did you say? What did you say? And Ran's voice was sharp enough to pierce the ceiling. And Nua glanced at her lightly.
What?
Can't hear well? I said I've cleared out your things. And Rand's face instantly turned red, like a volcano about to erupt. She suddenly stood up, and the chair screeched loudly on the floor. What right do you have? That's my room. And Nua slowly stood up, straightening her clothes. What right? Because it's the room my grandparents prepared for me. Her tone was calm but firm, with no room for argument. While I was away, you just wanted to take over. And Ran was speechless, choking on her anger. She glared at Nua with furious eyes. She turned to Jian, her voice trembling with tears. Dad, look at her. And Jian's face was dark and tense, veins bulging on his forehead. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. And Nua, isn't this a bit too much? Anuo raised an eyebrow. Too much? Big uncle, you're not making sense. She slowly walked over to Jianqing. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Do you think it's right to try to take my things while I'm not home? This was like a heavy, hitting Jianqing hard in the heart. His face turned pale, and his fingers clenched the edge of the table unconsciously. Lu Fong saw this and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Anuo, how about this? We can prepare a guest room for you. You and Comrade Hu can stay there for now, and later we can. No need, Anuo interrupted Lu Fong directly. My room, I will organize it myself. She turned to Ran with a fake smile. Cousin, please remove those old-fashioned decorations. Oh, and by the way, restore my things to their original condition. And Ran trembled with anger, tears welling up in her eyes. This is my home. Everything here belongs to me. Anuo sneered. Yours? That's a joke. This is my grandfather's house. When did it become yours? Her eyes swept over everyone present. I think your whole family is the real ungrateful bunch. Our grandfather and grandmother brought you out from the countryside, fed you, gave you a place to stay, and even found you jobs. And what about you? Ungrateful. Twisting the truth. They are old, and you still run to the border to suffer. You're really no good. As soon as she finished, the room fell into a terrifying silence. And Jianqing's family looked extremely upset, as if they had been slapped in the face. And Ran couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Anuo watched and ran, furious and exhausted, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. Lu Fong hurried over to comfort her, but was pushed away. And Jianqing stood nearby, his face changing unpredictably. He knew now was not the time to fight Anuo. The thing he wanted was still missing, and they still needed her. Thinking of this, and Jianqing suppressed his anger and forced out a strained smile. Anuo, since you're back, why not stay a few more days? You're pregnant now, and your aunt can help you take care of your health. Anuo chuckled softly. No need, big uncle. She suddenly touched her pregnant belly, showing a tired expression. I think cousin still needs some time to organize her house. I'm a bit tired now, so I should go back and rest. And Jian and Lu Fong dared not stop them. They could only watch helplessly as the two left, feeling very angry inside. And Jian, do you really want Ran Yan to give up a room for her? Lu Fong looked at Ran Yan, whose eyes were red from crying, with some concern. What do you think? And Jian looked annoyed. He rubbed his forehead and said, Do you still want to give her a reason to cause more trouble? Dad, look at that little troublemaker. She almost emptied the house when she came back, and now she wants to take my bedroom too. How can you just tolerate that? And Ran Yan wiped her tears and cried out, her eyes full of anger. That ugly girl, if she had known she would marry Huachinian and act so arrogantly, she should have been burned to death back then. Enough. Talking won't help. Hurry and ask your mom to help you pack your room, and Jian waved his hand and left for the study. In the slightly empty study, and Jian's blood pressure started to rise in frustration. That little brat was quite clever, taking all the valuable things away. He clutched his chest, feeling distressed about his belongings, when he suddenly heard Ranyan scream, which almost gave him a heart attack. And Ranyan and Lu Fong went to Ranyan's bedroom. Seeing the mess inside, Ranyan finally couldn't hold back and exploded. She stood in the chaotic room and started smashing things wildly.
Ah,
I hate her so much, Ranyan screamed.
why?
Why is she treating us like this? Lu Fong quickly went to comfort her. Ranyan, don't be angry. It's not worth damaging your health. And Jian, with a grim face, walked in.
Stop arguing.
His voice was deep and dangerous. The most important thing now is to find out where the old lady hid her things from Manhwa. Both Ranyan and Lu Fong looked confused. Will the old lady tell her? Does she really have that painting? And Jian didn't answer. Instead, he said meaningfully, that person wouldn't be wrong. Just remember, Manhwa has what we want. We need to get it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Manhwa and Huachinian sat in the returning jeep. Manhwa was in a good mood, leaning on Huachinian's shoulder. Yen, how do you think we did this time? Huachinian chuckled, pretty good. His eyes flashed with a cunning look. But I like seeing you make them so angry they dare not speak out. Manhwa raised an eyebrow.
Oh,
I didn't expect you to have such a scheming side. Huachinian leaned down and gently kissed her on the forehead. Scheming, huh? His voice was deep and firm. Did you vent your anger? If not, let's continue. Rest assured, I will handle everything for you. Manhwa felt a warm feeling inside. She tightly held Qinian's hand. Thank you, Yen. Back home, Manhwa began to direct Qinian to arrange the study room. She carefully stored those precious items in boxes, her eyes shining with excitement. Now is not the time to show off wealth. These things should stay hidden for now. Suddenly, she thought of something and frowned. Yen, what do you think those spies want from the paintings? Qinian pondered for a moment. I'm not sure, but I think they are similar to maps. Manhwa nodded. That could be. It seems we need to study these paintings carefully. These paintings have been hanging in the Yin family for so long. Do you think Jianli has studied them? Qinian looked at the paintings, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Are you suggesting? Manhwa's delicate fingers gently stroked the jade bracelet in her hand, a playful glint in her eyes. This bracelet was one of her spoils from the old and family house. It was of excellent quality, a bright green, clearly valuable. If sold in the future, it would fetch at least tens of thousands. Such a fine item. How could she give it cheaply to the Yin family? Qinian casually picked up an old redwood photo frame brought back by Manhwa. Inside was a black and white photo of Manhwa's grandmother, Chao Shui, when she was young. The woman in the photo had delicate features and a gentle demeanor, clearly from a noble family. Yen, what do you think that painting, which did Jiao and the others are so eager to find, looks like? Manhwa rested her chin on her hand, puzzled. Qinian carefully set down the frame and looked at Manhwa with deep eyes. And Jianli and the others probably know, but we can only guess. However, I am sure that painting isn't among these, and maybe not even in the current house. Manhwa slapped her thigh, suddenly understanding.
oh,
How did I not think of that? If I'm right, the reason he's tolerating your provocations today is probably because he thinks Grandma might have hidden the painting somewhere else. Qinian gently stroked Manhwa's smooth, baby-soft skin. Since Manhwa had her face mask made by Su Xian, she no longer applied the rejuvenation cream. Manhwa's face returned to its fairy-like beauty. Every day, Huachinian looked at her perfect face and felt a bit dazed. Those feelings of uncertainty and longing flooded back fiercely. He didn't want others to see Manhwa as she was now, and even desperately wanted to keep her at home, so he could be the only one to see her. If your guess is correct, then he must think I know where the hidden painting is, which is why he's acting against me. Manhwa suddenly stopped, her eyes showing mixed emotions. But if he wants to know where my grandmother hid things, then why did he still send people to hurt me? Huachinian snapped back to reality and continued her thought. He probably wanted to kill you before to take all of the An family's wealth for himself. So he could legally inherit everything from the An family and then slowly find that painting. Anyway, he's the only son left in the family, isn't he? Hua Qingyan spoke calmly, but Annuo was almost furious. Annuo's uncle was truly her great-uncle. But on the other hand, she and this so-called great-uncle didn't have much blood relation. Her great-uncle was born to her grandfather, and the family's live-in maid. So, her great-uncle and her mother were half-siblings, sharing the same father, but not much affection. Her family name was An, because her father was a son-in-law of the An family. Her grandfather left his belongings to her great-uncle. Honestly, Annuo had no objections to that. But her grandmother's belongings, why should they go to her great-uncle? And her grandmother clearly said that her dowry, brought into the marriage, would eventually be left to Annuo. So, if her great-uncle wanted her grandmother's dowry, her grandmother must have had no heirs to inherit it. Annuo's mother and father sacrificed themselves on a mission. If Annuo were to die too, then those belongings would naturally fall into her great-uncle's hands. He was really calculating. Annuo looked at Hua Qingyan and threw herself into his arms. It was Hua Qingyan silently protecting her from countless schemes and plots. Without him, she might have already. Annuo dared not continue the thought. Anyan, thank you. She looked up at Hua Qingyan with sincere gratitude. If it weren't for you, I might not be who I am now. Hua Qingyan looked at her with deep affection, a slight smile on his lips. Silly girl, why are you still being so polite to me? We don't need to say these things. He paused, his tone becoming serious, with a hint of passion in his eyes. Wife, if you really want to thank me, just promise me one thing, okay?
Sure.
Whatever you say, I'll agree. Anua agreed to Qinian without thinking. Dear wife, for the rest of my life, I want to grow old with you. Please never leave me, okay?
Anua was stunned.
She never expected Qinian to suddenly confess his love. Happiness came so suddenly that she was a little overwhelmed. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out of her chest. Her cheeks turned slightly red, like a ripe apple. Okay, in this life, the next, and even in the one after that, I won't leave you. Anua hugged Qinian's neck, pulling him close, kissed his lips, then gently touched the corner of his mouth. No one can separate us. Qinian's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his eyes deepened. In front of Anua, his self-control was always weak, especially when she took the initiative. He wanted to cherish her even more. Dear wife, I love you. Qinian held the back of Anua's head and kissed her hard, holding her lips and slipping his tongue inside. His kiss was sometimes gentle, sometimes dominant, more passionate and urgent than usual. Qinian said he loved her. She also wanted to say, Qinian, I love you too. But all she could hear were his heavy breathing and the sounds of their kiss. She had already been kissed into a daze. All right, tomorrow, she must tell Qinian she truly loved him, really, really loved him. 1 month later, as the new year approached, Anua's belly was even bigger. To ensure a smooth delivery at her due date, she had to start moving more. Every day, Anua took Silver Emperor for a slow walk around the military compound. Silver Emperor was looking more and more handsome, like a wolf king. Where Silver Emperor was, the local dogs would run far away, tail between their legs, as if fleeing. At those times, Silver Emperor would give them a disdainful look. Because of his large size and fierce appearance, he kept troublemakers away, saving Anua from many worries. The military wives in the compound often said Anua was a rich girl, and they would mock her when they saw her. Silver Emperor could sense that these people had bad intentions toward his owner. He showed his teeth fiercely, scaring them so much they dared not come close to Anua anymore. Instead, they whispered behind her back. Anua didn't mind. She enjoyed the quiet and was quite happy. That day, as usual, Anua was walking with Silver Emperor when she saw a few military wives heading toward the army base. Seeing Anua walk over, their gazes became a bit strange. Their eyes flickered, whispering to each other, occasionally pointing at her. Hey, look, isn't that Captain Hua's partner? A wealthy young lady who doesn't hide her pride, still so showy every day. Speak softly, don't let her hear. So what if she hears? I'm not afraid of her. Didn't you see the big guard dog beside her? Be careful. She might let it bite you. How dare she let her dog bite me? She'll be in big trouble then. Let's go, let's go. If we're late, there won't be good spots. Anua heard these idle gossip clearly, sneering inwardly. Bah, a bunch of gossiping women. She couldn't be bothered with such boring chatter. Anyway, as long as she and Huachinian are doing well, what others say doesn't matter. Inhuang also seemed to sense the subtle change in the atmosphere, whimpering softly. Anua gently patted its head, signaling it not to mind. Inhuang, let's go. Ignore them. Just as she turned a corner to head back, a familiar figure appeared in her sight. Anua's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward eagerly. Sister Su Xian, you're out for a walk too? Su Xian saw Anua. A flash of surprise crossed her face, then she quickly regained her composure. She nodded, but her expression was not very good. Yeah, just out for a stroll. Her voice was a bit low, sounding tired and weak. By the way, Anua, did you hear? Today, the art troupe from the military has a performance to cheer us up. It's quite lively. Everyone is going to watch the show. Why are you still wandering here? Su Xian changed the subject. Anua became interested, her eyes brightening. No wonder the military wives were heading toward the troupe, so there was a show. Really? An art troupe performance? I must go see. She turned to Su Xian, smiling warmly. Sister Su Xian, want to go together? Su Xian hesitated, her eyes flickering as she stammered. Anua noticed her difficulty and felt a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Sister Su Xian, is there something bothering you? Just say it. Don't keep it inside. Su Xian bit her lip, hesitant to speak, but ultimately couldn't say anything. She shook her head, forcing out a small smile. It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell. Forget it, I won't go then. You go and watch. Anua looked at Su Xian's hesitant expression and immediately understood a little. This wealthy young lady's identity probably caused Su Xian a lot of trouble. Su Xian, did those gossiping women bully you? Anua asked directly, with some anger in her voice. Su Xian was stunned, then forced a smile and shook her head. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Anua frowned. Used to it? That's nonsense. These days, people still believe in class labels? That's crazy. Su Xian's face turned pale from Anua's bluntness. She quickly covered Anua's mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Be careful, someone might report you. I'm just telling the truth. Anua raised an eyebrow, removing Su Xian's hand from her mouth. She knew Su Xian was trying to protect her, so she sighed.
Sorry, Su Xin.
I got too excited.
Don't listen to those people.
They're just jealous. Some people live hard lives and wish everyone else was the same. If someone is better off than they are, they'll try to suppress you in many ways. Su Xian, the more that happens, the more you need to stay strong. Never give in to them. Su Xian shook her head, sadness almost overflowing in her eyes.
Anua, you don't understand.
Here, people like us are considered outsiders. Outsiders?
So what?
Anua scoffed dismissively. They say I'm a wealthy young lady too, but I'm still living fine. She held Su Xian's cold hand and continued, Su Xian, the ones who truly love us, no matter what we become, will always be by our side. Just like your General Jiang and my Ainyan. Su Xian was stunned. You mean Jiang Pingu loves me? Of course. Anua looked at Su Xian with some confusion. If General Jiang didn't love you, would he give up his bright future and marry you despite the pressure? If he didn't love you, would he only have eyes for you? Isn't he just taking advantage of the situation? Su Xian looked a bit disgusted. Is he a fool? To risk his future just to take advantage? Anua suddenly seemed to realize something and thought it was ironic. I heard from Ainyan that before marrying you, General Jiang was about to be promoted to deputy regiment commander, but because of your marriage, his promotion was delayed.
He
never told me. Su Xian's face looked grim. She hated that Jiang Pingu married her during her hardest times, leaving her no chance to refuse, because she simply didn't like him.
Sigh.
Sister Su Xian, Honestly, for us women, happiness in life only comes from marrying a man who loves us wholeheartedly. As an outsider, I can't really say much about your relationship with Captain Jiang. But I still want to advise you to pay close attention to how much Captain Jiang loves you. Don't let temporary feelings blind you. If you lose Captain Jiang, you might never find someone who loves you as much again. Be careful not to regret it later. Su Xian nods thoughtfully, looking a bit broken. And Nua notices this and suddenly has an idea. Sister Su Xian, why don't we go watch the art troupe's performance together? It might help you relax and think things over.
Su xin hestita.
Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with it? And Nua pouts. Sister Su Xian, just come with me. It's boring to go alone. Unable to resist Nua's pleading, Su Xian smiles helplessly. All right, let's go see. The two walk happily toward the big auditorium. The auditorium is crowded with people. Military wives gather in small groups, chatting and laughing, creating a lively scene. But when they see Nua and Su Xian, the cheerful laughter suddenly stops. Instead, they cast looks filled with hostility and dislike, whispering among themselves, "Look, isn't that Captain Hu's partner? Why is she with that wealthy young lady? TSK, TSK, fish stick with fish stick, shrimp with shrimp, turtle with turtle. Yeah, they're just a match made in trouble." Hearing these comments, Su Xian's face turns pale, and she tries to turn away. And Nua quickly grabs her arm. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Then she straightens her back and walks confidently into the auditorium. It's already full of people. And Nua looks around and spots two empty seats. Sister Su Xian, there's a spot over there. Let's go quickly. Just as they are about to sit down, a sharp voice rings out. Oh, isn't that Captain Hu's wife? What? Want to sit here? And Nua looks up and sees a mean-looking middle-aged woman sneering at them. Yes, is there a problem? And Nua responds calmly. Yes, a big problem. The woman shouts sharply. We don't want to sit next to you. It's bad luck. You should sit at the back. And Nua raises an eyebrow. Oh, you think it's bad luck? Then you should go somewhere else. We're not stopping you. Anua pushed Su Xian onto a seat, gave a teasing smile at the woman, and then sat down. The woman choked and immediately became angry, saying, You little girl, how can you talk like that? Do you know the rules? I understand, Anua said with a smile. The rule I know is first come, first served. Since we arrived first, this seat naturally belongs to us. People around overheard the conversation and began whispering. The woman's face turned pale with anger. Are you trying to take my seat? Miss, please don't wrongly accuse us. We're not stealing. We arrived first, Anua corrected. And besides, you're so old, yet you're fighting with us young people for a seat. Isn't that embarrassing? Hearing this, everyone around burst into quiet laughter. The woman trembled with rage. You daughter of a capitalist family, do you think you're fit to sit here? Anua sneered. Why wouldn't I be? My grandparents dedicated their lives to the revolution. My parents sacrificed their lives for the country. And my man is now risking his life for the nation and the people. And you, as a military wife, don't you know how to support your strong husband? Instead, you spend your time stirring trouble and bullying others. Aren't you ashamed of your man? Her words hit the woman like a heavy, making her unable to reply. Finally, she glared at Anua in anger and stormed off in embarrassment. People around still whispered about what had just happened. Anua looked around at the military wives. Her words were meant for that woman, but also for these wives. Don't think she was afraid of them. She just didn't want to cause trouble. Su Xian looked at Anua with concern. Anua, aren't you being a bit too?
To what?
Anua said casually. Su Xian, don't be afraid. These people are just bullies who pick on the weak. The more you're afraid of them, the more they'll push you around.
Su xin not det thao gu phun.
Anua smiled. By the way, Su Xian, have you ever watched a performance by the arts troupe? Su Xian shook her head. No, this is my first time. It's my first time too, Anua said with a smile. I heard their performances are wonderful. Su Xian looked at Anua gratefully. Thank you, Anua. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to see the arts troupe.
Annual patted Susin a hand.
Don't say things like you'll never have a chance in life. In this life, what kind of events will happen to you? What kind of people will you meet? Will there be surprises? Actually, it's all just part of life's experiences. When faced with challenges, fight back if you can. If you can't, then just run away. What are you afraid of? This scene was all seen by Su Xiang from behind the stage. Su Xiang stood behind the curtain, coldly watching and Nhua below. A hint of jealousy and resentment flickered in her eyes. She curled her lips into a cold smile and said to Ran, who was walking toward her, "Look at your good cousin. Always causing trouble outside." And Ran peeked out through a gap and showed a sneaky, malicious smile. Exactly. She's got a thief's temper and always tries to take things wherever she goes. Su Xiang raised an eyebrow and asked, "I heard she even took your room?" Hearing this, Ran immediately pretended to be wronged and said, "Yes. Actually, if she told me she wanted that room, I would give it to her. She's my cousin after all. But she took advantage of my absence and threw all my stuff out of my room."
What?
Su Xiang stomped her foot angrily. "That ugly girl is too much. How can she just take over your room and throw your things? That's so shameless. But she's my cousin. What can I do? It's a pity about Captain Hua, such a good person. What a shame." After speaking, Anua shook her head regretfully and wiped an imaginary tear from her eye. Su Xiang narrowed her eyes. Don't worry. Women like her will be exposed sooner or later. When that happens, I wonder if Brother Qin Yan will still want her. And Ran secretly clenched her fists, feeling happy inside. With Su Xiang's help, she was sure she could drive Anua out of the military area. The noisy atmosphere in the grand hall gradually quieted down, and everything fell into silence. Anua looked up and saw rows of soldiers marching in neatly and orderly, their footsteps echoing in the empty space. Her eyes naturally fell on the front of the line, Hu Qinyan. Hu Qinyan was dressed in a sharp military uniform, with a determined and deep gaze under his cap. He exuded a commanding presence that couldn't be ignored. And Nua's gaze seemed magnetized, unable to look away. At that moment, Hu Qinyan seemed to sense something. He slightly turned his head, and his eyes met Nua's in midair. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Their eyes conveyed silent feelings. And Nhua smiled and waved at Hu Qinyan. Hu Qinyan's serious face softened into a gentle, affectionate smile. Seated beside Anua, Su Xian's gaze shifted between Anua and Hu Qinyan, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. She couldn't help but think of Jiang Pingyu, and the words Anua had once said to her floated back in her mind. At that moment, Su Xian looked up and happened to meet Jiang Pingyu's distant gaze. Jiang Pingyu gave her a simple, honest smile, with a shy and hopeful look in his eyes. Anua noticed Su Xian's changing expression and gently nudged her arm, teasing, "Sister Su Xian, Zhang Yingzhang's eyes really can't hide his feelings. He's clearly fond of you." Su Xian's cheeks immediately flushed with redness, and an inexplicable feeling swirled inside her. She forced a bitter smile and whispered, "Really?" Anua nodded with a confident tone, "Of course. Just look at how he looks at you, full of tenderness." Su Xian's gaze, once again, fell on Jiang Pingyu. Despite her strong rejection of him over the years, and sometimes even acting irrationally towards him, he still took care of her with great attention. Her eyes showed a hint of hesitation and contemplation. Maybe she had been blinded by hatred before and had never truly looked at Jiang Pingyu properly. Should she give him a chance? While Su Xian was lost in thought, the host stepped onto the stage to announce the start of the performance. Anua and Su Xian stopped talking and focused on the stage. The performers from the cultural troupe took turns appearing, with singing and dancing blending into a lively scene. The style of the songs and dances from this era was quite distinctive. Of course, after being used to the high-tech stage effects of later times, the simple stage design now felt a bit unfamiliar.
It was quite amusing.
Anua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Anua's laughter, Su Xian was puzzled. Why was she laughing at a song and dance performance? She nudged Anua with her elbow and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Anua shook her head with a smile. "Nothing. I just think the makeup on the performers is a bit hard to describe, like old-fashioned dolls." Hearing this, Su Xian turned to look at the performer's makeup and then burst into laughter herself. The two exchanged glances, covering their mouths to stifle their giggles. Halfway through the performance, a young female performer took the stage for a solo. The songs performed by the cultural troupe were mostly military songs, but this singer's style had a hint of modern influence. Anua frowned slightly, without realizing it. Anran truly is the star of the troupe. Her singing is just so good. Of course, I heard she can write lyrics and compose music herself. Hey, both of us are from the same family, so why is there such a big difference? Anua is also from the same family. Isn't Anran just another businesswoman's daughter? You don't know this, do you? Anran's father once reported the previous leader, showing great loyalty, so they are no longer family. Really? I see. Listening to the whispers of the military wives around her, Anua's confusion gradually cleared. Writing lyrics and composing music?
Huh.
Having learned from her own past mistakes, Anua no longer found it strange that Anran was reborn. We are all reborn. But she wondered, does Anran share her same soul, or is she just a new version living again? Anua shifted her gaze away from Anran, quietly planning. Since everyone is reborn, this game becomes more interesting. She smirked coldly, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Anran's singing gradually ended, and the audience erupted in applause. Looking at the glamorous stage, Anua snorted coldly. As Anran left the stage, the atmosphere grew even more lively. One performance after another, the audience watched entranced. The final act quickly appeared. A tall girl slowly stepped onto the stage. Soft music began to play, flowing like a gentle stream, with a touch of classical elegance. Su Xiang wore a red dance dress, like a burning flame, dancing gracefully on stage. The hem of her dress fluttered with her movements, resembling a blooming red lotus. It had to be said, Su Xiang's dance skills were quite good. Every move was smooth and elegant, each turn full of energy, captivating the audience. She spun and leaped, each action full of strength and beauty, dazzling everyone. Is that Su Xiang?
Su Xin Witzbei.
I heard she dances really well. Looking at her now, she's quite impressive. And Nua's expression turned cold. She nodded slightly, but her eyes shifted from Su Xiang to Hui Qinyan. Knowing full well that Hui Qinyan only had her in his heart, how could any woman remain unaffected when she knew her man was being pursued by another? Hui Qinyan was currently talking quietly with Chow Yunfei, completely unaware of the stage performance. And Nua withdrew her gaze, smiling contentedly. Later that night, she planned to add chicken drumsticks for Hui Qinyan. After the dance ended, the audience burst into thunderous applause, so loud it was almost deafening. The soldiers were so excited that their faces turned red, and they clapped as hard as they could, almost making their hands swell. Even Anua had to admit that Su Xiang danced very well. Her skill was definitely professional.
Great.
Well done. Comrade Su Xiang's dance is truly outstanding. The political officer led the applause, smiling broadly and full of praise. He turned slightly to Su Guohua and said, "Your daughter is truly a talented performer in our military arts. Her skill is unmatched." Su Guohua modestly replied, "Don't praise her too much. Su Xiang still has a lot to learn. An excellent daughter deserves praise." The political officer smiled and then looked back at the stage, clasping his hands in front of his stomach. Seeing his daughter shine on stage, his eyes showed pride he couldn't hide. Su Xiang, hearing the praise, smiled proudly. She slightly bowed and thanked everyone, her posture elegant and proper, different from her usual bossy attitude. Just when everyone thought the performance was over, Su Xiang suddenly spoke, "Dear leaders and comrades, our show will end here. But I think it could be even better, more impressive." Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Su Xiang. She continued with a smile, "Our cultural troupe usually performs for everyone. Today, since we have many military wives here, why not invite a few of them to come on stage and show their talents? What do you all think? The crowd whispered among themselves, curious, watching Su Xiang closely. Even the leader of the cultural troupe, sitting beside Su Guohua, looked at Su Xiang in surprise. She had a strange feeling. Something was wrong, and quickly signaled to the host standing at the side of the stage. Su Xiang kept smiling and said, I think watching only our troupe isn't enough. The military wives should also come up and share their talents. That's what true military-civilian harmony is all about. Her eyes swept across the audience, as if searching for a target. Finally, her gaze landed on Manhwa, as if she had found her prey. Comrade Manhwa, I hear you're talented in many ways, playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why not come up and perform a program for everyone? Su Xiang looked at Manhwa with a smile, her tone slightly teasing and proud. When these words were spoken, the whole crowd was stunned, as if an explosion had gone off. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Manhwa, like spotlights trying to see her clearly. Manhwa was momentarily surprised, then sneered inwardly, cursing silently. This Su Xiang really has bad intentions. She's trying to cause trouble. She knew that Su Xiang definitely wouldn't let her go easily, and was deliberately trying to embarrass her. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Su Guohua looked at Su Xiang's unhappy face, as if he had eaten a fly. He didn't expect Su Xiang to suddenly call out Manhwa, which completely surprised him. This stubborn girl still wasn't giving up. He turned to the leader of the military art troupe, frowned, and asked softly, What's going on? Was this arranged by you? Why didn't you tell me earlier? The troop leader trembled in fear and quickly shook her head, like a rattle. No, Commander Su, we didn't know in advance. Maybe Comrade Su Xiang just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. She secretly cursed Su Xiang for being meddlesome. This girl was really good at causing trouble and only made things worse. Everyone in the military district knew that Commander Su was Su Xiang's father, so she dared not plan anything against Su Xiang and could only pretend ignorance. The military wives below also started to discuss loudly, the noise growing like a busy marketplace. Manhwa? What talents does she have? I've never heard of her. Who knows? Maybe Su Xiang is deliberately making things difficult for her, trying to embarrass her. I think so too. Su Xiang has always disliked Manhwa, so this is obvious. This will be interesting to watch. What's so proud about a daughter of a capitalist? It's Su Xiang who's really helping everyone vent their anger. Su Xian's face turned pale, nervously grabbing Manhwa's arm. Manhwa looked at the women around her and just wanted to say, Why do women have to make things difficult for other women? Huachinian also noticed the commotion here. His brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Su Xiang with a warning in his eyes. Su Xiang, however, didn't care at all. She met Huachinian's gaze and gave a teasing smile. Huachinian was about to stand up, but Chow Yunfei grabbed his shoulder and forcefully pushed him back into his seat. Leader, stay calm. Chow Yunfei said with a sly smile. You have to trust your little sister-in-law. She's not someone who gets bullied easily. When she needs you, it's still not too late to come to her rescue. She's my woman. Whatever happens, I should be the one to handle it. Huachinian's face darkened. He couldn't agree with Chow Yunfei's words, especially since today's situation was caused by him. He couldn't let Manhwa face it alone. Captain, listen to me. Hey, where are you going? Before Chow Yunfei finished speaking, Huachinian had already stood up and strode quickly toward Manhwa. There's no saving the captain. Chow Yunfei sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead and shaking his head. Is this about spoiling your wife? Or raising her like a daughter? Su Xiang also saw Huachinian. Her smile instantly froze on her face. She bit her lip tightly, gripping the microphone so hard she almost wanted to crush it. Manhwa took a deep breath and slowly stood up. She knew she couldn't avoid today's trouble. Since that was the case, she would face it head-on, come what may. She was not a soft person to be easily controlled. At this moment, Su Xian suddenly grabbed Manhwa's hand, holding it tightly with a hint of worry and care in her voice. Manhwa, do you really want to go on stage? Maybe forget it, don't bother with her. Feeling the warmth of Su Exion's palm, Anua felt a warm glow inside her. She patted Su Exion's hand and gave her a reassuring look, softly saying, "It's okay, sister Su Exion. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing.
It will be fine."
She turned and gently patted Silver Emperor's head, saying, "Silver Emperor, stay here and wait for me." Silver Emperor stuck out its tongue, its tail almost wagging in a circle. Anua walked alone toward the stage with firm steps, without hesitation. Just before stepping onto the stage, she saw Huichinian approaching her. "Sweetheart, if you don't want to go up, you don't have to." Huichinian held her hand, looking at her with determined eyes. "It's okay. I can handle this small matter." Anua shook her head lightly, signaling Huichinian to relax. Seeing that Anua had her own plan and couldn't be stopped, Huichinian raised his hand to gently ruffle her hair. "Do what you want to do. Remember, I will always be behind you." "Okay." Anua's smile behind her mask grew wider. There were steps leading to the stage. Huichinian, worried about Anua, supported her onto the stage. After she stood steadily, he stepped back to the side, hiding behind the curtain. Anua stood in the center of the stage, illuminated by the lights, her figure appearing tall and lonely. Wearing a mask, only her bright eyes were visible. Her gaze swept over the audience below. The soldiers sat neatly, their faces showing slight confusion. A masked pregnant woman stood on the stage. This scene looked very strange. Who is this person? Why is she still wearing a mask? Could she be hiding something shameful? "I heard she's Captain Hua's wife." Whispers spread among the crowd, especially among the new soldiers who didn't know the story. They whispered to each other, eyes full of curiosity. Huichinian soldiers already looked angry. They felt upset that his younger sister, who was pregnant, was forced to perform on stage. This made them very annoyed. Su Xiang stood to the side of the stage, with a faint smile on her face, showing a bit of pride. She thought, she's just an ugly person with a ruined face. Why can she stand next to Brother Chinian? She just wanted to see Anua embarrassed. When Anua lost face across the entire military district, she wondered if Brother Chinian would still want her. Su Xiang seemed to see the scene where Huichinian abandoned Anua, and she smiled even more proudly. Anua picked up the microphone and gently said, "Thank you, Comrade Su Xiang, for giving me this chance. Even a pregnant person can perform for the soldiers. This care truly surprises me." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted in shock. The leaders in the front looked very unhappy, and some secretly glanced at Su Guohua. After all, Su Xiang was Su Guohua's daughter. Doing such things made Su Guohua look bad too.
What?
She's pregnant? She's pregnant and still on stage? Isn't it just causing trouble? Exactly, that's too unfair. The soldiers who once thought Su Xiang was gentle, kind, and talented now changed their minds. They felt she was being a bit too much. Su Xiang's face slightly changed, but she quickly recovered her composure. She kept a graceful smile, pretending she didn't hear the gossip. But inside, she was already very angry. This Anua dared to embarrass her in front of everyone. Huichinian stood behind the curtain, watching Anua on stage with a sharp gaze. A cold aura seemed to emanate from him. His eyes were deep like the ocean, staring at Anua on stage. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Anua, thinking she had to perform since she was on stage, didn't want the soldiers below to be disappointed. She pondered what kind of performance to give. Suddenly, she remembered that Anren was also reborn. If I perform some future-related things, I might reveal the secret. No, absolutely not. So, I can only honestly perform a show from the 1970s. Anua thought hard. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. She remembered. In her previous life, her grandmother loved humming a little tune at home. Wasn't that from this era? That's it. Anua turned to the backstage staff and politely asked, "Can I borrow a violin?" The performers were surprised but quickly handed her the violin. Anua took the violin, plucked the strings, then looked at the audience and said, since I am lucky enough to stand on this stage, today I will play An Evening in Moscow to dedicate to our most beloved people. Thank you for building an unbreakable wall with your bodies and protecting countless homes. You have worked hard. After saying this, she placed the violin on her shoulder and closed her eyes slightly. The gentle melody slowly flowed out, like a clear stream quietly moving through the silent hall. Sometimes the melody was soft and tender, like whispering. Other times it was loud and passionate, like a mountain spring crashing against rocks. Everyone in the hall was silent, deeply drawn in by the touching music. Huachinian watched Anua on stage. At that moment, he felt his heartbeat rise and fall with the melody. He had never seen such an Anua, confident, calm, and dazzling enough to make it hard to look away. He wished he could rush over and hold her tightly in his arms. When the song ended, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. That was so beautiful. Little sister-in-law is amazing. I didn't know she could play the violin too. The soldiers cheered loudly, and even some military wives couldn't help but clap and praise. But Su Xiang's face looked extremely unhappy. She had wanted to see Anua embarrass herself, but instead, she had given her a perfect performance. Isn't she only supposed to play the piano? How does she also play the violin? Su Xiang muttered bitterly. When she saw Su Xiang walking toward Anua, Huachinian's brow furrowed instantly. His muscles tensed, and he looked like a hunting leopard ready to pounce. Su Xiang approached Anua and said in a condescending tone, "Comrade Anua, since you dare to step on this stage, don't hide your true face. Take off your mask and show everyone who you really are." After saying that, she reached out to remove Anua's mask. Anua stood in the center of the stage, under the spotlight. Her mask covered most of her face, only revealing a pair of cold, clear eyes. Su Xiang's hand was already reaching out with a strong, commanding force. It looked as if she wanted to tear Anua apart alive. "Comrade Anua, since you dare to stand on this stage, don't hide your face. Take off the mask and let everyone see your true face." Su Xiang's voice was sharp and piercing, with a teasing tone. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of glee. She was eager to see Anua's mask pulled off, revealing her ugly face, and for everyone to look at her with disgust. Anua looked at her coldly, feeling speechless inside. Is Su Xiang really stupid or pretending to be? In such a public setting, how could she do something like this? Did she not think about the trouble this could cause her? What a thoughtless woman! Anua slightly turned to avoid Su Xiang's claw. But Su Xiang seemed prepared and pushed her hard. This crazy woman! Anua was startled, losing her balance instantly. Oh no! She was going to fall. She instinctively protected her belly, her mind going blank. The crowd below erupted in shock, gasping loudly. Oh my God! What is she trying to do? Surely not, she's pregnant. Is Su Xiang crazy? This is too much. Such a cruel woman, even attacking a pregnant woman. The crowd's chatter grew like a tide. No one expected Su Xiang to be so vicious. This was in broad daylight, with everyone watching. Was she not afraid of being exposed? Guahua suddenly stood up sharply, feeling like he was about to lose control. Why was Su Xiang so hard to manage? Just when Anua thought she was doomed, a miracle happened. Strong arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind, holding her tightly. They protected her completely, with strength and warmth so familiar it brought tears to her eyes. It was Huachinian. His faint, cool scent instantly surrounded Anua, giving her a sense of peace. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Huachinian's voice was deep and firm, like a steady anchor that calmed Anua's panicked heart. At that moment, it felt as if time had stopped. Everyone saw Huachinian protectively shielding Anua and finally relaxed. If she had truly fallen from the stage, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But just as everyone was still recovering, another change happened. A white shadow suddenly shot up from below the stage. Its speed was lightning fast, leaving no time to react.
Ah!
Su Xiang let out a heart-wrenching scream, her voice sharp and chilling. The Silver King dog bit tightly into Su Xiang's leg, its eyes glowing green, looking extremely fierce, like a small wild animal fiercely protecting its owner. It desperately shook its head, as if trying to tear Su Xiang's leg off. "Help! Please help!" Su Xiang screamed, her voice full of fear and anger. She never imagined she would be bitten by a dog. The whole scene erupted in chaos. The military wives covered their mouths in fear, not daring to make a sound. The soldiers all stood up. Some even rushed to the front to try to control the situation. Huichinian coldly glanced at Su Xiang, who was screaming nonstop, showing no mercy. He turned and shouted at Silver King, "Let go!" But Silver King ignored him, still biting tightly and baring its teeth at the surrounding people, as if daring anyone to come closer and be attacked. "Silver King," Manhwa called out, "let go." Hearing her voice, Silver King finally stopped. It reluctantly released its grip, then slowly stepped back to Manhwa's side, using its body to protect her, while issuing a low threatening growl at Su Xiang. Its small appearance seemed to say clearly, "Protecting my owner." Manhwa reached out to pet Silver King's head and softly said in a voice only it could hear, "Good boy, don't cause trouble." Silver King seemed to understand and calmed down a bit, but still kept a wary eye on Su Xiang. Meanwhile, the military wives below the stage were completely stunned by what had just happened. They looked at each other with wide mouths, unable to speak for a long time. This was too shocking. It was more exciting than watching a movie. A few brave ones even stood up and pointed at Su Xiang, shouting, "You're openly trying to kill her. Are you even human?" "Exactly, even pregnant women can be attacked. Have you no conscience?" And Ran, watching from backstage, was also stunned. She originally thought Su Xiang just wanted to use the opportunity to humiliate Manhwa. But she never expected Su Xiang to do something so foolish. Pushing a pregnant woman in front of everyone and getting bitten so badly by a dog. It's just asking for trouble. And Ran couldn't help but curse silently, what a useless and reckless fool. She knew Su Xiang was unreliable. She quickly calculated in her mind how this should end and how to make sure she could shift all the blame. Guohua's face turned pale as he hurried onto the stage, rushing to Su Xiang's side. The performance, which was supposed to be a simple act of comfort, had turned into chaos. Could he be angry? Not when he saw his daughter, lying on the ground, crying and shouting. His anger instantly turned into worry and concern. He picked up Su Xiang, who was crying and calling out, and without hesitation, ran towards the medical room. The entire hall fell into chaos, with everyone talking loudly and speculating. The pleasant performance by the art troupe was abruptly cut short. Su Xian pushed through the crowd and hurried to Manhwa's side, her face pale as paper. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" she asked nervously, stumbling over her words. Her eyes kept scanning Manhwa up and down, worried she might miss something. "I'm fine." Manhwa shook her head and gave a gentle smile. "Don't worry, I'm okay. Luckily, Anyan was here." She knew Su Xian genuinely cared about her, and her heart felt warm. Su Xian finally relaxed a little, but still looked worried. That's good. She kept murmuring, as if trying to voice all her concerns. Huichinian stood quietly beside Manhwa, holding her hand tightly, saying nothing. But his deep, focused gaze revealed his inner unease. He looked down at Yin Huang, the silver-colored dog licking its paws at his feet, then at Manhwa behind the mask. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. "Please don't do such dangerous things again. Do you know my heart almost stopped when I saw Su Xiang push you just now? I didn't expect Su Xiang to be so vicious," and Manhwa gently patted his hand to comfort him. "Don't worry, I've learned my lesson. I'll be more careful." Huichinian nodded after hearing this, but his eyebrows remained slightly furrowed. He raised his other hand, brushing a stray strand of hair from Manhwa's forehead and tucking it behind her ear. The movements were gentle, as if afraid of hurting her, which made everyone feel soft inside. "You really should be more careful. Since she dared to attack in front of everyone next time, if she gets the chance, she will only get worse." It's better to stay away from her. Su Xian thought about the scene on stage earlier, feeling a bit scared. She was worried that this matter wouldn't end easily. At this moment, Su Xiang, who was being taken into the clinic to treat her wound, was almost furious. She tightly grabbed her father Su Guohua's collar and yelled hysterically, "Dad, you have to avenge me. That wicked woman and that dog, I will never forgive them." Ah, it hurts so much. Gauze was wrapped around her lower leg, burning with pain. Tears suddenly streamed down Su Xiang's face. She had never felt so wronged before. Su Guohua looked at her coldly and scolded softly, "Shut up. Do you know what you just did? Isn't it embarrassing enough already?" His tone was icy, like a knife stabbing straight into Su Xiang's heart. Su Xiang froze, never having heard her father speak to her like this before. She opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but her throat felt blocked and she couldn't say a word. Since she was a child, her father had always spoiled her, giving her whatever she wanted. But now he was shouting at her because of someone else? For a moment, she didn't know how to respond, only biting her lip and suppressing all her frustration and anger deep inside. Tears, however, could no longer be held back and fell one after another. Manhwa gently rubbed the Silver Emperor's head. Once, then again. The big dog closed its eyes comfortably, making a satisfied growl, and wagged its tail happily. This little guy knew how to enjoy himself. But Manhwa couldn't relax at all. She lowered her eyes and looked at the furry dog, feeling like there was a heavy stone in her heart. Su Xiang pushed her, but it was in front of so many people. Silver Emperor bit Su Xiang in the same situation. It all seemed like a fair exchange. But the problem was, Su Xiang's father was a respected leader. Hu Qinian was still serving under this leader. Manhwa didn't want this matter to cause trouble for Hu Qinian. "Silver Emperor, don't worry. You protect Mom and Mom will protect you too." And sighed, her voice filled with a mix of helplessness and worry. Her tone was like talking to a misbehaving child. Hu Qinian stood nearby, naturally noticing An's feelings. He stepped forward, gently placing his large hand on An's shoulder, as if to give her strength. "Don't worry," Hu Qinian said firmly, with a calm look in his eyes that made people feel at ease. "I will handle this. No one will hurt Silver Emperor." His words were not just casual talk. Anne looked up at Hu Qinian. Her usually cold and distant eyes now showed a hint of complicated emotion. She believed Hu Qinian could protect Silver Emperor. But could this really be resolved so easily? Anne still felt uncertain inside. "Since it's already happened, I need to go to the hospital for a checkup," she said quietly, her voice calm but with an undeniable tone of insistence. "Even if I'm fine, I have to act like I'm not," she added with a faint, clever smile. Part mischievous, part calculating. "You're clever." Hu Qinian affectionately nudged Anne's nose. "But yes, you should really get checked." And said, "And this is also a lesson for Su Xiang." Hu Qinian paused for a moment and nodded. He understood Anne's plan and didn't say anything more. He turned to Su Xian and said, "Sister Su Xian, please help take Silver Emperor home. I'll take my wife to the hospital for a checkup." Su Xian nodded. "Okay, don't worry, go to the hospital." Then she stepped forward to Silver Emperor. "Silver Emperor, come with me," and patted Silver Emperor's head. "Silver Emperor, you go home with Sister Su Xian first. Mom and Dad need to go out. You'll stay home and take care of Tangang." Silver Emperor barked once, wagging his tail, and followed Su Xian as they left together. The military wives had already left the auditorium. The soldiers began to organize their formations, waiting to depart. Hu Qinian held Anne's hand and found Xiao Yunfei at the front of the formation. "Yunfei, you lead the team back first. I'll take your sister-in-law to the hospital for a checkup." Xiao Yunfei looked serious and examined Anne carefully, concern in his voice. "Sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Anne held her stomach, tilting her head slightly. "I just feel some cramping. I need to get checked to be sure." "All right, you should go quickly. No need to worry here. I am here with you." Hu Qinian was not polite to Xiao Yunfei and patted his arm. He took Manhwa and left. At the entrance of the hall, Huachinian asked Anua to wait while he went to get the car. Anua was worried about being alone, so she ran all the way there. He drove the car and sped over. Really so fast? Anua looked surprised as Huachinian opened the car door for her. I'm just worried you'll be bored alone, Huachinian said softly, looking at Anua. Anua smiled and touched Huachinian's face. It wasn't really about boredom, but about being afraid she might be bullied if left alone. Such a caring man. How could she not fall in love with him? The car slowly started and drove away from the military area. Inside, the car was quiet, only the engine's deep hum. After a busy afternoon, a pregnant woman's strength was almost gone. Not long after getting in the car, Anua tilted her head and fell asleep. Huachinian stopped the car, took off his military coat and covered Anua with it, then started driving again. His hands tightly gripped the steering wheel, eyes focused ahead. But his brow remained furrowed, never relaxing. When they arrived at the hospital and the car stopped, Huachinian woke Anua. How did I fall asleep? Anua rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up straight. She looked out the window, realizing they had arrived. She opened the door and got out, still holding Huachinian's military coat. Huachinian took the coat from her hands and draped it over her shoulders. You just woke up, put your clothes on properly, or you'll catch a cold. I just took a quick nap, it's fine. But you're dressed so lightly, you should put on the coat, Anua said, trying to take off her coat to give it to Huachinian. Huachinian stopped her hand. I'm not cold. You get dressed, let's go inside. Anua couldn't argue with him, so she quickened her steps toward the hospital. They hurried into the hospital, registered, and saw the doctor. After some checks, the doctor looked serious and said, Your pregnancy has moved, so you need to stay in the hospital to rest. You're already this far along. How could you be so careless? Huachinian's face darkened instantly. I'm sorry, I was negligent. All right, go quickly and handle the admission procedures. The doctor handed him the paperwork. Huachinian thanked the doctor, helped Anua out of the office, and immediately completed her hospital admission. Huachinian took Su Guohua back to the military compound. As soon as the car stopped, Su Guohua pushed open the door and got out. His face was dark, and his steps were heavy, clearly still upset. Huachinian didn't say much. He just nodded goodbye, then turned the car around and headed toward the military housing area. The car stopped steadily at his home door. Seeing Huachinian get out, Su Xian hurried over, walking quickly and anxiously. She looked behind him but didn't see Anua, and her brows furrowed. Comrade Hua, how is Anua? Su Xian asked with concern, her eyes fixed on Huachinian, worried she might miss any expression on his face. Nothing serious. She just had a little scare and needs to stay in the hospital for a few days, Huachinian said calmly, but his eyes looked tired. We won't be home these days, so please help take care of Yin Huang and Tang Dang. Don't worry, I'll watch over them, Su Xian promised happily. She also added, don't work too hard. If you need anything, just tell me. Huachinian nodded without saying more. He quickly went inside, packed the essentials and clothes for the hospital, then checked the windows and door locks before rushing off. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, Su Guohua and Dong Zichuan arrived at Su Xiang's bedside. The smell of disinfectant filled the room. Su Xiang lay on the bed, looking upset as she looked at her mother. When she saw Dong Zichuan, her eyes turned red, and tears started to fall.
Mom.
She choked out, if I had come to the hospital any later, I would have lost my leg. My good girl. Dong Zichuan was heartbroken. She wiped her tears and held her daughter's hand. How did it come to this? I'll make sure to get justice for you. That dog, I'll definitely beat it to death. Enough. Su Guohua frowned, his tone cold. If you really beat Yin Huang to death, then Su Xiang, who attacked first, should also be arrested and put in jail. When he said this, Dong Zichuan froze. She opened her mouth to argue but found she couldn't say anything. Su Xiang's face turned pale, and she didn't dare speak. I want to tell you all, this whole thing was Xiang's fault, Su Guohua continued. If Huachinian hadn't protected Anua in time, there might have been 2 casualties. Are you still arguing here?
But,
Dong Zichuan muttered reluctantly, and Nua is fine, but our Xiang Xiang is really hurt. If she delays treatment any longer, she might lose her leg. She brought this on herself. Su Guohua said coldly, like ice. I advise you to be honest. Later, you go buy some tonic and apologize to a Nua in her hospital room. I'm not going. Dong Zichuan immediately refused, looking very unwilling. Why should I apologize to her?
what is she anyway? Crash.
A sharp sound rang out as Su Guohua slammed the table hard. The water cups on the table shook and spilled water everywhere. Su Guohua was so angry he panted heavily, glaring at his wife. You have to go whether you want to or not. This is an order. Dong Zichuan was overwhelmed by his forceful attitude and dared not speak further. She could only grit her teeth and obediently went to the supply store near the hospital. In the hospital room, the doctor was carefully listening to the fetal heartbeat with a stethoscope. Yes, the heartbeat is strong and healthy, the doctor said with a smile while listening. Both little ones are very active. Huachinian stood nearby, hearing this. His tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. He showed a gentle smile and looked tenderly at Nua. The pregnant woman is quite far along, and it's twins. You must pay attention, rest more, and avoid overexertion, the doctor advised again. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, come see me anytime. Huachinian asked cautiously, so, is there anything special I should watch out for? The doctor shook his head with a smile. Just keep up with regular checkups, rest well, and don't overwork yourself. And Nua nodded lightly. She understood her body well and was very clear about her condition, so she wasn't too worried. But seeing how nervous Huachinian was, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, I'm fine.
Don't be so tense.
Not long after the doctor left, the door to the room was pushed open. Su Guohua and Dong Zichuan came in carrying malted milk, cakes, and canned food. Little girl, how are you feeling? Better now? Su Guohua asked with a smiling, caring tone. Seeing Su Guohua come in, Huachinian quickly stood up. Master. Su Guohua handed the things to Huachinian. No need to be formal. My wife and I just came to see little Nua. Huachinian turned and placed the items on the bedside table. Uncle Su, thank you for your trouble, and Nua said, helping herself to sit up against the headboard. Please, you and Aunt Dong have a seat. Huachinian brought over 2 stools for Su Guohua and Dong Zichuan while he stood beside Anua. Little girl, this 200 yuan is a small gift from Uncle and Annie Dong. I hope you don't mind, Su Guohua said, pulling a stack of money from his shirt pocket and placing it beside Anua's pillow. His tone carried a hint of apology. Anua glanced at the money and smiled slightly. Uncle Su, you. Su Guohua interrupted kindly. Good girl. This is from me.
Just take it.
But honestly, it can't make up for our apologies to you. Dong Zichuan's heart ached, and she forced out a smile. Little girl, Annie Dong brought you some malted milk drink. Drink more, and take good care of yourself. Anua smiled. Thank you, Uncle Su and Auntie Dong. After a few polite words, the atmosphere eased a little. But soon, Dong Zichuan's gaze fell on Anua's rounded belly. She froze for a moment and asked instinctively, is your belly about to give birth? Anua answered calmly, it's only 5 months. 5 months. Dong Zichuan's eyes widened in surprise. Your belly is so big for 5 months. A silly, but secretly joyful thought crossed her mind. Perhaps this child is an Uncle Hua's? Otherwise, how could it be so large at just 5 months? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but mock herself inwardly. Uncle Hua really is unlucky, being cheated on without even knowing. Anua immediately saw through Dong Zichuan's thoughts. Her smile remained unchanged, and she explained in a calm tone, I'm carrying twins, so my belly is a bit bigger than usual. Her tone was steady, but sharp. Twins? Dong Zichuan was even more surprised. Also, Anyan is very caring towards me. I eat well, sleep peacefully, and stay in a good mood, so the babies are growing well. Anua continued, with a hint of pride in her voice. If Uncle Hua hadn't protected me this time, I might not have made it. She deliberately emphasized the seriousness of her words to let Dong Zichuan know this was no small matter. Sure enough, Dong Zichuan's face turned very unpleasant after hearing this. She forced a couple of awkward laughs, unsure how to respond, and lowered her head to pretend to straighten her clothes to hide her embarrassment.
Suguhu sai silenti.
His gaze on Manhwa and Huachinian carried a complex, approving look. The room's atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment, then return to normal. But everyone's heart is filled with different emotions. Su Guohua sat on a stool, his face showing mixed feelings. He looked back at Dong Zichuan, who was lowering her head to fiddle with her clothes, clearly not planning to apologize sincerely. He sighed inwardly, knowing that if things continued like this, the situation would only get worse. Nan, Su Guohua said seriously as he walked to the bed. On behalf of Xiangxiang, I apologize to you. She is young and naive, and did something she shouldn't have. We will cover all the medical expenses during her stay in the hospital. I hope you can forgive her. His daughter's mistake was his to clean up, and honestly, it wasn't fair. Su Guohua felt his face burning with shame. Dong Zichuan's hand trembled when she heard this, almost tearing her clothes. She suddenly looked up at Su Guohua, her face full of disbelief. The veins on her hand bulged, and her lips pressed into a thin line. She had bought things for Annuo and given her 200 yuan. Why should she still pay for her medical bills? Dong Zichuan was furious inside, like a burning coal, but someone poured cold water on her, sizzling and steaming with white smoke. She felt oppressed, truly oppressed. She wanted to curse. She wanted to tear apart Annuo's mouth. But Su Guohua's gaze was too intimidating, like two icy blades stabbing at her. She dared not. She could only swallow her anger hard, like swallowing a fly stuck at her throat, unable to go up or down. It was disgusting. Annuo looked at Su Guohua and couldn't help but think of her childhood. She sighed softly. She wasn't the kind of person who would never forgive, but she wasn't a saint either. In emotional matters, there's no right or wrong, only different positions. Annuo gently brushed her bangs aside, a graceful gesture, but her words carried a cold, icy tone. Uncle Su, you're being a bit too formal, she said calmly, without showing any emotion. You've watched me grow up since I was little. When I was young, Xiangxiang and I were very good friends. Her words both brought them closer and clearly reminded everyone of their childhood bond, making it hard to find fault with her. Even though we've gone our separate ways now and are further apart, I still remember your kindness to me. She paused, then changed her tone, with a hint of sarcasm. I am not someone who insists on getting my way, but when it comes to feelings, no one can say for sure. Everyone is a little selfish, right? Anua smiled slightly, with a smile that carried an unclear, mysterious meaning. Her eyes were bright and sharp, staring directly at Su Guohua as if trying to see through him. I think Xiangxiang might have some feelings for Huachinian. As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the hospital room changed instantly. Dong Zichuan suddenly raised her head, eyes wide like bells, glaring as if she wanted to swallow Anua whole. Su Guohua also frowned, lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but Anua didn't give him the chance. Huachinian is now my man. We love each other, and we're about to welcome 2 adorable babies. Anua's voice was soft but firm, with an undeniable confidence. If anyone dares to have bad ideas about him, don't blame me for being rude. Her words were strong and clear, shocking both Su Guohua and Dong Zichuan. Huachinian stood nearby, feeling a shock in his heart, quietly watching Anua. His body, which had been tense, trembled slightly after hearing her words. He secretly felt excited. This was the first time Anua clearly declared her loyalty. The feeling of being chosen and protected so firmly made his chest warm. He had never felt her love so genuinely before. That love was real, without any pretense, so passionate it seemed like it could melt him. He slightly smiled, wanting to laugh but holding it back desperately. Some people were happy, others worried. Dong Zichuan stared at Anua with a look like a poisoned dagger, wishing she could tear her apart. Knowing her daughter liked Huachinian was one thing, but Hearing it directly from someone else was another. It was so embarrassing. She had lived most of her life, but she had never felt so humiliated. She glared at Manhwa with full resentment and disgust. This little brat dared to speak ill of her daughter right in front of her. It was so hateful. Su Guohua also understood what Manhwa was implying. This girl was warning him to take care of Xiangxiang and not let her have bad ideas about Huiqinian. Humph. Dong Zichuan snorted coldly, turning her head aside. Such a big mouth. Talking about guarding the family, I want to see how you plan to guard it. Although she didn't say it outright, the sarcasm was clear to anyone paying attention. Annoyed, Manhwa was about to retort when Huiqinian, who had been silent all along, suddenly took a step forward. What does Aunt Dong mean? Is she openly supporting Su Xiang in breaking up a family? Huiqinian's voice was deep and cold, like it came from a frozen cellar. His tone was calm, but there was an oppressive pressure that made it hard to breathe. Dong Zichuan felt a chill run down her back under his gaze and instinctively shrank her neck. Su Guohua rubbed his temples irritably. This woman, every day, she really tests his patience. He sighed, knowing that today's matter couldn't be resolved easily. If they kept arguing, things would only get worse. He tugged at Dong Zichuan's arm, signaling her to leave. Nan, your Aunt Dong probably forgot her brain in Xiangxiang's hospital room. Don't waste time arguing with her. Su Guohua's voice was hoarse, tinged with fatigue and helplessness. Rest well. I'll visit you again another day. Dong Zichuan was reluctantly pulled out of the ward by Su Guohua. As the door closed, she didn't forget to turn back and glare fiercely at Manhwa, her eyes full of resentment and jealousy. Her daughter was young and beautiful. How could she be worse than this ugly woman? Outside the door, Su Guohua raised his hand to hit Dong Zichuan, but his palm hovered in the air for a long moment and didn't strike. He clenched his fist and said with disappointment, "You spoil Su Xiang too much. One day, your overindulgence will ruin her." After that, Su Guohua ignored Dong Zichuan and turned to leave. Hey, what do you mean?
What do you mean I spoil my child?
I'm her mother. I would never harm her. Don't go. Explain yourself clearly. Dong Zichuan hated it when others said she spoiled her daughter. She loved her daughter. If she didn't spoil her, who would? She ran after Su Guohua. Finally, the ward was quiet. Huiqinian sat by the bed, carefully holding Manhwa's hand. Are you serious about what you just said? Of course. Manhwa raised an eyebrow at him.
What?
You think I was just talking? Huiqinian's Adam's apple moved. He looked down at her slender, pale fingers, feeling nervous as he asked, what if I like someone else? Manhwa chuckled softly, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. That's simple. I'm someone who can't tolerate sand in her eyes. If you like someone else, just tell me directly. I will get a divorce and make space for myself. Divorce? Huiqinian's voice suddenly rose sharply. He quickly looked up, his deep eyes fixed on Manhwa. You can't expect that. Manhwa was amused by his reaction. What? Do you still want me to stay with someone who has changed their mind forever? Don't joke like that. Huiqinian was so anxious he broke out in cold sweat. He grabbed Manhwa's wrist and said firmly, for me, there's only widowhood, not divorce. Don't worry, I will protect myself and keep any woman away. His tone was firm, like he was swearing or making a declaration. This strong sense of possessiveness and deep love made Manhwa feel both amused and strangely safe, like she had never felt before. While they were sharing their feelings, neither of them noticed a figure standing at the door of the hospital room. The person listened quietly to their conversation, his face dark as water. He clenched his fists, calmed his nerves, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The door of the hospital room creaked open, breaking the warm atmosphere inside. Manhwa was leaning against Huiqinian, both whispering softly, their faces glowing with happiness. The sudden noise made them both turn around and see who was standing at the door, Gusheng. Gusheng was dressed in a neat military uniform, looking tired and worn out. He carried a mesh bag and glanced at Manhwa's growing belly, a flicker of complicated emotion in his eyes. He had just returned to the army and heard about what happened at the hall, knowing Anhwa was hurt and in the hospital. Gu Sheng felt anxious and wanted to rush to Anhwa's side immediately. But before he could enter, he overheard Anhwa talking with Hokinian. Their words felt like knives stabbing his heart. Gu Sheng's steps became heavy, like they were filled with lead, and his face turned pale. He had always thought Anhwa was angry with him for breaking off the engagement. He still held on to a little hope, believing that once Anhwa's anger cooled, they could go back to how they were, childhood friends, innocent and sweet. But now he realized he was only dreaming. Anhwa's feelings for Hokinian were much deeper than he had imagined. She was already planning to spend her life with Hokinian. Where did that leave him? Gu Sheng felt like something inside him had shattered completely, leaving him empty and hollow. He took a deep breath, forcing out a smile that was even uglier than crying, and bravely walked inside. I heard you were hospitalized. I came to see you. Gu Sheng entered the ward and casually placed the mesh bag on the bedside table. I bought you some nutritious food. Huachinian frowned and instinctively took a small step forward, shielding Manhwa behind him. Although this small move was subtle, Gu Sheng noticed immediately, and his eyes turned cold. Thank you, Manhwa said calmly. But you don't need to go to so much trouble. Gu Sheng smiled bitterly. We grew up together after all. Since you're in the hospital, it's normal for me to come see you. Yes, we grew up together, and Manhwa chuckled softly. So you should know better that I dislike fake kindness. Gu Sheng's face changed.
What do you mean by that?
Literally, Manhwa leaned against the bed, speaking in a calm tone like a still lake. Gu Sheng, you are now Ran's husband, and my relationship with Ran isn't good. So, from now on, let's pretend we don't know each other. Hearing Manhwa's words, Gu Sheng looked hurt, as if thousands of needles pierced his heart, causing intense pain. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and his gaze flickered between Manhwa and Huachinian, finally settling on Manhwa's belly. If only. No ifs, Huachinian suddenly interrupted, his voice deep and cold like winter wind. Commander Gu, some words, once spoken, can't be taken back. Gu Sheng snorted coldly. What do you mean, Hua? I grew up with Manhwa. It's normal for me to care about her, isn't it? Caring? Huachinian smirked. Commander Gu, are you sure you're caring for Manhwa, or just thinking about someone else's wife? You! Gu Sheng's face turned pale. Enough! Manhwa quickly stopped their argument. Gu Sheng, you should go back. There's no need to do this anymore, to avoid misunderstandings. Gu Sheng clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and asked Manhwa, do you really think he can protect you? Can you protect me? Manhwa looked at Huachinian's back, her eyes softening. Gu Sheng, I am very happy now. I think if you could stay away from me and not appear in front of me all the time, I would be even happier. Gu Sheng stared at Manhwa for a long time, then finally turned and left, his footsteps growing farther away. Brother A. Nyen, you told him not to speak carelessly earlier, but in the end, you revealed everything yourself. Anna smiled as she took Chinian's hand. Am I getting a slap in the face? Chinian turned around and looked into Anna's eyes. If I get slapped, I get slapped. I have a thick skin. You're my wife, and I won't allow anyone to harm you. Got it, Anna said with an even sweeter smile. Only you treat me like a treasure. No, you're a rare treasure. No one can take you away, Chinian said as he playfully pinched Anna's nose, his eyes full of affection. Anna leaned into Chinian's arms, feeling warm and safe inside. It's so good to have a man protecting her. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng went straight to the Yin family after leaving the hospital. He had another purpose, bringing Ran back to their marital home. Although he didn't really want to stay with Ran, they were married, and he would take on his responsibilities, even if it was just to keep up appearances. When he entered the Yin family home, he was greeted by Jianxi and Lu Feng, smiling widely. Son-in-law, you're back from the disaster zone? Is everything over there settled? They warmly invited him to sit down, offering tea and water, acting very close. Yes, everything's finished. Gu Sheng nodded and sat on the sofa, accepting the tea Lu Feng handed him. Good to have you back. Ran has been missing you so much. She talks about you every day, Lu Fong said with a hint of flattery. Yes, I'll pick her up after she gets off work, he replied calmly, sounding emotionless. And Jianxi and Lu Fong exchanged a glance, feeling that Gu Xing's attitude towards them was colder than before after returning from his task. After exchanging a few words, and Jianxi made an excuse to take him to the study. They walked into the study and closed the door, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. You're finally back. Ran keeps talking about you. I can't get a moment's peace. You should take her away quickly so you can have your own time, and Jianxi asked with a friendly smile, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Gu Sheng responded casually, then looked around the study. He noticed that many things were missing. The paintings on the wall were gone, some decorations on the shelves had disappeared, and even the antique porcelain vase in the corner was gone. These changes made him frown. Father-in-law, it seems like the study is a bit emptier. When he mentioned this, he paid close attention to Jianxi's expression. Sure enough, a flicker of unnaturalness flashed across his face, but he quickly returned to normal. Oh, those are old things. Let Nan take them away. She's liked these things since she was little. As her uncle, I can't be stingy. He spoke generously and casually, but his words hinted at Manhwa's stubbornness and dominance. However, this made Gu Xing feel an uncomfortable sense of unease. He casually asked, Father-in-law is really tolerant of Nan. This time, my task is at Nan's rural team. The conditions there are quite tough, and she has no family around. I think she took everything because she misses her grandfather. When mentioning Manhwa's grandfather, and Jianxi's smile froze for a moment. He quickly masked it and replied in a somewhat perfunctory tone, rural areas are never as good as the city. But young people need to endure some hardships. It's good for their growth.
Manhwa.
Gu Sheng wanted to say more but was interrupted by Jianxi. Gu Sheng, I know you're still worried about Manhwa, and Jianxi patted Gu Sheng's shoulder sincerely. But she is married now, and has her own family. You should let go. Gu Sheng's face grew even paler. He remained silent, but inside he felt full of frustration and anger. How could he let go? Manhwa was someone he liked since childhood and believed to be his wife. How could he watch her marry someone else without doing anything? And Jianxi said meaningfully, don't forget, you're married to Wan now. You still have a bright future. Don't ruin yourself over small feelings and love. Gu Sheng narrowed his eyes in surprise at Jianxi. He had really underestimated his father-in-law. His words seemed caring, but weren't they actually threatening him not to joke with his future? Yes, anyone who would report his own biological father wouldn't be a good person. And Wan hummed a little tune as she walked briskly home from work. As soon as she saw Gu Sheng sitting in the living room, she immediately smiled happily and ran over to hold his arm. Ah Sheng, you're finally back. I missed you so much these days. Did you miss me? Her sweet words carried a strong sense of longing and dependence. I'm here to pick you up, Gu Sheng said briefly and coldly, with no emotion. Then, he gently pushed her away. And Ran didn't notice the cold tone in his words, and was lost in her own little world. She happily hooked her arm around his, saying, I knew you'd come to pick me up. You don't know how much I've been looking forward to your return all day. As she spoke, she also rubbed against Gu Sheng, her soft body pressed close to him, her eyes shining brightly. Gu Sheng frowned, leaned back, and created some distance between them. Hurry up and get ready. It's time for us to go. And Ran was surprised and pouted unhappily. Why so rush? It's rare for me to be back. Can I stay a bit longer? Besides, I haven't eaten yet. Then eat quickly, Gu Sheng said as he stood up, hands in his pockets. I'll wait for you. His distant tone made Ran feel a bit uncomfortable, but she quickly adjusted her mood and put on a smile. All right, then. You go to the room first. I'll change my clothes. After saying that, she linked her arm with Gu Sheng's and dragged him toward her bedroom. Along the way, she kept mentioning casually, with a hint of grievance in her voice, by the way, Manhwa is back. As soon as she returned, she took over my old bedroom. But it's okay, I'm the older sister. A little bit of hardship is fine. When Gu Sheng heard the name in Manhwa, he paused briefly but quickly acted as if nothing was wrong. He turned to look at and ran. So? Well, and Ran pouted, looking aggrieved. I can only move back to my small old room. Gu Sheng glanced around the room and didn't see anything wrong. Instead, he coldly said, that was her room to begin with. You sneaked in and took over while she was away. Don't you feel guilty? And Ran, what you owe in Manhwa, you'll have to pay back someday. These words hit and Ran like a heavy, and her smile instantly froze. Gu Sheng. She gritted her teeth, looking incredulous. I'm your wife. Why are you taking sides with outsiders? Gu Sheng ignored her, only giving her a faint glance before turning to the window to look out at the dark night outside. And Ran's chest rose and fell with her emotions. She was sad, angry, and mostly unwilling. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and from behind, hugged Gu Sheng, pressing her face against his back. Her voice was soft.
Gu Sheng, I'm sorry.
I said the wrong thing. But we are married after all. I just care about you too much. Then she turned to face Gu Sheng, tiptoed, and leaned close to his ear, softly blowing air, and then gave his side face a gentle kiss. This time, Gu Sheng's whole body stiffened. He instinctively tilted his head away to avoid her, but Ran became more aggressive.
Sheng.
She whispered softly, one hand slipping onto his chest, the other beginning to unbutton her own shirt. We've been apart for so long. Don't you miss me at all? Gu Sheng looked down at her soft, white hand, a flicker of dislike flashing in his eyes, but he didn't push her away immediately. Stop messing around, he said in a low, impatient voice. But Ran ignored his words, pressing herself closer to him, even trying to undo his belt. Sheng, let's have a baby, she pleaded softly, almost begging. If we have a child, we can stay together forever. Suddenly, a picture popped into Gu Sheng's mind. Nu's pregnant belly, her gentle touch on her stomach, her happy, tender expression. It was so warm and lovely that he couldn't look away. This thought made him feel uneasy. He suddenly pushed her away and walked quickly to the bed, sitting down and fastening his belt. He spoke coldly, I'm not in the mood right now. Ran staggered back, finally steadying herself. She looked at him with disbelief. Gu Sheng, how long has it been since you touched me? I'm your wife. Wife. Gu Sheng sneered, his eyes like knives, sweeping her with a cold glare. Who is it that shamelessly climbed into my bed and used those cheap tricks to force me to marry you? His words cut deep into Ran's heart like a sharp knife, and her eyes immediately turned red. So, you still can't forget Nu, right? She asked through gritted teeth. But Gu Sheng, don't forget, she's married now. She has a kid. You have no chance anymore. When she mentioned child, her voice rose sharply, piercing and harsh. But her words didn't anger Gu Sheng. He just looked at her quietly, his dark eyes full of disgust and mockery. Yes, I can't forget Nu, he said slowly. Women like you are not worthy of giving me a child. This completely shattered the last bit of reason in Ran. She suddenly lost control, rushing at him, hitting his chest and crying out, Why? Why don't you like me? What's so bad about me compared to that little brat? No matter how she flailed and cried, Gu Sheng kept a cold face. Finally, he threw out a chilling remark, shut up. If you say one more bad thing about her, I won't let you go. There, Ran, I tell you, since you have gone to great lengths to marry me, then in this life, let's torment each other. After saying this, he left the room without looking back, leaving Ran sitting on the ground, crying heartbreakingly. Sheng. Sheng. Ran cried while reaching out to grab Gu Sheng, but he completely ignored her. Ran was unwilling. She couldn't accept that she had lost to Manhwa. Suddenly, Ran stood up and tightly embraced Gu Sheng. Sheng, I love you. I really love you so much. Please don't ignore me. Don't leave. Ran held Gu Sheng tightly, her lips filled with a desperate resolve, pressing firmly against him. Gu Sheng frowned, a faint look of dislike flashing in his eyes. He wanted to push her away, but Ran clung to him like an octopus. She acted like a passionate cat, rubbing against him, igniting sparks of desire. Her soft body, warm and tempting, kept teasing his nerves. She even started unbuttoning her clothes, revealing smooth, white skin that shimmered under the dim yellow light. Gu Sheng was as cold as a stone, showing no response to her advances. This made Ran feel frustrated and embarrassed. Suddenly, she pushed Gu Sheng onto the bed, straddling him and reaching to unfasten his belt. "Ah Sheng, please, let's have a baby." And Ran's voice was tearful, her eyes dreamy, as if begging or pouring out her feelings. "We'll have a child, one as beautiful as you. Ah Sheng, I truly love you. I can't be without you." Gu Sheng looked at and ran on top of him, his mind filled with the gentle, tender image of Manhwa in Huaqinian's arms. He felt a surge of irritation. He suddenly pushed and ran away, sat up abruptly, acting harshly and decisively. He quickly moved to the side of the bed, turned his back to her, and began tidying his disheveled military uniform. He pulled the belt tightly, each movement showing his frustration and restraint. He arranged his uniform meticulously, as if this could also straighten out his tangled thoughts. "Gu Sheng, we've been apart for so long. Don't you want me at all?" And Ran shouted at his back, her voice sharp and piercing, like knives stabbing into him. "I've been so proactive, yet you haven't responded at all. Are you not a man?" And Ran's voice grew softer, filled with sharp sarcasm and despair. "Can't you forget Anua? But Anua is already married and has a child. You have no chance now." Gu Sheng suddenly turned around, his eyes full of disgust as he looked at Ran. "And Ran, do you remember how you forced me to marry you back then?" Gu Sheng's voice was deep and hoarse, as if coming from deep within his throat. "I admit I was really scared when I saw Anua burned." His tone carried a hint of guilt, but mostly helplessness. "But I never thought about breaking off the engagement with Anua. That night, I was out drinking alone, so drunk I couldn't stand." Gu Sheng's voice grew quieter, as if he was reliving that painful night. "You took the opportunity to climb into my bed. I was so dizzy, I thought I was with Anua. I thought I was sleeping with Anua. I called out her name. It was Anua." And Ran's face suddenly turned pale. She covered her ears abruptly and screamed, "Stop talking. Stop." Her body trembled violently, as if she might break apart at any moment. I know you thought I was Anua." And Ran's voice was hoarse, filled with tears. "But so what?" She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes full of madness as she looked at Gu Sheng. "The person I had relations with is me. And Ran. And the person you married is also me, and Ran. The days of wealth and happiness to come are mine and Ran's." Gu Sheng looked at Ran with contempt and disgust. "And Ran, I'll say this one last time. You are not worthy to have my child." His voice was cold and ruthless, like a sharp knife stabbing into Ran's heart. "Then who will give you a child?" And Ran's voice trembled, full of unwillingness and despair. "Anua?" Gu Sheng didn't answer, but his expression already told Ran the answer. Ran felt waves of despair flooding over her, drowning her like a tide. "The Gu family has more than just you as a son, so there's no worry about passing on the family line." Gu Sheng's voice rang out again, cold and unfeeling. "Let's torment each other for the rest of our lives." After saying this, Gu Sheng turned and left Ran's bedroom without looking back. He strode into the living room, his voice icy and hard. "The army has some matters. I'm leaving first." He didn't even eat his meal and left the Gu family directly. "What's going on? Why leave so suddenly? The food will be ready soon." Lu Fang looked angrily as Gu Sheng left, then suspiciously glanced at Jianxi. And Jianxi took a puff of his cigarette, frowning thoughtfully. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Lu Fang. She heard a series of loud noises coming from Ran's room. Feeling frightened, she quickly rushed into Ran's room. She saw Ran sitting on the floor, surrounded by mess, crying uncontrollably. Lu Fang gently hugged Ran and asked repeatedly, Ran, what happened? Why did you argue with Gu Sheng?" And Ran cried, "Mom, Gu Sheng can't forget Noah. He even said he doesn't want children for the rest of his life because of her. Hearing this, Lu Feng's face turned red with anger. That scoundrel. How can he treat you like that? And Jianxi stood at the door, watching the mother and daughter cry, with a dark look in his eyes. Just be patient. His voice was deep and hoarse, with a hint of cruelty. Once we get what we want, we'll make sure Manhwa disappears from this world forever. And Ran and Lu Feng looked up at him, understanding what he meant. A cruel glint flashed in Ran's eyes. She clenched her teeth and said fiercely, "No, I can't wait anymore. I want Manhwa to be disgraced right now." Lu Feng agreed quickly, "Yes. We'll make her pay." 1 week later, a military green jeep slowly drove into the military housing area. Su Xian was already waiting at the gate. She carried a small basket filled with fresh vegetables and eggs. "Finally, you're back." Su Xian smiled brightly, took the luggage from Hichinian, and warmly greeted them. "Come inside quickly. I've made chicken soup, just waiting for you to come home and drink it." And Manhwa said, "Thanks for your hard work, Sister Su Xian." Su Xian replied, "You're too polite." Since becoming friends with Manhwa, Su Xian's personality had visibly become more cheerful. Her husband, Jiang Pingyu, also encouraged her to keep seeing Manhwa. After all, sincerity breeds sincerity. Woof woof. And Manhwa heard the familiar sound of a dog. Yin Huang and Tang Tang rushed over like two streaks of black and white lightning, circling around her. Yin Huang even nudged her calf with his nose. His adorable, pleading look melted everyone's heart. All right, I know you miss me." And Manhwa wanted to pet their heads, but her belly was too big to squat or bend down easily. She gestured for them to stand so she could freely ruffle their little heads. "These two little guys are really well behaved." Su Xian sighed nearby, saying, "Since you've been away, they've been lying at the door every day, refusing to leave." "Really?" Manhwa felt warm inside. Such caring little pets. "It's cold outside. Come inside." Huachinian gently hugged Manhwa's waist, giving a sharp look at the two dogs, still acting spoiled. Such a fierce look scared the dogs, making them shrink back. Yin Huang and Tang Tang quickly ran away, disappearing from sight. Yin Huang and Tang Tang dashed away like arrows, vanishing in the distance. Manhwa watched them go, smiling helplessly, shaking her head lightly. As soon as she stepped inside, a strong smell of chicken soup hit her nose, instantly making her hungry. Just smelling it made her drool. Manhwa took a deep breath, as if trying to breathe in all the fragrant air. "Wow, it smells so good. Sister Su Xian, your cooking is amazing." She couldn't help but praise, her eyes shining. Su Xian wore a gentle smile and came over. "Since you're about to leave the hospital, your husband bought a special old hen from his hometown and simmered it all afternoon. He said it's to help you and the baby get stronger. Drink it while it's hot and warm up." While talking, Su Xian served the soup. Manhwa didn't hesitate. She took the hot chicken soup, stirred it gently with a spoon, blew on the steam, and sipped it slowly. The tasty chicken broth flowed down her throat like a warm current, spreading through her body and driving away fatigue and coldness. "Home is the best," Manhwa said comfortably, squinting her eyes, feeling totally relaxed. "Of course. A golden nest is no match for your own doghouse." Su Xian joked, then looked at Huachinian. "Hua, you should drink some chicken soup too." "Thanks, sister-in-law." Huachinian, busy tidying up, turned and said, "You and my wife can share a bowl." Su Xian waved her hand, refusing. "I wouldn't dare drink such precious soup." Manhwa quickly filled a bowl and put it in front of Su Xian, pretending casually, "Sister Su Xian, since I've been away, has anything interesting happened at home? Anything fun?" Seeing Su Xian not moving her spoon, she continued, "Come on, drink while we chat." Enjoying the delicious soup, Manhwa asked casually with a hint of curiosity. Huachinian continued working, but after hearing Manhwa's words, a slight smile appeared on his face. His wife was really a little cutie. Su Xian's expression froze slightly. She knew Manhwa was afraid she wouldn't drink, so she said that on purpose. But thinking about those dirty things, She hesitated and wanted to speak but held back. She hesitated for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head and picked up her spoon to drink soup, hiding her feelings.
Anu genlichen setsu sinsha unshun bevavio.
She put down her spoon and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Sister Su Xian. Is there something you can't tell me? Is there anything I should know? Anua asked with a tone of curiosity. Su Xian let out a sigh. She put down her spoon and looked up, seeming to have made a decision. Well, it's not a big deal. Recently, some rumors have been going around in the family compound about you and Captain Hor. She lowered her voice, sounding a bit helpless. Anua's heart skipped a beat, a bad feeling rising. Before she could ask, Huachinian put on his military coat and walked over to Anua. Sweetheart, I'm going to the base to return the car. You and sister-in-law chat. I'll be back in the evening. Okay, go ahead, Anua nodded with a smile. After Huachinian left, Anua continued the unfinished conversation with Su Xian. Rumors about me and Anyen? What are they saying? Anua asked with a hint of annoyance and curiosity. Su Xian's voice dropped even lower, almost like a whisper. Everyone's saying that you used some underhanded tricks to marry Captain Hua. She carefully watched Anua's reaction. Anua was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. Tricks? What tricks? Tell me, what kind of tricks could I possibly have? Anua, have some magical powers? Could I force Huachinian to marry me? Her voice was full of doubt and anger. Su Xian continued, her tone tinged with indignation. They also say that Captain Hua and Su Xiang were a couple, childhood sweethearts in love. But you stole him away and broke them apart. What's more, some say Su Xiang was lovesick and couldn't get over it. She was bullied by you so badly that she went crazy and lost her mind, doing all those wild things. Su Xian spoke more and more angrily, raising her voice unintentionally. Anua listened and almost burst out laughing from anger. These people should really write novels instead of gossiping. Their imagination is so wild, they should be screenwriters instead of gossipers. She sneered and said, You really know how to make up stories. If you don't become a storyteller, you're wasting talent. Her tone was full of sarcasm. What is this all about? Anua felt helpless and wanted to complain. She knew who was behind all this. Besides the Yin family and Su Xiang himself, who else could it be? They truly are relentless, trying every way to smear her reputation. But she was the one in love with Huachinian, truly and deeply. Why do these people now say she's the third person breaking up a couple? Their ability to turn black into white is really impressive. The more Anua thought about it, the angrier she became. She decided that when Huachinian returned in the evening, she would have a serious talk with him. However, before she could confront him, an unexpected message interrupted her plans. Huachinian was going on a mission. Anua's heart sank suddenly, and a strong feeling of unease filled her. When will he leave? Is this mission dangerous? How long will he be gone? She asked anxiously, her voice trembling a little. Huachinian came over and gently hugged her, softly comforting her. We leave early tomorrow. Don't worry, this mission isn't dangerous, but it might take some time. I'll come back as soon as I can. He answered vaguely, not wanting her to worry too much. Anua knew that military missions had to be kept secret. She couldn't ask more, nor should she. But her heart couldn't help feeling worried and scared.
Then.
You must be careful. I and the baby are waiting for you at home. Anua's voice choked with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. To avoid distracting Huachinian, she forced herself to hide her unease and worry, trying to smile. She didn't tell him about the rumors in the family compound. She didn't want him to worry about those things while on his mission. The next morning, just before dawn, Huachinian was ready to leave. He wore a neat military uniform, tall and full of heroic spirit. Before leaving, he tightly hugged Anua and repeatedly warned her softly in her ear, Darling, you must take good care of yourself at home. Stay inside as much as possible to avoid trouble from those who don't think straight. Also, I've talked to Captain Jiang and your sister-in-law. If anything happens, you can find them. I've told Yin Huang to protect you well. He kept giving her instructions, worried she might suffer while he was away. The Silver King seemed to sense the atmosphere of farewell. It obediently lay at Anua's feet, gently rubbing against her leg, softly whimpering.
Ugh, ugh.
It lifted its head, looking at Huachinian with wet eyes, as if saying, Dad, you go ahead without worry. I will protect Mom. Anua stood at the door, watching Huachinian's figure gradually fade away until he was completely out of sight. Her heart was full of worry and sadness, and tears finally burst out uncontrollably. She knew that, as a military spouse, such goodbyes and waiting were things she had to face. A soldier's duty is to protect the country, and she couldn't be a burden to him. Anua took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, telling herself to stay strong. For Huachinian, and for their soon-to-be-born child, she had to be brave. She turned around and slowly walked back into the room. Suddenly, the baby in her belly moved, as if responding to her feelings. Anua gently stroked her rounded belly, a soft smile appearing on her face. Baby, you must also be good. Let's wait together for Dad to come back. After Huachinian left, the family compound suddenly felt emptier. Days became like a pendulum, repeating day after day. Besides doing simple housework, Anua mostly talked to the baby inside her belly. Sometimes, she would also read books, preparing diligently for the upcoming college entrance exams. The only bright spot during this time was Su Xian. That woman, who often looked cold and distant and didn't talk much, came every day to keep Anua company and chat to pass the time. Sometimes, she would bring fresh vegetables and eggs, saying that Huachinian had specifically asked her to do so before leaving. Your husband, Captain Hua, is really a thoughtful man, Su Xian said with a smile as she took things out of the basket. He came to my house before he left, giving me a lot of instructions, worried that you might be upset. Anua listened and only smiled faintly. That's just how he is, always wanting to plan everything carefully. She knew deep down that these arrangements showed how much Huachinian cared for her. As for the gossip about her stealing love, Anua paid no mind. Clear people stay pure, and those with bad intentions remain muddy. There was no point in explaining. It was better to save effort. She believed that once Huachinian returned, all those rumors would disappear naturally. Days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. That morning, Anua was sitting in the yard enjoying the sunshine. Silver King, the lazy dog, was napping lazily at her feet. Tangdang was running around the yard, biting a stick and having fun by itself. Suddenly, loud knocking on the door broke the peaceful scene. Bang, 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 Anua frowned, thinking, who could it be? So rude. She put down her acupuncture bag and slowly got up to open the door. When she opened it, Gu Sheng's worried face appeared in front of her. Gu Sheng was dressed in a military uniform, with sweat on his forehead, clearly having run all the way here. Seeing Gu Sheng, Anua rolled her eyes in annoyance and was about to close the door. Gu Sheng pushed against the closing door, looking at Anua with hurt eyes. Does she dislike him so much? Gu Sheng? Anua was even more annoyed. What do you want? Gu Sheng didn't answer directly. His voice was low and serious. Nan, pack your things quickly. I'm taking you to the hospital. Hospital? Anua's heart skipped a beat, a bad feeling rising. What happened? Did and Yen get into trouble? Gu Sheng pursed his lips, but didn't speak. His expression already said everything. Anua felt dizzy, her vision blurred, almost fainting. She forced herself to hold back her sadness and fear, clenched her teeth, and tried to stay awake. Nan, don't be nervous. Gu Sheng quickly reached out and held her. Captain Hua is still waiting for you. You have to hold on. Anua took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. She knew this wasn't the time to panic. She had to be strong because Huachinian still needed her. Wait for me a moment. Anua turned and ran into the house. She rummaged through the cabinet to find her acupuncture kit, then carefully took a precious ginseng from a wooden box and placed it gently into her military bag. At this moment, Su Xian also arrived. Seeing Anua's pale face, she didn't say a word and hurried forward to support her. I'll go with you. With Su Xian's help, Anua sat in Gusheng's car. Once they were seated, Gusheng stepped on the accelerator and the car sped toward the hospital like an arrow. During the ride, her heart was pounding fast, and her mind kept replaying moments with Ho Chinian. An Yen, you must hold on. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Anua silently prayed. Meanwhile, in a spacious and bright mansion in the military district of Jing City, An Jian was sitting comfortably on the sofa, happily smoking a cigarette. On the coffee table in front of him, there was a telegram with coded messages indicating the mission was complete and Wacha's life was hanging by a thread. And Construction took a deep drag on his cigarette and laughed loudly. It's really heaven helping us. I didn't expect even the sky to help us deal with Qingyan and that little troublemaker. Lu Fong carried a tea tray over, placed hot tea on the table, and also started to laugh. That's right. We haven't even started, and they already messed up themselves. Next to them, and Ran couldn't help but interrupt. Mom, do you think Qingyan is going to die? If he dies, won't Anua be completely without support? Lu Fong patted her daughter's hand and comforted her. Don't worry. Even if he doesn't die, he'll definitely be disabled. Then we can slowly deal with that troublemaker. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Su Xiang also received the news that Qingyan was seriously injured and unlikely to survive. Dong Zichuan was by her side, cautiously asking, Xiang, do you want to go see Qingyan? Su Xiang sat in a wheelchair, expressionless, staring out the window. When she heard Dong Zichuan's question, she slowly turned her head. People are going to die anyway, what's there to see? Her voice was cold and emotionless, as if she was talking about something unrelated to herself. Dong Zichuan looked at Su Xiang's indifference and felt a chill in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, lips trembling, but ultimately sighed and said nothing more. In the hospital's intensive care unit, it was so quiet that it made people feel uneasy. When Anua pushed open the door, her heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed. There were only 3 beds in the ward, with 3 people lying on them, Huo Qinen, Chao Yunfei, and a young soldier whose face was too blurry to see clearly. They were wrapped tightly in bandages all over their bodies, looking like mummies, with only their closed eyes and nostrils exposed. The air was filled with a strong smell of medicinal liquids, making it hard to breathe. Su Guohua stood by Huo Qinen's bed, and when he saw Anua come in, his face showed regret. Little girl, you're here, Su Guohua sighed, his voice hoarse.
Qingyan.
He's hurt too badly.
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid there's no hope left. You should stay and be with him during his last moments. Anua ignored Su Guohua's words and went straight to Qingyan's bedside. Looking at the person wrapped tightly in bandages, her heart ached so much she could hardly breathe. Huo Qingyan was burned all over his body, just like the original owner back then, completely covered in bandages, looking like a mummy.
Annie.
I'm here. Anua choked as she called out, her voice full of pain and despair. She fought back tears, gently touching Huo Qingyan's exposed fingers, then removed the gauze from his wrist. Su Guohua saw Anua's movements and frowned slightly, unsure of what she was trying to do, but he didn't step forward to stop her. After removing the gauze, Anua closed her eyes to steady her mind, sat in a chair, and placed her fingers on Huo Qingyan's pulse. After a moment, Anua opened her eyes, turned to Su Guohua, and spoke with a firm and strong voice. Uncle Su, Anyan can still be saved. But I need your cooperation. Su Guohua was surprised and a little doubtful. How is that possible? The doctor said. Anua interrupted him. When I say he can still be saved, I mean it. Please believe me and give him, and me, a chance. Seeing Anua's determined eyes, Su Guohua hesitated, thinking she might be overwhelmed by grief and talking nonsense. But Anua didn't care what Su Guohua thought. Even if he didn't help, she wouldn't give up on Huo Qingyan. She turned back to Huo Qingyan, her eyes shining with resolve. Gently, she held his hand and whispered in his ear, Anyan, I am here. I won't let anything happen to you. You promised to stay with me forever, so you can't break your promise. Anhwa tightly held Huachinian's hand, her fingertips cold. Her heart was pounding hard, as if it might jump out of her throat.
Panayu.
Stay calm. Su Xian's voice was choked with tears and a thick nasal tone, as if coming from deep in her throat. Think of the baby in your belly. Su Xian's eyes were red and swollen, like ripe peaches, her voice trembling badly, almost unable to speak a complete sentence. Anhua's eyelashes trembled slightly. Slowly, she loosened her grip on Huachinian's hand and placed her fingers on his pulse again. Huachinian's pulse was very weak, irregular, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Anhua's heart clenched tightly. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to stay calm. Then she checked the pulses of Chow Yunfei and the little soldier in turn. Their pulses were also weak, but slightly stronger than Huachinian's. The situation was urgent, but not yet at the worst. Huachinian's condition was indeed the most serious. He had been injured too badly, almost at the brink of death. But Anhua was not afraid. She possesses a family's secret medical skill, with a chance to bring someone back from the brink of death. She is determined to save Huachinian from death's door. Anhua's eyes grew even more firm. Huachinian can still be saved. Anhua's voice was quiet but very firm, carrying undeniable strength. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and the attending doctor entered. He had just been outside and overheard Anhua saying that Huachinian could still be saved. He thought Anhua was overwhelmed with grief and was losing her mind. After all, he knew very well how serious Huachinian's injuries were. "Comrade, I know you're very upset." The doctor tried to sound gentle, but the situation with Commander Hua is very serious.
We
have done our best. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and regret. That's because your medical skills are not good enough, Anhua interrupted coldly, with no emotion in her tone. Just because you're not capable doesn't mean others aren't. The doctor's face instantly turned pale. How could this girl speak like that? It was so disrespectful. He was the chief doctor of this hospital, skilled and experienced. How could her words make it seem like his medical skills were lacking? The chief doctor nearly choked on his words, stunned by her sudden remark. His face turned dark blue, then red, like a spilled paint palette. He had been practicing medicine for so many years and had never been questioned about his skills so openly. He was so angry his face turned pale. "Comrade, do you even know what you're saying? Medicine is no game. You are disrespecting life." The doctor suppressed his anger. If she weren't pregnant, he would have scolded her already. Su Guohua also couldn't help but speak up. "Nan, I know you care about Chinian, but the doctor's words aren't without reason. We have to accept reality." "Accept reality? What a joke." "I said they can still be saved," Anhua interrupted again, more firmly. "Give me a chance, and I can save them." Her voice was clear and unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. Hearing this, Su Guohua furrowed his brows and sighed silently. He thought Anhua was being unreasonable. At this point, she was still causing trouble. Gu Sheng also felt Anhua was a bit out of control. He stepped forward to try to calm her down. "Nan you. Comrade Gu, we're not close enough for you to call me by my nickname." Anhua looked cold and cut off Gu Sheng's words without mercy. Gu Sheng looked at her with complicated eyes and couldn't speak. She was now full of prickles, ready to hurt anyone who came near. "It's better for him to stay quiet. Don't you believe I can cure Anian?" Anhua looked at the doubtful faces around her, feeling annoyed. She knew that in this situation, saying anything wouldn't help. She had to show proof to make these people believe her. Only then could they agree to let her save Huachinian. Anhua took a deep breath and slowly said, "You all know I was burned before, all over my body. My skin was badly damaged." Her voice was soft and slow, with a slight trembling that was hard to notice. Su Guohua and Gu Sheng exchanged glances and then nodded at the chief doctor, confirming Anhua's words. They knew she had been badly burned and injured severely. Anhua continued, "But now." She took another deep breath and slowly took off her face mask. When Anuo's face was fully revealed to everyone, the room suddenly went quiet. Only the faint sounds of breathing could be heard. What kind of face was that? Skin like smooth jade, white and flawless, without a single flaw. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes shining like stars, full of life. A high nose, lips like red clouds, slightly curved with a faint smile. This was no longer the burned girl everyone remembered. She looked like a fairy from a painting. So beautiful it took your breath away, so stunning you couldn't look directly at her. Su Xian's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O, completely stunned. She had known Anuo for a long time, but this was the first time she saw her real face. Since knowing Anuo, she had only seen her with dark ointment on her face, or wearing a mask. She never imagined Anuo could be so beautiful. As a woman, she couldn't help but feel moved by Anuo's beauty. Oh my God, what kind of divine face is this? Gu Sheng felt his heart being tightly clenched by an invisible hand. He felt like he was suffocating. Looking at Anuo's perfect face, overwhelming regret flooded him like a bursting dam, instantly drowning him. He had broken off his engagement because Anuo was disfigured. Now that she was beautiful again, his regret was almost tearing him apart. He wished he could slap himself hard. If he had not broken off the engagement back then, things might be different now. Su Guohua looked shocked and regretful. His only thought was, no matter how much his daughter caused trouble, she would never have a chance now. Anuo's beauty was truly breathtaking. His daughter Xiangxiang couldn't compare at all. The difference was just too big. Suddenly, he remembered his earlier conversation with Huachinian. Haha, it's no wonder this young man has such a beautiful wife. Anyone would be lucky to have her.
No wonder, no wonder.
Anua calmly watched everyone's surprised expressions, but inside, she felt nothing. She had already expected this outcome. Now, do you believe I can cure them? Anua's voice was soft but carried a firm, undeniable strength. The chief doctor hesitated, unable to speak a word. He had been practicing medicine for many years, but had never seen such a miraculous recovery case. This was truly a miracle in medical history. How did this young girl manage to do it? Su Guohua snapped out of his thoughts, looked at the chief doctor, and nodded firmly. Let her try, he said. The chief doctor frowned deeply. He looked at the medical records in his hand, and then at the 3 people on the hospital bed. He nodded reluctantly, agreeing to let Anua try, but he couldn't shake the worry in his heart. After all, Captain Hua and the other's condition. Sigh, it was more like a near-death situation than anything else. However, I must clarify beforehand, the chief doctor's voice was low and serious, each word like it was squeezed from his teeth. This is a very serious matter. It's not something I can decide alone. The hospital must agree first, and you can only try your treatment under our supervision. Captain Hua's condition is too dangerous. We cannot take any risks. Anua shot him a cold look, her eyes devoid of warmth. She didn't reply, but simply nodded lightly, indicating her agreement. I will go with you to see the director, Su Guohua said as he straightened his uniform and adjusted his military cap, his gaze firm as he looked at the chief doctor. Now, it was a gamble, trust Anua and hope for a miracle. What if she really could do it? This news spread quickly through the hospital, like wings growing on it. A young pregnant woman boldly claimed she could save a severely injured patient sentenced to death. This news was more shocking than an 8-magnitude earthquake. In less than half an hour, doctors from various departments in the hospital, like cats smelling fish, gathered outside the ward in a swarm. Burn unit doctors, Chinese medicine doctors, surgeons, and even some internal medicine doctors who rarely appeared were all there. They all stretched their necks, widened their eyes, curious and doubtful, eager to see how much real skill this young girl, who spoke so confidently, actually had. Isn't this nonsense? Said a middle-aged male doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with shiny hair, frowning and muttering softly. Medicine relies on scientific evidence. She's just a young girl. What does she know? Exactly, a younger doctor quickly agreed. I really don't believe she can bring someone close to death back to life. That's just bragging. At the ward entrance, people crowded together, talking loudly. Some came just to watch the show. Others wanted to see her make a fool of herself, hoping to add some excitement to the dull hospital life. As for Manhwa, she didn't care about their looks or words. Her eyes were only on Huachinian, lying on the bed, breathing so faintly it was almost impossible to feel. She had no time or mood to listen to their doubts or mockery. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly turned to the director and spoke firmly, though not loudly, "I need a burn specialist and a chief of Chinese medicine to stay and help me. Everyone else, leave immediately. There are so many people here, and they might carry bacteria. What if they infect the three of us?" The director was taken aback, clearly not expecting Manhwa to be so direct. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. He turned to the crowd and said, "Director Wang, you stay and assist Comrade Manhwa. Director Yao, Chinese medicine is up to you. Everyone else go back to your posts. Why are you all just standing around? Aren't you supposed to be working?" The two directors exchanged glances and silently entered the ward. The other doctors, although unhappy about missing the show, had no choice but to disperse reluctantly. They knew Manhwa was right. The three patients on the bed were burn victims, and at this moment, the biggest danger was bacterial infection. Once infected, even the greatest doctors wouldn't be able to save them. After everyone left, Manhwa took out paper and pen from her silver needle case. She quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Director Yao. This formula is mainly for repairing the skin and improving blood circulation. Please prepare the medicine with the ingredients listed as soon as possible. Director Yao took the prescription, looked at it carefully, and his eyes lit up. Excellent, very clever. Although the ingredients on the prescription are common, their combination is very thoughtful and clearly not chosen randomly. He couldn't help asking Comrade Manhwa this prescription. "It's a family secret," Manhwa replied coldly, without any emotion. "Just follow the instructions and prepare the medicine." Director Yao nodded and didn't ask further. He knew that some family secrets, especially special formulas, can be more amazing than modern medicines. He carefully held the prescription like a treasure, then turned to leave the ward, studying the prescription as he walked. After arranging everything, Manhwa turned to Su Xian, who was standing nearby. "Sister Su Xian, please go buy some food. I need to eat well before I can do the acupuncture." Su Xian nodded repeatedly and replied, "Okay, wait for me. I'll be back soon." Then she hurried out, worried about delaying Manhwa's treatment. "Director Wang," Manhwa spoke calmly but firmly, "please arrange the operating room. Before I do the acupuncture, I need to clean the wounds of the three of them." Director Wang nodded.
Got it.
"I'll handle that." He then started instructing the head nurse about the wound cleaning. Soon, Director Yao returned with the prepared herbs. He carefully placed the herb package on the table and said, "Comrade Manhwa, everything is packed as you instructed. Please check it." Manhwa quickly glanced over the herbs, confirmed everything was correct, and asked, "Is there a place in the hospital to boil medicine? This ointment needs to be prepared fresh for it to work." Hearing this, the hospital director immediately approved. "There's a spare stove in the nurse station that can be used temporarily. I'll have someone set it up. You can use it without worry." Manhwa went to the nurse station, personally sorting and weighing the herbs, then began preparing the rejuvenating ointment. Throughout the process, she worked skillfully and carefully, clearly experienced. She noticed Director Yao standing nearby, watching intently and calmly said, "Director Yao, this recipe is our family's secret tradition. Without the approval of our elders, it cannot be shared freely. I hope you understand." Hearing this, Director Yao was a bit disappointed but understood. He quickly waved his hand and said, I understand. Of course I understand. I just want to learn by watching, and I will never reveal your secret." Manhwa nodded and said nothing more, focusing on brewing the medicine. Fortunately, Director Yao is a reasonable person. Brewing medicine requires patience. During this time, Manhwa forced herself to stay calm and not show any signs of panic. Her Ainyan was still lingering near death's door, so she had to seize every moment. Su Xian quickly brought back the food. She handed the lunchbox to Manhwa and said, "Manhwa, I'll watch the stove. You should eat while it's hot. Anua nodded, took the lunchbox, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, she warned Su Xian. Make sure you keep a close eye on the pot on the stove. If the heat isn't controlled properly, this batch of medicine will be ruined. Su Xian nodded firmly and promised, Don't worry, Anua. I'll stay right here and make sure everything is done properly. Anua then sat down, opened the lunchbox, and started eating. But the food tasted bland, like chewing wax. Every bite was hard to swallow, like swallowing stones. She knew she had to eat to keep her strength, or she wouldn't last until the end. She mechanically chewed and swallowed, her eyes fixed on the pot on the stove. The broth inside was turning dark brown, emitting a rich, strange aroma. It was a mix of herbal and earthy scents, filling the nurse station with an ancient, mysterious atmosphere. Almost ready, Anua whispered to herself. She picked up a small spoon, carefully scooped some thickened ointment, and applied it to the back of her hand. When she confirmed the concentration was right, she nodded with satisfaction. It's ready. She wiped the ointment off her hand and looked at Director Yao, saying, We can start now. Anua followed Director Wang and Director Yao into the operating room. Time was tight. She had to race against time, with no room for delay. Inside the operating room, the atmosphere was heavy, as if it could squeeze water out. Various instruments beep and buzz, their flashing lights illuminating everyone's faces with a tense and serious look. Huachinian lies quietly on the operating table. His breathing is so faint that it's almost impossible to feel, like a dying candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. He looks like a worn-out rag doll, lifeless and dull. Anua's heart feels like it's been squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, hurting so much she almost can't breathe. She quickly changes into her surgical gown and walks briskly to the side of the table. She moves slowly, her hand gentle as if afraid of breaking something precious, and touches his messy hair. Tears gather in her eyes, but she forces herself to hold them back, a small smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. You silly person, she whispers softly, as if talking to herself or teasing him. Why do you keep getting hurt? She pauses, her tone a little annoyed. Do you really like being pricked by me? Feeling uncomfortable if I don't poke you all day? Anua fights back tears, but they still threaten to fall. She continues, Don't worry, this time I will definitely heal you. If I can cure your silly illness, I can also take you back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. She presses her forehead gently against his, closes her eyes, and takes a deep breath. You love me so much. How could you bear to leave me, right? She mutters softly, voice trembling with emotion. So don't be lazy. Stay strong and hold on. At this, she smiles to herself, a smile filled with pain, hope, and a bit of self-mockery. She needs strength for herself and for Huachinian. She needs these words to support herself, to prevent herself from breaking down. We still have to wait together for the baby to be born. Watch them grow up. You said you'd buy me lots of pretty clothes, remember? And take me to many places to play. Have you forgotten all that? You can't just break your promises. Anua talks a lot, as if trying to say everything she's been holding inside her whole life. But Huachinian remains quietly lying there, with no reaction at all. It's like he's asleep, or maybe. The doctors and nurses around are already crying. They are moved by Anua's deep love and also feel sad for Huachinian's fate. They silently continue their work, trying not to make any noise, afraid to disturb this pair of suffering lovers.
Phew.
Anua takes a deep breath, trying to calm her turbulent emotions. She knew that now was not the time to be sad. She had to gather her strength to save Huachinian. She began preparing for the acupuncture. This time, she would use the legendary 81 deadly needles passed down in her family. This needle technique is a secret skill of her family, said to have the power to bring the dead back to life. Even those who have gone to the underworld could be forcibly pulled back. Of course, this claim is a bit exaggerated, but it shows how miraculous this needle method is. However, this technique is extremely complex and very dangerous. It requires the practitioner to have strong mental strength and a thorough knowledge of the body's meridians and acupoints. A small mistake could lead to irreversible consequences, paralysis at best, death at worst. But Manhwa had no hesitation. She had to take a risk. For Huachinian and for their unborn child. She could not let anything happen to Huachinian, absolutely not. Holding a silver needle, her eyes were as firm as iron. She took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and pushed all distracting thoughts away. At this moment, her eyes only saw Huachinian and the silver needles gleaming with cold light. First needle. Precisely, she inserted it into the Baihui point on Huachinian's head. Second needle. Next, she targeted the Shanzhong point. Third needle. Each needle was perfectly accurate, not a hair out of place. Every needle carried her deep love and hope. Director Yao stood nearby, his eyes wide like bells, staring intently at Manhwa's hand without blinking. He had never seen such exquisite acupuncture, truly a masterful skill. Manhwa's movements flowed smoothly, seamlessly, without a pause. It was as if this technique had become part of her blood, integrated into her body. He secretly marveled. This young girl is truly a genius. At such a young age, she possesses such advanced medical skills. Unbelievable. It seemed he had underestimated her. Time passed second by second. The operating room was so quiet that only the ticking of the machines and breathing could be heard. Manhwa had completed more than half of the acupuncture, but she was 6 months pregnant. Her energy was greatly drained, sweat beads had appeared on her forehead, and her face was pale. Her body started to tremble slightly, and her movements slowed. Seeing this, the young nurse hurried forward, gently supporting Manhwa's back, wanting to give her some help. "Comrade Manhwa, are you okay?" The nurse asked worriedly. "Maybe you should rest for a bit?" Manhwa shook her head, clenched her teeth, and forced herself to speak. "I'm fine. I can hold on. I'll continue." She couldn't stop, not even for a moment. Huachinian's life was still in her hands, and she couldn't afford to make any mistakes. She had to keep going until the very end. Director Yao also saw how hard Manhwa was working. He knew she was pushing herself. Although he understood acupuncture, he wasn't familiar with this specific technique and didn't dare to help directly, but he could assist in some way. So, he stepped forward and said to Manhwa, "Comrade Manhwa, let me help you. Just tell me what to do." With Director Yao's help, Manhwa's speed improved a lot. She only needed to focus on inserting the needles, while Yao took care of the rest. This way, she could save energy and concentrate better on the acupuncture. Finally, with their teamwork, the last needle was placed. Manhwa was completely exhausted, as if all her strength had been drained. She leaned weakly on the nurse, gasping for air. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, sticking to her body and feeling very uncomfortable. But she ignored all that, her eyes fixed tightly on the heart monitor. Beat, beat, beat. The steady heartbeat sounded, strong and powerful. Manhwa's worried heart finally relaxed. She had succeeded. She really pulled Huachinian back from the brink of death. The operating room was silent. Everyone held their breath, unable to believe what they saw. Less than an hour and a half ago, Huachinian's life had been declared hopeless. His heartbeat was so weak it was almost undetectable. And now, his heart was beating strongly and steadily. It was a miracle of life. The vital signs are back to normal. The nurse's voice broke the silence, filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Suddenly, everyone in the operating room cheered. Doctors and nurses clapped and praised Manhwa. They finally understood that she wasn't just bragging. She truly had skill. She could really create miracles. Manhwa looked at Huachinian's rising and falling chest, a tired smile on her lips. She had won. She had taken her lover back from the hands of death. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Manhwa let out a deep breath, feeling the air in her lungs being drained, making her chest ache. She tried to smile, but she was too exhausted, only able to show a grimace worse than crying. "Director Yao, I have a small favor to ask," Manhwa said weakly. "Please don't be polite. Director Yao nodded politely, showing great enthusiasm. Manhwa said, Director Yao, please go and bring the prepared ointment into the operating room.
Got it.
Director Yao agreed, quickly slipping away. As soon as Director Yao stepped out of the operating room, his hurried steps made the doctors and nurses present exchange surprised looks. This usually proud Director Yao, who always seemed to look down from above, now looked like a little runner, completely losing his usual airs. Is this really happening? A young nurse whispered softly. Yes. I can't believe it unless I see it myself, an older nurse whispered in agreement. But soon, they shifted their attention back to the operating table. Because at this moment, Manhwa was working with incredible focus, directing the wound cleaning. Her eyes were sharp as knives, and every command was clear and decisive, without hesitation. The nurses quickly handled the wound, carefully removing all the dead tissue. Time passed second by second, but the tense atmosphere remained unchanged. Until the door was pushed open, and Director Yao, panting, came in carrying the ointment, slightly easing the heavy mood. Comrade Manhwa, here is the ointment you asked for, Yao said, handing it over with a sense of urgency. Thank you. Manhwa nodded and took the ointment, then turned to the nurses. The wound cleaning is complete. Start applying the rejuvenation cream. Apply the cream evenly, making sure not to miss any spots, she said calmly but with firm authority, especially around the wound. Check carefully. The nurses, hearing this, became even more careful. Although they were still a bit unaccustomed to being commanded by this young girl, after the previous procedures, they had developed deep respect for her. Yao stood nearby, watching the scene, feeling a mix of emotions. Manhwa really wanted to apply the rejuvenation cream herself, but at this moment, she was too exhausted to do so. The process of giving 81 life-threatening injections had drained her energy, and she had no strength left to move her fingers, so she had to let the nurses do it. Following Manhwa's instructions, the nurses finished applying the rejuvenation cream to Huachinian. Throughout the process, no one dared to slack off. Take him out, Manhwa said weakly. Let him rest well. When Huachinian's hospital bed was pushed out of the operating room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As the two were gradually moved into the operating room, their condition was not as critical as Huachinian's, but their injuries were still serious. Manhwa struggled to sit up and picked up the silver needle again. Although her fingers were trembling slightly, she still carefully inserted each needle into the acupuncture points. Her focus and dedication moved everyone present. Director Yao wanted to advise her to rest, but he hesitated and held back his words. He knew that it was no use to say anything now. This girl was very stubborn. After finishing the acupuncture for the two, Manhwa instructed the nurses to clean their wounds and apply a rejuvenating ointment. The nurses quickly and carefully began their work, moving faster than before. Comrade, are you really okay? Director Yao asked with concern, his eyes full of worry. Manhwa opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed onto the ground. When Manhwa woke up again, she found herself lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by white walls and bright lights. She tried to open her eyes and realized that, to make it easier to care for her and the 3 soldiers, the hospital had added an extra bed in the ward. You're awake. Su Xian's caring voice came from beside her. You scared me. You have no idea how pale you looked when you fainted. Manhwa struggled to sit up, but found her whole body weak and sore. She could only lean on Su Xian to sit up slightly. How are Nian and the others?
So since I help her.
You're like this and still worry about others. But don't worry, the doctor said they are out of danger now. Hearing this, Manhwa finally relaxed half of her tense heart. But she still couldn't fully relax. With Su Xian's help, she got out of bed to check Huachinian, Chow Yunfei, and Xiaozhang's pulses to confirm their condition. Every step she took felt like walking on cotton, floating in the air. Despite that, she persisted until she confirmed that their vital signs were completely normal. Then she finally showed a genuine smile. That's great. Su Xian watched this scene and couldn't help but feel emotional. Manhwa, you're really amazing. Your medical skills are so good, and you're also so pretty. Don't praise me, and Nual waved her hand shyly. I just did what I was supposed to do. However, in Su Exion's eyes, her humility made her even more admirable. She silently made up her mind to cherish this friend in the future, because having such a friend by her side was one of life's greatest blessings. Just as the two were chatting, the hospital room door suddenly opened. Director Yao carried a thermos and walked in. Oh, our little hero is awake. Director Yao? Anua was a bit surprised by his appearance. Why are you here? What else? Of course, I brought some nourishing food. Director Yao said with a friendly smile. This is chicken soup my wife specially cooked for you. Since you're pregnant now, you can't neglect yourself. As he spoke, he placed the thermos on the table, then took out a steaming bowl of chicken soup and handed it to Su Exion. Here, comrade Su Exion, feed our little hero. Su Exion took the bowl, smiling with a mix of tears and laughter. Director Yao, you're being so polite. The troops send meals every day, so we're not starving. Sending meals is fine, but we can't have a special dish every day. Director Yao waved his hand and looked seriously at Anua. Besides, I respect talented people, and I can see that you and your husband share a deep bond. Comrade and Commander Hoa is still lying over there. Don't you want him to wake up first, and then you can fall asleep? His words made Anua feel both touched and helpless. She could only obediently take the chicken soup and take a sip. Thank you. Director Yao nodded with satisfaction and then turned to leave the room. He knew that although this girl seemed stubborn on the surface, she was actually grateful inside. He believed that with a little more time, she would surely create more miracles. The room returned to silence, and outside the window, the sunshine was just right. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Anua gently stirred the milky white soup with a small spoon. The tempting aroma wafted up. But she had little appetite and sipped slowly, one small mouthful at a time. Su Exion sat beside her bed, holding a clean towel, occasionally helping her wipe the soup stains from her lips, caring for her like a child. Anua's lips curled into a faint smile. Sister Su Exion, you've been staying at the hospital all the time. Your husband Jiang Long is alone at home. Doesn't he feel lonely? He be jealous? Anua deliberately emphasized the word jealous heavily, with a teasing tone. Su Exion's face turned red suddenly, like a ripe apple, looking even more charming. He's not that stingy. Su Exion's voice was soft and quiet, and she lowered her head, afraid to meet Anua's eyes. Now he comes to see me every night after work, just to catch a glimpse of me. Before dawn the next day, he rushes back to the army. He says that as long as he can see me, even for a little while, his heart feels happy, and he's willing to endure any hardship. As Su Exion spoke, her lips curved into a gentle smile, and her eyes shone with tenderness. If it had been before, she would have thought this was a burden and felt annoyed. But now, she felt it was a kind of happiness, and her heart was sweet. Seeing Su Exion like this, Anua couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and tease. Wow, I didn't expect that Commander Jiang cares for you so deeply. He treats you like a precious treasure, following you everywhere, afraid you'll run away. Su Exion felt even more shy after hearing this. She lowered her head and smiled softly, her eyes becoming even gentler. Actually, I used to think he was like a block of wood, silent and not romantic at all. But this time, seeing you and Captain was so close and thinking about his feelings for me, I suddenly realized. I think I might have started to like him. Su Exion's voice was soft, but carried a firm resolve. Anua listened and felt a wave of emotion in her heart. She put down her bowl, reached out, and gently held Su Exion's hand, speaking sincerely. Su Exion, if you like him, cherish him well. Live a good life together. Good men are rare in this world, so don't let go easily once you find one. Don't wait until you lose him and regret it. By then, it might be too late. Commander Jiang is a good man. You must hold on tightly. Su Exion nodded hard, her eyes slightly red. Yes, I know. I will cherish him. They fell into a brief silence. The next morning, Anua sat by the bed, gently holding Huichinyan's large, warm hand, pressing it against her cheek to feel the warmth of his palm, her eyes slightly teary. Anyan, you lazybones, wake up already. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if afraid to wake the sleeping person. Anyan, there's only a week left before the new year. This is our first new year after getting married. I don't care, I'll let you sleep a few more days. But you must wake up before the new year and celebrate with me. If you dare not to wake up, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Anua said this with a hint of stubbornness in her tone. But on the hospital bed, Huichinyan still kept his eyes closed, showing no response. Anua looked at him and couldn't help but sigh again. She reached out with her other hand and gently placed it on Huichinyan's wrist to feel his pulse. This time, his pulse was stronger and more vigorous than ever before. His heartbeat was steady, like the rhythm of life, pounding in Anua's heart. Just then, the chief doctor pushed the door open and entered. He saw Anua sitting beside Huichinyan's bed and paused for a moment. He quickly walked over to Anua with a look of surprise and admiration. His condition is recovering very well, much faster than we expected. Comrade Anua, I may have misunderstood you before. I sincerely apologize here. The doctor spoke sincerely. Anua looked up at him, her expression calm and composed. I should be the one apologizing. I was too worried about Anyan's condition at the time, so I spoke impulsively and was rude. Please don't take it to heart. Her tone carried a hint of apology. It's okay. I understand. Anyone would be anxious in that situation. The doctor quickly waved his hand and smiled. But now, it's clear your medical skills are extraordinary. Even we professionals are a bit ashamed, he said, giving a thumbs up. As they were talking, suddenly, a soft groan came from nearby. Although very quiet, in the quiet ward, it sounded very clear. The doctor immediately turned around and headed toward the sound. Anua also turned her head, her gaze falling on Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang slowly opened his eyes, looking around with a dazed expression. His eyes were empty and confused, as if he hadn't fully awakened from coma. When his gaze fell on Anua standing beside him, he froze completely. It was as if he saw something incredible. His eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened. Am I already dead? His voice was weak and hoarse, as if coming from far away. Otherwise, how could I see Sister Fairy? The chief doctor, hearing this, couldn't help but glance back at Anua. He smiled and said, Sister Fairy? That name really suits you. Anua felt a bit shy after hearing this. Her cheeks slightly flushed, like a light blush had been applied. Since she removed her mask to prove her medical skills, she never put it back on. Now that her face was uncovered, it was fully visible to everyone, bright and beautiful, shining with charm. No wonder Xiao Jiang thought she was a fairy fallen from the sky. But at this moment, even with all the praise, Anua still felt shy. She lowered her head, pretending to straighten Huichinyan's quilt to hide her embarrassment. Su Guohua received the news that Xiao Jiang had woken up and was very excited. He hurried to the hospital with Jiang Pingyu. As soon as they entered the ward, they saw Xiao Jiang lying on the bed, slowly drinking some liquid food with the help of a nurse. Commander, Colonel Jiang, Xiao Jiang saw the two entering and struggled to sit up. Don't move around. Rest well and look forward to returning to the army soon. Su Guohua quickly walked over, pressing a hand on Xiao Jiang's shoulder. Suddenly remembering Xiao Jiang's injuries, he quickly withdrew his hand, afraid of hurting him. Yes, Commander. Xiao Jiang's eyes filled with tears. Thinking about his injuries, he choked and asked, Commander, can I still return to the army? Does the army still need me? The wards seemed to freeze in silence. Xiao Jiang's voice, a little hoarse and trembling, echoed in the quiet room. Commander, can I still go back to the army? Does the army want me? It sounded like a child abandoned and asking for help. Su Guohua stood straight by the bed, like a pine tree. But at this moment, he looked like a statue under a spell, motionless. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked, as if stuffed with cotton, and no words came out. His nose stung, his eyes warmed, and he held back the words that wanted to come out. Looking at Manhwa with a helpless and hopeful gaze, like someone drowning clutching at a last straw. Manhwa's heart trembled slightly. She clearly understood what Su Guohua's eyes meant. Soldiers have deep feelings for their units. These feelings are ingrained in their bones. The unit is their home and their roots. If they leave the army, it's almost like losing their life. They would feel pain, confusion, and as if the whole world had abandoned them. Before Su Guohua could speak, Manhwa gently stepped forward and sat beside Xiao Zhang's bed. Her soft voice carried a comforting strength. Xiao Jiang, don't worry. As long as you cooperate with the treatment, I promise you will leave the hospital healthy and strong. Manhwa's firm words instantly brightened Xiao Zhang's previously dull eyes, like a small light in the darkness. She then turned to Su Guohua and asked him, as for whether he can return to the army, you need to ask Commander Su. After all, whether he can go back depends on Su Guohua's decision. Su Guohua sighed with relief, his voice a little hoarse but very determined. Xiao Jiang, listen. Your life was saved by Comrade Manhwa from the hands of death. As long as you listen to her and cooperate with the treatment and leave the hospital healthy, the army will surely welcome our hero back home. Really? Really? Xiao Jiang was stunned, as if overwhelmed by this sudden good news. His eyes turned red, and he nodded hard. Tears finally couldn't be held back and slid down his cheeks. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you. His voice choked with emotion, unable to speak clearly. The ward was silent. Only Xiao Zhang's sobs echoed in the air. Su Guohua watched the scene with mixed feelings. Gently, he patted Xiao Zhang's shoulder. Remember, you're not fighting alone. We're all waiting for you to come back. Manhwa and Su Xian exchanged glances, both touched by the scene. These soldiers, they look tough and strong, but inside, they are softer than anyone. Su Xian quietly looked away and wiped her reddening eyes. Manhwa took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner emotions. Some feelings in this world are pure and sincere, touching the heart deeply. Su Guohua arranged for 2 guards to take care of Huachinian and the others. Since Manhwa was pregnant and Su Xian was a woman, it was not very convenient for 3 men to be cared for by them. After everything was arranged, Manhwa accompanied Su Guohua out of the ward. The corridor was quiet, with only their footsteps echoing in the empty space. Su Guohua suddenly stopped and turned around to face Manhwa. His weathered eyes were full of gratitude and respect. Nan, he reached out and tightly held Manhwa's hand. Thank you, really thank you. You saved Qin Yan and the others 3 lives. You helped the country lose fewer brave soldiers. On behalf of the Special Forces and the military district, I thank you. Manhwa felt a bit embarrassed by this serious praise. She smiled and said, Uncle Su, you're too kind. What I did was just what I should do. No need to thank me. You are a good child, Su Guohua sighed. If only Su Xiang were half as sensible as you, I wouldn't have to worry every day. When mentioning Su Xiang, Manhwa just gave a faint smile and said nothing. Some things don't need comments, and there's no point in judging. She didn't want to get involved in other people's family matters. By the way, Uncle Su, Manhwa changed the subject to avoid continuing that topic. I need a large bathtub for Qin Yan and the others to soak in medicinal herbs.
Don't worry about that.
I'll take care of it, Su Guohua assured, patting his chest. If you need anything else, just ask. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. That's all for now. I'll let you know if I need anything else, Manhwa politely replied. Meanwhile, in the small garden of the hospital, Jiang Pingyu and Su Xian stood facing each other. Jiang Pingyu looked at Su Xian, his eyes shining like they were filled with stars. He examined her from head to toe and asked with concern, How have you been lately? Are you tired? Are you eating enough? You look so pale. No, I'm not tired. The nurses come by to help sometimes. Su Xian lowered her head and quietly answered. She wasn't cold or impatient like before. Instead, she even took the initiative to ask about Jiang Pingyu's work. Is the army busy lately? Don't overwork yourself. Take care of your health. Hearing this, Jiang Pingyu's heart was filled with happiness. He couldn't help but smile broadly. His handsome, brave face even showed a silly, happy expression. Tonight I won't come, Jiang Pingyu said. I'll come see you tomorrow.
Okay, susin thiblit sopti.
Just as Jiang Pingyu was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt someone grabbing his collar. He hadn't fully reacted yet when he saw Su Xian tiptoe and quickly pecked his lips. This surprised Jiang Pingyu so much that he froze completely, as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank. He couldn't remember anything. Only the spot where he was kissed felt warm and tender. Seeing his dazed look, Su Xian couldn't help but giggle softly. Look at you. So silly, like a little kid, she scolded playfully, with a hint of shyness. Afterward, she quickly ran away like a frightened bunny. Jiang Pingyu stood there, stunned for more than 10 seconds before he regained his senses. He kept touching the place where Su Xian had kissed him. It still seemed to carry her scent and warmth, making him smile foolishly. Why are you laughing alone like that? Su Guohua saw Jiang Pingyu standing in the yard, smiling foolishly, and walked over to pat his shoulder. Nothing, senior. Jiang Pingyu immediately stood straight when he saw Su Guohua. My wife suddenly treated me kindly, and I feel a bit overwhelmed. He then scratched his head with a silly grin. TSK. Su Guohua looked disappointed, but shook his head and headed out of the hospital. Let's go, we're leaving. Yes, senior. Jiang Pingyu stood at attention and saluted, a smile he couldn't hide on his face. Even after returning to the army, he still felt dizzy, floating as if walking on clouds. Happiness came so suddenly that he didn't know what to do. But inside, it was sweeter than honey. Su family in the military district compound Su Xiangjing was sprawled on the sofa, holding a big, bright red apple, biting into it eagerly. Although her leg was wrapped in thick bandages, she showed no sign of pain on her face. Next to her, her mother, Dong Jichuan, sat on a small stool, holding a fruit knife, carefully peeling the apple. Xiang, I tell you, you need to learn a lesson this time, Dong Zichuan said while peeling the apple, chattering endlessly. Even though Huachinian is gone, that little brat and Nua's dog is too fierce. In the future, when you see her, stay far away and don't get too close. Su Xiangjing was tired of hearing this and rolled her eyes impatiently. Mom, you say it so easily. It's just a dog that wags its tail at that brat. One day, I will poison it to death. If it dares to bite me, it will pay the price. You are a child. Why don't you listen to advice? Dong Zichuan glared at her fiercely. Wait until your dad comes back and sees how he deals with you. Huh, he doesn't care about me at all, Su Xiang said with a sneer, showing no respect. He only cares about his precious team. Even if I die outside, he wouldn't blink an eye. Just as she finished speaking, there was a loud bang as the front door was suddenly pushed open. Su Guohua strode in happily, his face glowing with joy. Dad? Su Xiang was stunned. How long has it been since she saw her father so happy? Old Su, what's going on? Did you get a promotion or something? Why are you so happy? Dong Zichuan also looked surprised. Su Guohua waved his hand. No promotion, but there is good news. He sat on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank 2 big sips. Xiaojing woke up. Qinian and Chao Yunfei are also stable now. Today, we must celebrate properly. Old Dong, go ahead and prepare some of your best dishes. I want to drink a few glasses. Dong Zichuan's eyes widened in shock, and she exchanged looks with Su Xiang. What? Old Su, didn't you say? They were beyond help? Dong Zichuan's voice changed, sounding disbelief. Su Xiang hurried over and asked anxiously, Dad, didn't you say Qinian and them had no hope? How come now? They're okay again? Su Guohua looked deeply at Su Xiang. That look made Su Xiang feel a chill. Xiang, didn't you used to be so passionate about Qinian? Why? When you heard he was almost gone, you couldn't even see his shadow. Your love is really too worthless, Su Guohua said harshly. Su Xiang's face suddenly turned pale, as if painted with whitewash. She opened her mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say. Dad, Does true love mean risking your life for a man? Su Xiang finally managed to say, after holding back for a long time. I just.
Just what?
Su Guohua cut her off coldly. Just don't want to waste time on a dying person, right? His tone was full of disdain and sarcasm, sharper than a knife, stabbing Su Xiang deep inside. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh.
Su Guohua not Gonli.
If it were Manhwa, she definitely wouldn't do this. Initially, the doctors had sentenced Huachinian to death. It was Manhwa who insisted that Huachinian could still be saved. She, despite everyone's pressure, stubbornly pulled Huachinian back from the brink of death.
And you?
You say you like Chinian, but what about now? When Chinian was hit and became dazed, you hid far away. Now that he's seriously injured, you hide again. It seems you can only enjoy happiness, but not face difficulties together. Dad, you're just being biased. She clenched her teeth, trying hard to hold back her tears, but her eyes still turned red. Su Xiang's voice was trembling, but she stubbornly looked up and stared at Su Guohua. You always compare Manhwa to me. But I am your real daughter. What is she? She's just an outsider. An outsider?
Su Guohua said no.
But this outsider is someone I respect. Also, do you know? The scar on her face has already healed. Now, she looks as beautiful as an angel. Plus, her loyalty to Chinian makes her truly worthy of him. These words were more shocking than a thunderclap. Su Xiang was stunned. She widened her eyes, staring at Su Guohua as if she had seen a ghost.
What? Her scar
has healed? Su Xiang suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Impossible. Because she moved too quickly, it pulled at her leg wound, causing her to gasp sharply in pain. But even so, she couldn't accept this fact. How can a burn scar heal? You must be lying to me, right? You're just trying to scare me with false stories because I've been causing trouble for you lately, right? However, Su Guohua didn't answer her. He silently turned around and slowly walked toward the stairs. His back was still tall and commanding, but it carried an irresistible sense of authority. Believe it or not, Su Guohua's voice came from the stairs, deep and cold, but remember one thing. Be a good person, be grateful, and learn to respect others. In the living room, only Su Xiang was left standing alone. She stared blankly at the direction where Su Guohua disappeared, her mind buzzing like 1,000 bees flying around. Su Guohua's words kept echoing in her ears. Manhwa is much greater than you. The scar has already healed. She looks like an angel. Jealousy, like a venomous snake, twisted and bit wildly in her heart. More than that, she felt a deep sense of resentment.
Why?
Why does that woman always manage to steal everyone's spotlight? Why do the men she likes end up falling for her? No, I absolutely can't just let this go. Su Xiang whispered angrily, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. I must find out what is really going on. Su Xiang hobbled out, leaning on her cane. Dong Zichuan saw her about to leave and hurriedly threw down the vegetables she was washing, chasing after her. Xiang, where are you going? Mom, I'm going to find Manhwa. I want to see for myself if she's really okay. Su Xiang suddenly turned around, her eyes shining with madness. Oh, my dear daughter, Dong Zichuan exclaimed, hitting her forehead in worry, stomping her feet. Even if you find out she's truly recovered, what good does it do? No, I need to expose Manhwa's lies. I want everyone to know she's a liar. Su Xiang supported her old, rusty bicycle with one hand and held her cane with the other, walking unsteadily. Every step felt like walking on needles, making her grimace in pain. But she paid no attention to the pain. Her mind was filled with Manhwa's face, once covered in ugly scars, now smooth as jade. That's impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Su Xiang's mind was like a cat scratching at her, with jealousy and hatred like two poisonous snakes biting at her sanity, nearly driving her crazy. Manhwa, wait and see. I must expose your lies. Su Xiang gritted her teeth, every word forced out with deep hatred. She didn't believe any magic potion could erase all scars from burns. Anhwa must have used some dirty trick. She should be stuck with that ugly face, ridiculed and despised. Why does she look so beautiful now? Dong Zichuan hurried after her, anxious and stomping her feet. She grabbed the back of Su Xiang's bicycle, her voice trembling with tears. Xiang Xiang, what are you doing? Your leg isn't fully healed yet. Mom, don't interfere. Su Xiang shook off Dong Zichuan's hand, her eyes wide with anger, like a furious little beast. I'm going to the hospital to find Anhwa. I don't believe her face can really become like an angel's. She said this while limping and pushing her bicycle forward. Her stubbornness was so strong that even 10 oxen couldn't pull her back. Dong Zichuan watched her daughter's limping figure, her heart aching painfully. She patted her thigh, looking very anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Oh, my dear daughter, why are you so stubborn? If you don't take good care of your legs, how will you dance in the future? When she heard the word dance, Su Xiang paused for a moment. But her jealousy quickly swept away her hesitation. She struggled to get on her bike and pedaled away. No matter how Dong Zichuan shouted, Su Xiang seemed not to hear her. She rode off without looking back. Dong Zichuan was very worried and kept turning around in circles. She knew she couldn't persuade her anymore, so she turned around and ran back. She had to hurry upstairs to find Su Guohua. Only he could handle this matter. Dong Zichuan rushed upstairs in one breath, not even bothering to knock on the door, and directly barged into the room. Old Su, something's wrong. Big trouble. Su Guohua had just finished his shower, still dripping water. He was drying his hair with a towel when he was startled by Dong Zichuan's sudden entrance. Being so frantic is not proper. Su Guohua frowned, sounding a bit displeased. Dong Zichuan ignored propriety now. She grabbed Su Guohua's arm, looking almost to tears with worry. Xiang Xiang has gone crazy again. She insists on going to the hospital to see Anhwa. You need to control her. Su Guohua's brow furrowed even more. He stopped drying his hair and asked in a deep voice, what does she want to do now? What else can she do? She just doesn't believe Anhwa is fine and insists on exposing his lies. Dong Zichuan stammered anxiously. No matter how I persuade her, it's no use. Old Su, please think of a way. Su Guohua snorted coldly, threw the towel onto the chair with force, as if to smash a hole in it. Let her go. She'll learn her lesson when she hits a wall. That girl just needs to be taught. But her leg. Dong Zichuan wanted to say more, but Su Guohua shot her a cold glare. It's all your fault for spoiling her. He glared at Dong Zichuan, then picked up his shirt from the hanger, buttoning it while speaking coldly. Wait at home. I'll go to the hospital and check on her. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, the atmosphere was light and warm. Anhwa was sitting by the bed, taking Xiaozhang's pulse. Her fair fingers gently rested on Xiaozhang's wrist, her expression focused and serious. Xiaozhang's face was flushed red, like a ripe apple. He secretly looked at Anhwa several times, his eyes filled with admiration and shyness. Little sister-in-law, I heard the nurses say that if you hadn't stood up for us and insisted we could be cured, we might have lost our lives long ago. Little John's voice was full of gratitude and admiration. Anhwa smiled slightly and took her hand back from Little John's wrist. She looked at him kindly and said, All right, your pulse is steady and you're recovering well. Just keep up with regular checkups, and you'll be fully healed soon. As for the burns on your body, don't worry. They will recover completely. Hearing this, Little John's eyes filled with emotion, and he looked teary. He sniffed and choked up, Little sister-in-law, you're my lifesaver. From now on, your matters are my matters. Zhang am willing to face any danger for you. Anhwa was amused by his silly expression. She patted his shoulder and joked, All right then, if anyone bullies me in the future, I'll call you to stand up for me. Absolutely. Little Jiang immediately pounded his chest and promised, Anyone who dares to bully little sister-in-law, I won't agree to it first. Laughter filled the ward. They turned the originally dull hospital room into a place full of joy, as if all the gloom had been swept away by their laughter. But suddenly, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. The loud noise startled everyone. They all turned to look at the door. Su Xiang, panting heavily, stood there and looked around the room, finally fixing her gaze on Manhwa. She stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief, at Manhwa's flawless face. "How is this possible?" Su Xiang murmured. "How can there be no scars at all?" The jealousy and resentment in her eyes seemed to turn into tangible things, almost swallowing Manhwa whole. Manhwa leaned back comfortably in her chair, calmly watching Su Xiang. Her expression was like watching a clown perform. "Oh, isn't this Miss Su? How are the places bitten by the Silver Emperor healing? Are you out here to embarrass yourself again?" Manhwa's words were sharp and hurtful, like a knife stabbing into Su Xiang's heart. Su Xiang's face instantly turned pale, and she glared at Manhwa with hatred, as if she wanted to swallow her alive. "Manhwa, you shameless fox. Your man is still in bed, and you're out here seducing other men." Hearing this, little Jiang was immediately alarmed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Little sister-in-law is just here to see us." Su Xian also coldly said, "Su Xiang, you'd better speak more carefully." Su Xiang watched everyone protect Manhwa, and her jealousy grew stronger. She sneered, what a clever trick. You've fooled everyone around you, Manhwa. You really are something." Manhwa looked at Su Xiang calmly and said, "Miss Su, are you too bored? Do you want me to give you some medicine to treat your delusions?" Su Xiang was so angry she trembled all over. She looked around and suddenly her eyes fell on the fruit knife on the bedside table.
Why?
Why can this woman have everything? Why does everyone stand on her side? Why is even a man like Huachinian so loyal to her?
No.
I absolutely cannot let her stay so successful. Su Xiang was shouting inwardly. A crazy idea flashed through her mind.
Anna.
You should live with an ugly face in this world. She suddenly grabbed the fruit knife and, like a madwoman, charged at Manhwa. Su Xiang's eyes were bloodshot, red and frightening, as if she wanted to tear Manhwa apart alive. She clenched the shiny fruit knife tightly, pointing the tip directly at Manhwa, and stabbed without hesitation. Her only thought was to scratch that annoying face of Manhwa. This sudden scene froze the air in the ward. Everyone seemed to hit the pause button, staring blankly at this crazy act.
Time seemed to stop at that moment.
"Stop!" Su Guohua's angry shout echoed through the ward. But unfortunately, he was a step too late. At this critical moment, Xiao Tao rushed forward like a lightning bolt. He grabbed Su Xiang's wrist holding the knife, his veins bulging with effort. With a sudden twist, there was a loud, and the sound of dislocated bones was especially sharp in the quiet ward.
"Ah!"
Su Xiang screamed in pain, her voice sharp as if it would burst people's eardrums. She could no longer hold the knife, and it clattered to the ground, making a clear sound. Su Xian, standing nearby, was so frightened she froze. Her face turned pale, like a white sheet drained of all color, completely lifeless. Her legs went weak like noodles, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling all over. The fruit knife that just fell was lying at her feet. The blade still reflected a faint cold light, making Su Xian's heart race with fear. She instinctively grabbed the knife that had fallen at her feet, hiding it behind her back, afraid that Su Xiang might suddenly go crazy and hurt someone again. "She's gone mad. Su Xiang has lost her mind." Su Xian trembled, whispering to herself. In the hospital room, besides the unconscious He Qinian and Chao Yunfei lying on the bed, Manhwa sat calmly in a chair, as if nothing had happened. She watched coldly, a mocking smile on her lips. She had long expected Su Xiang to do something crazy, but she didn't think it would happen so quickly. Everyone else was frightened by Su Xiang's sudden outburst, all of them still shaken. "Are you crazy?" Xiao Jiang reacted first, angrily shouting and glaring at Su Xiang, his eyes nearly shooting fire. He wished he could turn her to ash. Finally, Su Guohua snapped out of his shock. He rushed into the room quickly, trembling with anger as he looked at the chaotic scene. He pointed at Su Xiang with a trembling hand, his voice trembling too. You rebellious girl. He couldn't hold back anymore and slapped Su Xiang hard across the face.
Pa.
The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the room, painfully ringing in everyone's ears. Su Guohua used all his strength, showing no mercy. Xiao Tao also let go of Su Xiang's hand naturally. Su Xiang was slapped so hard that stars appeared in her eyes, her body lost balance, and she fell to the ground with a thud, dazed. After a while, she finally regained her senses. She covered her burning, red and swollen face with her hand, looking at her father in disbelief.
Dad. You
hit me? Su Xiang's voice was hoarse, sharp with tears. You hit me for a stranger? She couldn't understand how her father, who had loved her since she was a child, could hit her so hard over a stranger. Su Guohua looked at his daughter, sitting on the ground, looking helpless and disappointed. He remembered Su Xiang's crazy and terrifying eyes when she stabbed at a Nua with a knife earlier. That look was like a beast that had lost its mind, full of destructive desire. Su Guohua felt a wave of fear. He knew that if Xiao Tao hadn't stepped in just in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Xiang, you have disappointed me so much. Su Guohua's voice was low and hoarse, each word like it was squeezed out of his chest. If you keep going like this, you'll cause even bigger trouble someday. He looked at Su Xiang with disappointment and helplessness in his eyes. I can't let you go on like this anymore. Su Guohua took a deep breath, as if he had made a firm decision. You must take responsibility for your actions. Su Guohua spoke slowly, his voice low and firm. Do you remember what happened at the big hall when you pushed Anua off the stage in front of so many people? His voice was not loud, but it hit like a heavy hammer, deeply hurting Su Xiang's heart. Su Xiang's face instantly turned pale. Of course, she remembered that incident. She only wished she had pushed Anua harder, so she and the unborn baby could have died together. Back then, when you were bitten by Silver Emperor, Su Guohua's voice choked up, as your father, shamelessly begged Huachinian to let you go. I promised him I would discipline you well and help you change. But look at what you've done now. Su Guohua pointed at Su Xiang, his hand trembling. How long has it been? And you've already done something like this again. In front of so many people, you even tried to kill someone with a knife. You're completely out of control. Su Guohua became more and more excited, raising his voice. Harming military personnel and destroying military marriages is a crime. Do you understand? You are going to face a military court. Su Guohua's words sounded like thunder, exploding in Su Xiang's ears. She was stunned. A military court? She never expected things to develop to this point. Dad, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Su Xiang finally realized how serious the problem was. She ignored the pain on her face and crawled on her knees to Su Guohua's feet. She grabbed his pant leg, crying and begging for mercy. Dad, you can't treat me like this. I am your daughter. I was just confused for a moment. I won't dare do it again. Please forgive me this time, just this once, okay? Su Xiang cried so hard her voice was hoarse, tears and snot covering her face. She knew that if she really went to military court, her life would be over. Su Guohua looked at his tearful, helpless daughter and felt a sharp pain in his heart. But he knew this time he couldn't be soft anymore. Su Xiang, you're no longer a child. Su Guohua's voice was cold and decisive. You must face the consequences of your actions. I can't keep protecting you. If I keep spoiling you, it will only harm you. Since I, as a father, cannot teach you well, let the law teach you instead. Su Guohua's words were like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Su Xiang's heart. She knew that this time, her father was truly determined to give up on her. Seeing that begging was useless, her pleading eyes gradually turned into resentment. She raised her head and glared at Su Guohua with a hateful look. Su Guohua, Su Xiang's voice was hoarse and sharp, full of bitterness. You are not fit to be my father. You're just a hypocrite, a selfish. For your own future, You're willing to send your own daughter to a military court. You deserve to die. Su Xiang's curses grew more vicious and unpleasant with each word. Hearing these harsh words, Su Guohua's face turned pale, and his eyes filled with disappointment. He never expected that the daughter he loved so much for so many years would say such things. Xiao Tao, take her away. Su Guohua could no longer bear it. He turned around and ordered, send her back to the military district, let the military court handle her. Xiao Tao responded with a nod, stepped forward, and grabbed Su Xiang's arm, pulling her up from the ground. Let me go. You all let me go. Su Xiang struggled desperately, but her strength was no match for a trained soldier. Su Guohua, you old fool. You'll regret this. I won't let you go even after I die. After Xiao Tao took Su Xiang away, the ward finally became quiet again. A heavy, oppressive feeling filled the air, as if the chaos just now still lingered in everyone's mind. Su Guohua stood there like an old tree struck by lightning, his once straight back gradually bending. In an instant he seemed 10 years older. His sharp eyes, once as keen as a hawk, were now bloodshot and tired. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it was as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak. Manhwa sat in a chair, silent, watching everything with a calm gaze. Su Xian stood nearby, her face still pale, clearly still shaken from the recent shock. Manhwa and Su Xian exchanged a look, both seeing the complex emotions in each other's eyes. Manhwa. Su Guohua finally spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling, like a rusty saw pulling at nerves. He took a deep breath, his steps unsteady, and walked over to Manhwa. Anna was about to say something when Su Guohua suddenly bent down and bowed to her.
Oh.
Anna was startled and quickly stood up, holding onto the chair. Uncle Su, what are you doing? Su Guohua straightened up, with tears in his eyes and a hoarse voice. Girl, I'm sorry. I didn't teach my daughter well, and she made you suffer. As he spoke, he was about to bow again. Anna quickly stopped him, reaching out. Uncle Su, please don't do that. I'm fine, really. Su Guohua shook his head, looking regretful. No, this can't just be ignored.
Su Xiang.
She went too far. I apologize to you on her behalf, and I hope you can forgive her. Su Xian covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was hearing. Xiao Jiang quietly turned away, unwilling to see such a strong man show this kind of vulnerability. Anna was silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh, her voice gentle. Uncle Su, I don't mean to harm anyone, but I am often unfairly targeted. Honestly, I feel a bit wronged. She paused, her gaze cold but without resentment. However, life is too short to make everyone like you. So I really don't mind Su Xiang's targeting.
But
Anna changed her tone.
Su Xiang.
Her personality is somewhat lacking, and that won't do her any good in the future. If today it wasn't me, but someone in society, who would understand her? Who would tolerate her? Anna asked these questions in succession. These words hit Su Guohua like a heavy, making him close his eyes and take a deep breath. When he opened them again, there was more self-blame and pain in his eyes. Yes, if it weren't for Anna today, and if it had been someone else, that girl Su Xiang might have suffered even more. You're right, it's my failure as a father. Su Guohua's voice was low, like it was squeezed from his chest. Over the years, I've been focused on the military and never truly cared for her, let alone guided her. I always thought that if I gave her the best living conditions, she would be sensible, but the opposite happened. His voice was full of regret and helplessness. He was literally shooting himself in the foot. Spoiling children will eventually harm them, Anna said. Now that we see the problem early and let her experience some hardship, it's not a bad thing. After all, she's still young and everything can be fixed. I hope this lesson will help her change for the better. Although Manhwa's words sounded a bit cold, they were true and straightforward. Su Guohua suddenly seemed to understand something. Thank you. He bowed again to Manhwa, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you for thinking of my daughter, even after being threatened. As a father, I feel really ashamed. He truly felt sorry for Manhwa and for his daughter. You're welcome, Anhwa shook her head. We're all's acquaintances. I just hope such things don't happen again in the future. Anhwa spoke casually, but her words made Su Guohua feel even more ashamed. Yes, such things must not happen again. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Anhwa thought that this incident was also a lesson for Su Xiang. She didn't want to have anything to do with someone like him anymore. But she also knew that Su Xiang's personality probably wouldn't change easily anytime soon. Oh well, she would see how things went step by step. Anyway, she had a clear conscience. Su Xian and the young soldiers listened to Anhwa and liked her even more. This girl was beautiful, kind-hearted, and hard to find. Then I'll go back to the military district first to handle Su Xiang's matter, Su Guohua said, relieved to have Anhua's forgiveness. Just as he finished speaking, a faint moan came from the other side of the hospital room. Chow Yunfei. Su Xian was the first to react, excitedly shouting. He moved. Everyone immediately gathered around, all looking at Chow Yunfei. They saw Chow Yunfei's fingers twitch and his eyebrows furrowed. Chow Yunfei is responding.
Su Guhuji.
Su Xian, go call the doctor. Okay. Su Xian agreed and ran off quickly. Su Guohua and Anhwa moved to Chow Yunfei's bedside. Anhwa reached out to check his pulse. After a moment, she relaxed and smiled.
How is he?
Su Guohua asked anxiously.
His condition is stable now.
He will wake up soon, Anhwa said with a hint of relief and happiness. That was really good news. If Chow Yunfei woke up, the hope for Qing'an to wake up would be even greater. The chief doctor and Su Xian arrived shortly after, performing a full check on Chow Yunfei. Everyone watched nervously, afraid to miss anything. At that moment, Chow Yunfei's eyelids moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Deputy Commander Chow. Xiao, Jiang shouted excitedly. Chow Yunfei looked around vaguely, as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. The doctor finished the checkup and said to everyone, the patient is fine now, but he still needs rest. Don't get too excited. Let him take his time to recover. Su Guohua sighed in relief and smiled. He patted Chow Yunfei's shoulder and said, Good boy, you're finally awake. You really scared us. Chow Yunfei nodded, wanting to speak, but his throat was so dry he couldn't. Anhwa quickly poured a cup of warm water and carefully fed it to Chow Yunfei. After drinking a few sips, Chow Yunfei could finally speak. What happened to me? Chow Yunfei asked in a hoarse voice. Su Guohua briefly explained what had happened. After hearing this, Chow Yunfei's eyes showed a hint of guilt. Sorry, master, I let you down, he said. Su Guohua waved his hand. Don't say that. You're all doing well. Now rest well and don't think too much about other things. Everyone took turns comforting Chow Yunfei, and the ward became lively again. Meanwhile, Anhwa quietly moved to Qing'an's bedside. She sat in a chair, looking at Qing'an, who still had his eyes closed and showed no response. Her eyes reddened as she softly said, Chow Yunfei and Xiao Jiang are awake. Brother Nian, when will you wake up? In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. The ward was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, and sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Chow Yunfei slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if a truck had run over him, sore and weak. He struggled to turn his head and saw a familiar figure nearby. Anhwa was leaning in a chair, closing her eyes to rest, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under her eyelids. Hearing the movement, she slowly opened her eyes, bright and caring. You're awake? How do you feel? She asked gently. Chow Yunfei opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry that his voice was hoarse and sounded like a broken gong. Little sister-in-law. Thank you for saving me this time, he said. Anhwa gave a faint smile, her tone light. It's not really saving your life, just doing my best. Don't say that. Chow Yunfei shook his head, full of gratitude. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead now. Your medical skills are truly impressive. His words were sincere, not just polite. He had seen her medical skills with his own eyes. At first, Qing'an was stunned, and everyone was at a loss. It was Manhwa who skillfully saved him, pulling him back from the brink of death. Later, during the earthquake, Manhwa worked tirelessly, treating countless injured people. But those were other people's affairs. Now that it was his turn, Chow Yunfei truly understood the feeling of surviving a disaster and felt grateful. If it weren't for Manhwa, he might have already lost his life. Manhwa waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of this talk. You need to rest now, and not think too much." Chow Yunfei nodded gently, but his gratitude remained in his eyes. He knew he would remember this kindness forever. "Come, have some porridge," Su Xian said softly, carrying a bowl of hot porridge. She gently scooped a spoonful, blew on it to cool, and offered it to Chow Yunfei. "You just woke up, you need to regain strength." Chow Yunfei opened his mouth and took a sip. The warm porridge slid down his throat, making his stomach feel cozy and comfortable. He couldn't help but smile contentedly.
Tangju, Sister Susin.
Su Xian smiled gently, her eyes full of tenderness. "What are you thanking me for?" "It's what I should do." The atmosphere in the ward was warm and peaceful, as if the outside chaos didn't exist here. "Foxy. You shameless fox." Suddenly, a sharp scolding came from outside the door, like a knife slicing through the calm. Immediately after, a figure rushed into the ward, furious, like a raging bull. It was a woman dressed as a villager, sturdy and broad, with a red face and eyes wide like copper bells, an unmistakable fierce woman. Without hesitation, she headed straight for Su Xian. Before anyone could react, she slapped the porridge bowl out of Su Xian's hand. Clatter, the hot porridge spilled everywhere and the bowl shattered into pieces, flying in all directions. Su Xian was startled, dropping her spoon to the ground, frozen in place. Before she could recover, the villager raised her hand and slapped her hard across the face.
Slap.
The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the ward. Su Xian was knocked back, nearly falling over. She covered her burning cheek, eyes wide with shock, staring at the villager with a blank mind. "What are you doing?" Manhwa suddenly stood up. She, pregnant, stepped in front of Su Xian, coldly glaring at the villager. "This is a hospital, not a marketplace. Try hitting again and see what happens." Manhwa was truly angry. What era is this? Who dares to hit someone in a hospital? It's simply lawless. The village woman refused to back down. She pointed at Su Xian and shouted loudly, "You, seducing my man. How dare you hide here? Today I will tear your face apart." Her words were harsh and full of insults like wretch and shameless, spilling out uncontrollably and making it hard to listen to. The atmosphere in the hospital room instantly turned icy cold. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Chow Yunfei lay on the bed. When he saw who was coming, his face darkened like a pot's bottom. He gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Zhaodi, are you crazy? Who told you to come here?" It turned out that this village woman was Chow Yunfei's wife from his hometown, Zhang Zhaodi. Many years ago, to avoid his family forcing him into marriage, he had married this woman from the same village. But Chow Yunfei and Zhang Zhaodi had no real feelings for each other. After the wedding, he returned to the army and never went back. He thought that as long as he didn't go back, they would stay apart peacefully. But he never expected Zhang Zhaodi to come here and, in front of so many people, hit Su Xian. Now, Chow Yunfei felt completely humiliated. He was so angry, he was trembling, and wished he could find a hole to hide in. Zhang Zhaodi, hearing this, became even more confident. "What? As a wife, I'm settling scores with this, and I need your permission?" "Chow Yunfei, have you lost your conscience?" "Shut up."
Gao Zunfi Yao Angili.
"Stop talking. This is a hospital, not your place to make a scene." He was so furious with Zhang Zhaodi that he almost exploded. This woman was like a madwoman, completely unreasonable. But the more angry he got, the more stubborn Zhang Zhaodi became. "What? Feeling sorry for her? Can't bear to see her hurt? I'm telling you, today I will teach this a lesson and make her understand what happens when you steal someone else's man." As she spoke, she raised her hand again, aiming to hit Su Exine. Manhwa sneered coldly. He took a quick step forward, grabbed Zhang Zhaodi's wrist, and swiftly pulled out a thin silver needle from his needle case. He aimed it at an acupoint on her shoulder and stabbed it hard. The strike was fast and precise, leaving Zhang Zhaodi no time to react. Zhang Zhaodi screamed painfully, feeling a sharp pain in her shoulder. Almost immediately, her body went numb, as if her acupoint had been pressed, and she collapsed stiffly onto the ground. Her eyes widened in terror as she looked at Manhwa, her mouth agape but unable to make a sound. She wanted to move, but her body seemed glued to the ground. Only her eyes could move. Everything else was frozen.
W, what did you do to me?
Zhang Zhaodi shouted in terror. Let me go. Please let me go. Her voice was hoarse and sharp, filled with fear and despair. A child had somehow run in and was now kneeling on the ground, crying loudly while clutching Zhang Zhaodi's leg. He sobbed and shook his mother, but couldn't make her stand up. Mom, what's wrong? Don't be scared of me. Mom, please get up.
Wah.
The child's cries were heart-wrenching, and the sad sound made everyone feel uneasy. The hospital room was in chaos, everyone stunned by this sudden turn of events. Xiao Jiang had been resting on the bed, but now opened his eyes wide, staring at the scene in front of him. He wanted to get up and help immediately, but he couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly. He was anxious inside, wishing he could recover quickly to help comfort Manhwa and Su Exine. That village woman was too arrogant, daring to cause trouble in the hospital. He looked at Zhang Zhaodi lying motionless on the ground, then at Manhwa, who had a cold expression and was holding a silver needle, and felt his blood boil with anger. Little sister-in-law is really amazing. Xiao Jiang couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Another day of idolizing little sister-in-law. Xiao Tao hurriedly carried 2 large steaming baskets of dumplings, rushing toward the hospital ward. During the new year, the head had specifically instructed the kitchen staff to make extra dumplings to send to the patients and sisters-in-law to bring good luck. He was in such a rush, worried the dumplings would get cold. When he pushed open the door, Xiao Tao froze in surprise. What's going on here? On the floor was a disheveled village woman, with a small child nearby, crying loudly. The noise was so loud it seemed like the roof might fly off. Xiao Tao's mind buzzed, almost unable to react. He steadied himself, then looked at Xiao Jiang on the hospital bed. What kind of scene is this? Xiao Jiang also looked helpless. He gave Xiao Tao a quick signal to stay calm. This situation couldn't be explained easily right now. Xiao Tao took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. He carefully stepped around Zhang Zhaodi lying on the ground, afraid he might accidentally step on her. Then, he gently placed the 2 large baskets of dumplings on the bedside table next to Manhwa. Little sister-in-law, Happy New Year! These dumplings were made together by our soldiers, and they are still warm. Xiao Tao grinned, showing his big white teeth. The commander specifically asked me to bring these to Deputy Commander Chao, Xiao Jiang, and you 2 sisters-in-law, so everyone can celebrate a lively new year. And Nuo looked at Xiao Tao's honest face and couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your effort, Xiao Tao. Her tone was gentle, but her eyes unconsciously drifted to Zhang Zhaodi, lying on the ground. She rubbed her temples and said to Xiao Tao, could you help? Please assist that person over there. Comrade, and help her sit on the chair. Xiao Tao responded with an "oh," then quickly went to Zhang Zhaodi's side. He bent down and used both hands to lift Zhang Zhaodi from the ground. Then he placed her carefully in the chair opposite Chao Yunfei's bed. Zhang Zhaodi sat in the chair, still a bit dazed. Tears and runny nose covered her face as she sniffled. And Nuo looked at the scene before her, crossed her arms, and stared directly at Zhang Zhaodi. Comrade Zhang Zhaodi, right? Her voice was cold and carried an undeniable authority. My name is Nuo. This is Su Exine. We are both military wives. My husband and Chao Yunfei are comrades in arms. They went on missions together, got injured together, and are now lying unconscious in beds. And Nuo paused, her tone becoming even more serious. Su Xian is not only a military wife but also my best friend and sister. She came here to help take care of the injured. She's doing her duty, serving the people.
Why do you accuse her like that?
Zhang Zhaodi was stunned by Anua's commanding presence. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but didn't know what. Anua squinted, her eyes sharp like blades, sweeping over Zhang Zhaodi, roughly hitting someone without knowing the facts. Do you think this is your village? Let me tell you, this is a military hospital. Even if your husband is just a deputy commander, or a division commander, or even a military leader, you can't act so lawlessly. Her voice grew colder, like icy shards piercing through Zhang Zhaodi, making her tremble all over. This isn't over. You must apologize to Su Xian and give her an explanation. Otherwise, I will report you for harming a military wife and have you sent to jail. The word send you to jail sounded like a thunderclap in Zhang Zhaodi's ears. She turned pale with fear, trembling even more. Chow Yunfei, lying quietly on the bed, watched everything silently. He glanced at Anua, knowing she was just trying to scare Zhang Zhaodi. He sighed inwardly. This woman really brings all the old village ways here. But this is a hospital, a military place, not her playground for throwing tantrums. When Zhang Zhaodi heard she might go to jail, she couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Her crying was heart-wrenching and loud. Hearing the words going to jail made her so scared she seemed to lose her soul. She cried even more fiercely, worse than before. Oh heavens! I can't go on like this. Zhang Zhaodi cried while pounding her chest and stamping her feet.
Cao Zunfi, giữ hơi tổ man.
You just left after a quick goodbye, leaving us two women alone at home, working hard for your family. You went off to enjoy yourself, while we suffered from being ignored and bullied at home. Now you're hurt and close to death, but no one from the Chow family cares to visit you. They only care about how much money they can get if you die. Living, you neglect your family. Dying, you cause trouble for us. You're pushing us to the edge of despair. Zhang Zhaodi's tears and sobs sounded very tragic. Anua and Su Xian, covering their faces, couldn't help but gasp in shock.
This
is just too terrible. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Tao looked at each other, then at Chow Yunfei, full of confusion and doubt. Chow Yunfei looked down, unable to see his expression clearly. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Zhang Zhaodi kept complaining. The Chow family fears you won't survive, or that you'll become disabled, which would only trouble them. No one from their side wants to come to Beijing to see you. I thought, since we're married, I should at least let our sons see you one last time. But the Chow family wouldn't even give me enough for travel expenses. I went back to my parents' house, worked for several days to save enough money, and then took the kids to Beijing. Do you think it's easy for me? Zhang Zhaodi's voice was hoarse from crying. After hearing her story, Anua's brow furrowed deeply. No wonder Chow Yunfei's family only came after so long. It was truly heartbreaking. Thinking of Hua Qinian's big family, Anua shook her head silently. Xiao Tao couldn't listen anymore and blurted out, "That's not right, sister-in-law. Doesn't the military usually pay for family members' travel? Even if they don't, Deputy Captain Chow sends money home every month. How come you have no money?" Zhang Zhaodi heard this and cried even harder. Money? Where would I get money? She wiped her tears with her sleeve and choked out. Chow Yunfei sent money back, but my evil mother-in-law took it all. Not a penny left for us two women. I don't have any money myself. Zhang Zhaodi's voice was full of grievance and helplessness. Chow Yunfei suddenly looked up and looked at Zhang Zhaodi. His eyes were complicated, surprised, angry, and confused.
Could it be?
All of this is true? Anua looked at Zhang Zhaodi and spoke more gently. Zhang Zhaodi, I understand how you feel. You are wronged. But you shouldn't take your anger out on Sister Su Xian. She is innocent. Zhang Zhaodi sniffed and said, I just can't stand it. Why did I suffer so much at home, and he is here flirting with other women? You misunderstood, Anua patiently explained. Sister Su Xian is my friend. Her husband is also in the army. She came here just to help take care of the wounded, nothing else. Chow Yunfei finally spoke, his voice a bit hoarse.
Schodzi, I'm sorry.
I didn't know the situation at home. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi curled her lips into a cold smile, full of bitterness and mockery. She suddenly interrupted Chow Yunfei, her sharp voice echoing in the ward. You know nothing. Have you come back all these years? Do you know how I lived? Do you know how my son grew up? Zhang Zhaodi seemed to want to vent all her accumulated grievances and resentment over the years. Her questions were like sharp knives stabbing fiercely at Chow Yunfei. Chow Yunfei's head drooped lower, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, but he felt no pain. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, wanting to apologize, but found he couldn't say a word. Xiao Tao stood nearby, watching Chow Yunfei being scolded harshly, feeling uncomfortable inside. He couldn't help but speak up to defend Chow Yunfei. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Deputy Captain Chow definitely didn't do it on purpose. He's famous in the army for being a daredevil. To protect our country, he's been injured so many times, shed so much blood. Zhang Zhaodi choked and said, So what? If he's injured and bleeding, that's his duty.
But what about me?
And my son? Are we just supposed to suffer and work hard, with no one caring or asking? Little Tao was scolded harshly, his face turning a sickly color. He wanted to argue, but didn't know what to say. After all, this was their family matter, and as an outsider, he shouldn't interfere. Annuo stood quietly nearby, watching everything unfold. Her gaze shifted between Chow Yunfei and Zhang Zhaodi, showing complex emotions. She saw the guilt and pain in Chow Yunfei's eyes, like a deep whirlpool trying to swallow him whole. She also saw tears and anger on Zhang Zhaodi's face, like scars that recorded her hardships over the years. Annuo stood silently, sighing deeply at the chaotic scene. Every family has its own troubles. Zhang Zhaodi kept complaining, her voice full of sadness and resentment, rising higher and higher. Do you know how the Chow family treats us?
Huh.
They're just a bunch of vampires, a bunch of animals. The money you sent back, not a penny of it reached us. All of it was swallowed up by those shameless people. I'm exhausted every day, can't even get a warm meal. Our son was sick, and I didn't have money for medicine, so I could only watch him run a fever, almost turning him into a fool. What kind of days did I go through all those years? I'm barely better than a dog. And you? Where are you? You're living it up in the army, eating well, drinking well. Do you care about us, your mother, and me? Zhaodi became more emotional, tears falling like broken beads. She cried with her nose and tears, her voice hoarse, making people's hearts ache. Chow Yunfei looked down, silent, like a child who had done something wrong. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, veins bulging on the back of his hands, twisting like worms. Clearly, he was trying to hold back his pain and anger. He thought his wife was chosen by his mother, that he sent money home every month so the family wouldn't mistreat her. But he had overestimated the Chow family's greed. Seeing this, Annuo knew that if things continued like this, they would only get worse. She couldn't just watch their relationship fall apart. After thinking for a moment, Annuo said, All right, sister-in-law, calm down first. When Deputy Captain Chow recovers, you two should have a good talk. The most important thing now is to take care of him and help him recover soon. She paused for a moment and then said, You don't need to worry about the money. Soldiers don't have to pay for hospital stays, and their meals are provided by the army. Just focus on taking care of Deputy Commander Chow. Zhang Zhaodi was crying but said nothing. Annual walked over to Zhang Zhaodi. Before she could react, she quickly inserted a silver needle into Zhang Zhaodi's acupoint. Zhang Zhaodi felt a numb, tingling sensation spread through her body, like an electric shock. She moved her arm and realized she could move again. She stared in horror, wide-eyed, filled with fear and confusion, staring at Annual. When she looked at Annual again, her eyes showed not only fear but also a hint of awe. This woman was too terrifying. One needle made her unable to move, another might make her better. In her heart, Zhang Zhaodi silently vowed never to offend Manhwa again. She was too strange and powerful. Seeing Zhang Zhaodi's frightened expression, Manhwa spoke calmly. Now you can apologize to Su Xian. Although scared inside, Zhang Zhaodi knew she was in the wrong. She had been impulsive and spoken without thinking. Now that she was calm, she realized she had gone too far. She took her child and went to Su Xian, lowering her head and whispering, "Sorry, I misunderstood you." Her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito humming. Su Xian had been holding back her anger, but felt pity when she heard Zhang Zhaodi's story. She sighed and waved her hand. "Forget it. It's all in the past. Women shouldn't make things difficult for each other. Just think more about the consequences next time." Zhang Zhaodi nodded, feeling ashamed. Seeing the misunderstanding was cleared, and Manhwa smiled happily. She clapped her hands, breaking the awkward silence. "Come on, everyone. Don't just stand there. Let's eat the dumplings. If we don't eat now, they'll get cold." As she spoke, she opened the lid, and a tempting aroma quickly filled the room. At that moment, Zhang Zhaodi's son suddenly tugged at his mother's sleeve and shyly looked up, whispering, "Mom, I'm hungry." His voice was very soft, but in the quiet hospital room, it was very clear. And Manhwa's eyes fell on the boy. She noticed his small build and sunken cheeks. He looked much shorter than other children his age, with a pale face, showing signs of poor nutrition. And Manhwa's heart tightened. It seemed everything Zhang Zhaodi said was true. This child had indeed suffered a lot with her. She gave Su Xian a subtle signal. "Sister Su Xian, please take your sister-in-law and the children to wash their hands and get ready for dinner." Su Xian nodded and took Zhang Zhaodi and the children to the bathroom. When they returned, Manhwa had already served each of them a large bowl of steaming dumplings. The smell of the dumplings was very tempting, making everyone's mouth water. Zhang Zhaodi and the children eagerly sat down and started eating quickly, as if they hadn't eaten in a long time. They ate very fast, showing they were very hungry. Chow Yunfei watched his wife and son look so messy, feeling even more guilty. He quietly looked at them, his eyes full of complicated feelings, pity, guilt, helplessness, and a faint hope. Manhwa noticed Chow Yunfei's expression and softly said, "Deputy Commander Chow, you should eat some too. If your body gets better, you'll be able to take care of your family." Chow Yunfei forced a smile and took the dumplings from Manhwa. He picked up his chopsticks, carefully grabbed a dumpling, and slowly put it in his mouth. The dumplings smelled delicious, but he couldn't taste anything. His heart felt heavy, like a big stone pressing down on him. In the hospital room, only the sounds of chewing and swallowing could be heard. Manhwa looked at the scene before her, feeling a mix of emotions. She thought of her own family and of Huichinian. In this era, it seemed every family had its own hardships and struggles. Everyone's fate was like a floating leaf in the wind, uncertain and unpredictable. After finishing the dumplings, Zhang Zhaodi carefully pushed the children and slowly moved to Chow Yunfei's hospital bed. She lowered her head and softly said to her son, "Son, come call Dad." The child timidly looked up, with big, dark eyes like grapes, staring at Chow Yunfei. His long eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans, casting soft shadows on his fair face. His small mouth moved as if he wanted to speak, but couldn't make a sound. His appearance was like a frightened little rabbit, making people want to hold him gently and love him dearly. After a while, the child timidly called out, "Dad." His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, barely heard in the quiet hospital room. Chow Yunfei looked at this tiny figure before him, and he could faintly see his own reflection in his eyes. A surge of complex feelings rose in his heart. Something soft and tender was touched deep inside. Is this what it feels like to be connected by blood? It's truly wonderful. However, after 5 years apart, he didn't even know about the existence of this child. Since the child was born, he had never held him properly. Between him and the child, there was like a thin veil, visible but out of reach, hard to get close. This sense of unfamiliarity made Chow Yunfei feel frustrated. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but didn't know what. Should he call the child over for a hug? He was afraid of scaring him. Should he say some caring words? But as a grown man, he usually gives orders in the army, not soft, gentle words. It was really exhausting, more difficult than going to battle. For a moment, Chow Yunfei felt helpless, unsure how to interact with this small, soft creature in front of him. "What's your name?" Chow Yunfei awkwardly asked, his voice a bit dry. "Xiao Hu Chow," the child replied softly, lowering his head even more, almost curling into Zhang Zhaodi's arms. "Xiao Hu. That's a good name." Chow Yunfei forced a smile, but didn't know what else to say. The atmosphere was so awkward it could make toes pick out a 3-room apartment. Anua watched all this and sighed softly. It seemed that these father and son still needed time to get used to each other. It's like the emperor is in a hurry, but the isn't. She was worried for them. Looking again at Zhang Zhaodi and the child, both disheveled, with messy hair like a bird's nest and wrinkled clothes that looked like they were picked from a trash heap. Anua felt even worse inside. They had traveled so far and must have endured a lot. Su Xian Jie, Anua turned to Su Xian and said, "Take your sister-in-law and the child to wash up and change into clean clothes." Su Xian immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll go right now." She stepped forward, took Zhang Zhaodi's hand, and said, "Sister-in-law, come on, I'll take you to wash up." Zhang Zhaodi hesitated and instinctively stepped back. No need, Oh, don't be polite," Su Xian said without hesitation, pulling her toward the bathroom. "The child too. Wash up and change into something comfortable." Zhang Zhaodi couldn't refuse and had to take the child and follow Su Xian to the bathroom. When they reached the bathroom, Su Xian noticed that Zhang Zhaodi didn't even have a bag. Her heart tightened. She knew they only had the clothes they were wearing. Su Xian sighed. Life was really tough. She took out 2 sets of clean clothes from her luggage. "Sister-in-law, these are my clothes. You can wear them first." Su Xian handed the clothes to Zhang Zhaodi. Zhang Zhaodi was stunned and didn't dare to take them. Seeing this, Su Xian quickly explained, "I've worn these clothes before, but they are all washed clean. Please don't mind." Zhang Zhaodi tremblingly took the clothes, touching the soft fabric. The clothes had no patches, were clean and tidy, and smelled faintly of soap. Suddenly, she started crying, tears falling like rain, as if her strings had broken, one after another. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Su Xian asked in surprise. Why was she crying suddenly? Zhang Zhaodi sniffled and said, "I've been married into the Chow family for 5 years. I only have 1 set of clothes for all seasons, patched when torn, torn when patched. This is the first time I've worn clothes without patches, and they were given to me by someone I used to be close to." She became more upset, crying even harder. Hearing this, Su Xian felt a pang of sadness. She didn't expect Zhang Zhaodi's situation to be so difficult. How did she manage to get through these 5 years? Suddenly, Zhang Zhaodi tried to kneel before Su Xian, but Su Xian quickly stopped her. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Su Xian hurriedly helped her up. I'm sorry. Zhang Zhaodi cried even more. "I shouldn't have hit you or scolded you. You're so good and Su Xian's eyes also turned red. She patted Zhang Zhaodi on the shoulder and comforted her. "Don't be like this. It's all in the past. We're women. There's no need to make things difficult for each other." Zhang Zhaodi nodded, wiped her tears, and looked at Su Xian with gratitude in her eyes. After helping Zhang Zhaodi and the children wash up and change into clean clothes, Su Xian did so herself. After Xiaohu changed into clean clothes, he looked much more energetic, like a tiny, clean puppy, adorable. When the 3 of them returned to the ward, Anua was talking with Chow Yunfei. Seeing them come back, Anua smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you're done washing up? Come, sit and rest for a while." Zhang Zhaodi nodded, pulling the children to sit on the chair beside the bed. Anua looked at Chow Yunfei seriously and said, "Deputy Commander Chow, I shouldn't interfere in your family matters." Chow Yunfei immediately sat up straight and looked at Anua. But since you couldn't go against your family's plans to marry someone, and you have children now, you need to take responsibility. And Manhwa continued. Even if you feel resentful, you can't take it out on the woman and children. They are innocent. Chow Yunfei lowered his head, full of guilt.
He knew Manhwa was right.
Initially, he was indeed unhappy about the marriage and held resentment toward Zhang Zhaodi. However, over the past 5 years, he was away from home, while Zhang Zhaodi raised the children alone, enduring much hardship and suffering. He couldn't imagine how tough it was for her. If only he had been able to hold on a little longer and not given up so easily, maybe she wouldn't have suffered so much. Now, the children are already grown. He looked at Zhang Zhaodi and the children, and secretly made a firm decision in his heart. This time, he must make up for them. He wanted to try to live a good life with Zhang Zhaodi. Little sister-in-law, Chow Yunfei looked up at Manhwa and sincerely said, "Thank you. When I recover, I will report and apply to be with the army. I won't let her and the children go back to suffer under my mother's control." Seeing Chow Yunfei's determined eyes, Manhwa smiled happily. She knew she hadn't been mistaken about him. Chow Yunfei is a responsible man. Manhwa then looked at Xiao Jiang. Since he was hospitalized, no family members had come to visit him. Xiao Jiang, Manhwa softly asked, "Why hasn't your family come to see you?" When Xiao Jiang heard Manhwa's question, his eyes immediately dimmed, like a candle blown out by the wind. He lowered his head, and his voice was so soft it was like a mosquito buzzing. I have no family. I am an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage, then joined the army. The army is my home, and my comrades are my family. There was a faint tremor in Xiao Jiang's voice. Manhwa's heart was suddenly clenched tightly, feeling a sharp pain. No wonder Xiao Jiang was so eager to ask Su Guohua if he could return to the army after waking up. For him, leaving the army was like losing his only home. This silly child truly makes people feel heartbroken. Tears welled up in Manhwa's eyes. She walked to Xiao Jiang's bedside and gently patted his arm. "Xiao Jiang, I will speak for you and recognize you as brother to Captain Hua." Her voice was gentle, but firm with unwavering resolve. "From now on, you should be the little uncle for the children in my belly, okay? Are you willing?" Manhwa's eyes were full of hope, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. Xiao Jiang was completely stunned. He looked up, confused and unsure of what to do.
What?
What is this situation? Happiness came so suddenly that he was a little overwhelmed. Next to them, little Tao saw the situation and became anxious. He thought, why does this guy always mess up at critical moments? Why are you just standing there? Hurry and agree. He pushed little Jiang gently and urged in a low voice, "Such a good opportunity. You can't find it even with a lantern." Only then did little Jiang wake up like from a dream. He was so excited that he stammered, I agree. Thank you, sister-in-law." He choked up, tears finally spilling over. Everyone in the ward saw this and couldn't help but smile happily. They all congratulated little Jiang and cheerfully offered their blessings. "Little Jiang, from now on you are part of our big family. If you have any problems, just tell us. Don't be shy. Yes, we are all family." Manhwa also smiled. She finally found a warm home for this lonely child. From now on, little Jiang would no longer be alone. He had a family, he had relatives. At this moment, guard Xiao Li carried in a large bathtub. Manhwa looked at the big tub with satisfaction and said happily, nice. Today we can give Huachinian and the others herbal baths. She turned to Zhang Zhaodi and said, Sister Zhang, please go boil some hot water. Boiling water? She was good at this task. Zhang Zhaodi didn't hesitate. She rolled up her sleeves and went to work. Then, Manhwa took out paper and a pen from the drawer and quickly wrote the prescriptions for the rejuvenating ointment and herbal bath. After finishing, she handed the prescriptions to Su Xian. Su Xian, go find Director Yao and ask him to help gather the herbs. Remember, be quick so we don't waste time.
Got it.
Su Xian took the prescriptions and hurried out. Everyone split up and did their jobs, busy and happy. Soon the herbs and hot water were ready. Manhwa carefully put the herbs into the bathtub. She also prepared 2 additional sets to be used when little Tao and the others changed the water later. Zhang Zhaodi carried buckets of hot water, pouring them into the tub one by one. The steaming water, mixed with the fragrance of herbs, filled the entire room. While busy, Anna also reminded little Tao, when you give them the herbal bath later, be very careful. Make sure to wash off all the ointment from their bodies. Nothing should be left. That way, I can judge their recovery and adjust the medication. Don't worry, little sister-in-law. I promise to complete the task. Little Tao patted his chest to assure her. Manhwa and Su Xian weren't idle either. They were busy preparing new batches of the rejuvenating ointment. This is a delicate task. The timing, the amount of herbs, and their proportions must be just right. Even a small mistake can greatly reduce the effectiveness. Little Tao and Little Li help prepare herbal baths for Huachinian and the others. One is responsible for cleaning, another for changing the water, and they work together very smoothly. Zhang Zhaodi couldn't enter the hospital room, so she stayed at the nurse's station with Manhwa and the others, waiting for the herbs. She stood nearby, occasionally glancing at Manhwa with curiosity and admiration. Manhwa noticed Zhang Zhaodi's gaze and asked with a smile, "Sister Zhang, you always look at me. Is there something you want to say?" Zhang Zhaodi felt a bit shy when caught, scratching her head and smiling. "It's nothing. Just think you look really beautiful. Like a fairy. I've never seen anyone so pretty." Her words made Manhwa and Su Xian laugh. Manhwa shook her head with a smile. "I'm not as pretty as you say. I'm just an ordinary person." The 3 of them chatted happily, feeling relaxed and joyful. While talking, Manhwa suddenly remembered the matter between Zhang Zhaodi and Chow Yunfei. She felt some things needed to be explained clearly to Zhang Zhaodi. "Sister Zhang, actually. Deputy Captain Chow made mistakes, but he was also helpless." Manhwa chose her words carefully, trying to sound calm. "You two didn't fall in love freely. Your marriage was arranged by your families, with no real feelings. So, Chow Yunfei has been upset about this, and that hurt both him and you. Ultimately, the real culprit is the Chow family. They shouldn't have forced you or interfered in your feelings." Manhwa looked sincerely at Zhang Zhaodi. "I hope you can give Deputy Captain Chow a chance, and also give yourself one. Let go of your worries, try to get along for a while. If it works out, then live happily together. If it doesn't, then find your own happiness. Forced relationships aren't sweet. You should understand that." Zhang Zhaodi listened to Manhwa's words and fell into thought. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting her clothes, as if pondering something. After a while, she looked up at Manhwa and nodded. "You're right, sister. I will think carefully. I will talk to Chow Yunfei and see if there's still a chance between us." "Thank you, sister." In Zhang Zhaodi's voice, there was a hint of gratitude. At that moment, Xiao Tao hurried over in a rush. "Anja, Captain Hua, and the others have finished washing up. You can go see them now." "Okay, I'll go right away." Manhwa responded and followed Xiao Tao to the ward. As soon as they entered, they saw Huachinian, Su Guohua, and Chow Yunfei lying on the bed covered with blankets. The black ointment that was originally on their bodies had been thoroughly washed off, revealing their burned skin. Director Yao was already waiting inside, carefully examining their injuries. Seeing how quickly their skin was healing, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. "Miracle. It's truly a miracle. I've been a doctor for so many years, but I've never seen anything so amazing. Comrade Manhwa, your medical skills are truly incredible." Director Yao's face was full of shock and admiration. Zhang Zhaodi also entered the ward. She initially wanted to check on Chow Yunfei's condition. But when she saw the terrifying burns exposed after the cleaning, she was stunned.
How? How could this be?
Her face instantly turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Zhaodi felt her hands trembling. No, not just her hands, her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Is this still Chow Yunfei's face? She felt dizzy, almost losing her balance. She shivered all over, like chaff in the wind.
How?
How did it become like this? Her voice cracked with tears, full of fear and pain. Her once normal features were now twisted and deformed, as if ravaged by fire, some parts showing raw, bloody flesh. How much pain must that have caused? Tears welled up in her nose, streaming down uncontrollably. Her heart felt as if grasped tightly by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. Chow Yunfei's eyes, which once held a flicker of hope, dimmed the moment he saw Zhang Zhaodi. He thought she was disgusted by his terrifying appearance. Disappointed, he looked away, a bitter smile on his lips. His throat moved as if he wanted to say something, but the words got stuck and he swallowed them back. Yunfei! Zhang Zhaodi suddenly shouted and hurriedly rushed to his bedside, crying loudly and forgetting all the coldness and hurt Chow Yunfei had caused her over the years. All she could think about now was how to make Chow Yunfei better. Even if it meant losing everything she had, she was willing. Carefully, she reached out as if holding a precious treasure, gently grasping Chow Yunfei's burned hand. The skin was rough, like touching old tree bark that had been burned. Zhang Zhaodi's tears fell more fiercely, one after another, onto Chow Yunfei's hand, hot and burning. You must have been in so much pain back then. She choked, her voice trembling. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Zhang Zhaodi's mind. She remembered Manhwa. Manhwa's skill in acupuncture was amazing, and she also knew how to prepare wonderful traditional medicines. There was hope. Zhang Zhaodi quickly looked up and searched around the ward for Manhwa's figure. Her anxious eyes looked like she was searching for a last hope. She saw Manhwa with Director Yao, carefully examining Zhang's injuries around his bed. Manhwa looked focused and serious, while Director Yao nodded from time to time, seeming to admire Manhwa's medical skills. A glimmer of hope lit in Zhang Zhaodi's heart. She hurriedly ran towards Manhwa, ignoring her messy steps and the surprised looks of others around her. Big sister, please save Yunfei. Her voice was hoarse and urgent, filled with tears. She reached Manhwa and suddenly felt weak, about to kneel down. Manhwa was startled and quickly caught her. Director Yao also hurried over, holding Zhang Zhaodi from both sides. Zhang Jia, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Let's talk properly. Manhwa's voice was gentle yet firm, carrying a calming power. Zhang Zhaodi clung tightly to Manhwa's hand, crying with tears and snot. Big sister, I know your medical skills are excellent. You must have a way to cure Yunfei, right? Please, save him, save him. As long as you can save him, I'll pay any amount. I'll find a job after the new year and save enough money, really, believe me. Zhang Zhaodi stammered, afraid that Manhwa wouldn't agree. Chow Yunfei lay on the bed, listening to Zhang Zhaodi's words, feeling a complex mix of emotions inside. He didn't expect that the woman he had always ignored or even hurt would, in his most difficult time, run around desperately seeking help for him without hesitation. Manhwa looked at the woman crying like a broken flower in front of her and felt deeply moved. She gently patted Zhang Zhaodi's hand and smiled. Sister Zhang, you're really worried too much. Deputy Commander Chow and the others were injured while on duty, and the army will cover the treatment costs. You don't need to worry about money. Your only job now is to take good care of Deputy Commander Chow and let him rest assured to recover. Manhwa's voice was soft but carried a convincing strength. Zhang Zhaodi was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Then she smiled through her tears. Really? The army will pay? That's great. She wiped her tears and smiled shyly. I don't have any special skills, just strength. From now on, I'll handle all the dirty and tiring work here, Zhang Zhaodi promised, pounding her chest with a simple smile. She looked quite like a tough woman. The atmosphere in the ward eased significantly, and everyone was touched by Zhang Zhaodi's sincere feelings. Director Yao approached Xiao Zhang's bed, carefully checked his wound recovery, and nodded with satisfaction. Manhwa, your rejuvenation cream is truly amazing. It even prevents the decay of flesh, so there's no need to treat the dead tissue anymore. In the past, just cleaning the wound was enough to cause pain. Now, it promotes healing directly. That's incredible. Director Yao praised sincerely. Anhwa smiled modestly and then checked the injuries of Chao Yunfei and Hui Qinian. Xiao Zhang's injury was lighter and healed faster. Hui Qinian and Chao Yunfei had larger burn areas, so their recovery was naturally slower. Su Xinjie, bring the prepared ointment. Anhwa turned and instructed. When Su Xian brought the ointment, Anhwa carefully reminded Xiao Tao and Xiao Li, remember, when applying, be gentle. Don't press hard, understand?
Got it, little sister-in-law.
Xiao Tao and Xiao Li answered together. After everything was arranged, Anhwa, Director Yao, Su Xian, and Zhang Zhaodi left the ward. As they stepped out, they saw a nurse rushing over in a panic. Director Yao, it's not good. The nurse panted, there's a woman in labor in the delivery room, but the baby is breech and can't come out.
What?
Breech position? Director Yao's face immediately changed. Quick, find Dr. Liu. Only Dr. Liu can correct the fetal position in the entire hospital. The young nurse looked worried and said, Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu took leave to go home and prepare his son's wedding. He's not at the hospital. What? Director Yao was alarmed. Then tell the patient's family immediately and arrange a cesarean section as soon as possible. Director Yao, we've already told the family, but her mother-in-law refuses to agree to a C-section no matter what. The nurse shook her head, looking troubled. Although cesarean surgery is still not very common, there are successful cases. Director Yao crossed his arms and patted his forehead, then looked at Anhwa with bright eyes. Comrade N, you're so skilled in acupuncture. Do you have any way to correct the baby's position? Hearing Director Yao's words, Anhwa was surprised. She remembered her grandmother from her past life, who was famous for her skill in gynecology. Her ability to correct fetal positions saved many women from difficult labor. Since she was young, she had been by her grandmother's side, learning a lot. She even practiced a few times herself. But it had been a long time, and her skills were a bit rusty. I can try. Anhwa hesitated, not wanting to make promises she couldn't keep. After all, this was serious. She wasn't afraid of taking responsibility. Chao Qinian was her husband, and she would do her duty. She would face any danger, without hesitation. But this pregnant woman was a stranger to her. If something went wrong, in today's world, medical accidents are serious. She was just a military wife without a medical license. If anything happened, who could guarantee her safety? This was no joke. She might even face legal trouble. Director Yao saw her worried expression and understood her concerns. Anyone would think carefully in such a situation. Comrade, and I know you're worried, but the situation is urgent, and both the mother and baby are in danger. Don't worry, we won't hold you responsible. Anhwa frowned. But I don't have a medical license. If something goes wrong, it won't happen. Director Yao interrupted her again. We only need you to help correct the fetal position. Our obstetricians and midwives will handle the rest. Just help us out, okay? Seeing Director Yao's anxious look, Anhwa's heart softened. All right, I'll try. She gently touched her rounded belly, took a deep breath, and nodded in agreement. At this point, she could only grit her teeth and go ahead. Director Yao felt relieved and quickly took Anhwa to the delivery room. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of blood hit them. This smell made Anhwa's stomach turn, but she forced herself to stay calm and looked at the delivery bed. The woman lying on the bed looked very pale, with sweat soaking her hair and sticking to her face. She was so weak she couldn't even speak. Anhwa ignored everything else and immediately checked her pulse. The woman's pulse was weak, clearly exhausted. Let's give her acupuncture to wake her up, Anhwa said, taking out some silver needles from her bag. She quickly inserted the needles into several points on the woman's body. Soon, her face looked a little better. Anhwa then carefully felt the woman's belly to find the baby's position. A midwife nearby whispered to her, "We've already checked. It's a breech position." But Anhwa shook her head. "No, it's a transverse position," she said confidently, without doubt.
"What?"
the midwife exclaimed, and everyone gasped. This was much harder to handle than a breech position. In a transverse position, the baby couldn't be born naturally at all. What should they do now? Everyone's hearts were pounding with anxiety. Fearing they wouldn't believe her, Manhwa kept feeling the woman's belly and explained, "Look, the baby's head is here, and the body is lying sideways." Everyone looked at each other, still somewhat doubtful. After all, Manhwa was very young, and she wasn't a professional doctor. The pregnant woman seemed to cling to her last hope. She used all her strength and weakly begged, "Doctor, please save my baby. My husband is the only child in his family, and it's not easy for me to be pregnant. Even if I die, I want to leave him a child." The woman's voice was broken and sounded very sad. Hearing this, Manhwa felt a pang of sympathy. She looked at the woman and said sternly, "Are you planning to find a stepmother for your child before he's even born?" The woman was stunned. Manhwa continued, "Do you really trust another woman to take care of your child? If she also has children of her own, your real child might soon become an outsider. Will there still be a place for him in this family then? They say once there's a stepmother, there will be a stepfather. Do you really want your own child to grow up in a loveless environment?" Manhwa's series of questions left the woman speechless. The new mother opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found herself speechless. Yes, why didn't she think of these things? What if something really went wrong? What should she do about her baby? The more she thought, the more scared she became. Tears streamed down her face. After a moment, she choked out, "No, I don't want to give up. I want to raise my child myself." Manhwa nodded happily. "Then, don't give up. For your child's sake, stay strong." The mother nodded heavily, her eyes shining with hope. "It might hurt a little. You must hold on," Manhwa said softly, giving her a reassuring look as she placed the gauze in the mother's mouth for her to bite. The baby in her belly was in a difficult position, and Manhwa was worried she might bite her tongue. Everything was ready. Manhwa took a deep breath and focused on guiding the baby's position. As she moved, the baby inside the mother's belly slowly turned. Her technique was very skillful. But even so, the mother still felt unbearable pain, biting down the gauze, her face turning pale. The doctor was right. She couldn't give up. She couldn't let someone else take her child. She wanted to see her child grow up, get married, and have a family. Time passed second by second. The atmosphere in the delivery room grew more tense. Everyone held their breath, watching Manhwa's hands closely, afraid to miss any detail. Finally, under everyone's tense gaze, the baby shifted into the correct position. "It's ready." Manhwa exhaled deeply, beads of sweat on her forehead. She felt her arms growing tired. Next was the delivery. Manhwa stepped back and handed the remaining tasks to the midwife and obstetrician. The mother clenched her teeth and pushed hard at the command. "I see the head," the midwife shouted excitedly. "Push a little more." Time slowly passed, and the entire delivery room was filled with tension. Finally, with the sound of the baby's cry, everyone relaxed. "It's a boy," the midwife announced excitedly. Joy erupted instantly in the room. The mother looked weakly at her child, her eyes full of gratitude. Thank you all." After leaving the delivery room, Director Yao patted Manhwa on the shoulder. "Comrade Manhwa, today really was thanks to you." Manhwa modestly smiled. It was just a small effort. At that moment, a refined middle-aged man with red eyes quickly approached them. He held Anna's hand and kept thanking her, saying, Thank you for saving my wife and child." Anna, who was a bit stunned at first, quickly guessed that this man was probably the husband of the woman in labor. Anna smiled and shook her head. "No need to thank me. Your wife is very brave. She almost gave her life for you and the baby. You should take good care of her in the future to repay her sacrifice." Yes. The man choked up, his eyes unintentionally glancing at Anna's growing belly, feeling even more touched. "You've worked so hard. Go back quickly to take care of your wife," Anna said gently with a smile. "I need to rest now." "Oh, and Happy New Year." The man shyly grinned and looked at his watch, noting the time. "It's past midnight. The baby was born on New Year's Day. You gave him new life, and I wish you and your family a Happy New Year." Anna exchanged a few polite words with the man. He smiled and turned to leave, walking much lighter than when he arrived. Watching his back, Anna took a deep breath. She hadn't expected that she would actually succeed. The feeling of saving a life filled her with a sense of achievement. "Comradin, you are amazing," Director Yao said excitedly. "I have an idea, and I wonder if you're willing." Director Yao pushed up his glasses, eyes shining with anticipation behind the lenses. He smiled warmly at Anna, his voice tinged with a bit of persuasion. "Anna, this year the military hospital has 2 external recruitment spots. It's a rare opportunity. Just pass the exam, and you'll get a license. Working in the hospital then would be a stable job for life." Yao paused, seemingly watching Anna's reaction. "Such a good chance, you should think it over carefully." Yao's attitude made it seem like Anna only needed to nod, and she could immediately live a top-tier life, enjoying luxury and never worrying again. But what about Anna? Her face was calm, with no particular expression. Inside, only one thought: "I just want to relax." In her past life, she fought fiercely just to gain a place in her biological father's heart, killing many people to stand where others couldn't reach. When others looked up to her, who knew how much suffering she had endured. Now, in this new life, she had a loving man and was about to welcome their child. Continuing to struggle and fight again was impossible. Based on her knowledge of business and riding the wave of reform and opening up, she could easily live comfortably for many generations just by moving a finger. There was no need for her to work hard as a laborer again. Now, she just wants to stay with Huachinian and enjoy their simple, sweet life. That's better than anything else. As for other things, sorry, she's really not interested. Director Yao, I appreciate your kindness, but I really need to think about this, Annuo said softly, clearly refusing. Hearing this, Director Yao felt a bit disappointed, but she understood that some things couldn't be forced. All right then, take your time. When you've made up your mind, come find me anytime, she said, patting Annuo's shoulder before turning to leave. Back in the ward, everything was quiet, with only the occasional soft breathing sounds. Everyone was sleeping peacefully. Zhang Zhaodi heard the noise and sat up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and saw Annuo had returned. "Little sister, you're back?" Zhang Zhaodi's voice was hoarse from just waking up. Seeing Annuo looking tired with a hint of concern in her eyes, she said, "You've had a tough night. Rest now." As she spoke, she took 2 eggs from her pocket and handed them to Annuo. "Eat these eggs to help your body recover." Annuo was surprised. Was this the same stingy and fiery Zhang Zhaodi? A warm feeling rose in her heart. She realized this person wasn't really bad. "I'm okay, not too tired," Annuo replied, clutching the eggs tightly, feeling warm inside. "Thanks, Sister Zhang." Zhang Zhaodi waved her hand. "No need to thank me. I owe you my husband's life. 2 eggs are nothing. You're pregnant now, so don't go hungry. Eat the eggs and then sleep. Where's Sister Su Xian? Has she gone home?" Annual looked around the ward, but didn't see Su Xian. She was sleeping on a folding bed, now alone by the wall. Yes, her husband came to pick her up. She said she'll come back at dawn. Zhang Zhaodi yawned. "Auntie, you should go to sleep." "I'm fine here," Annuo softly said. Zhang Zhaodi didn't refuse and yawned again before lying down to sleep. Annuo made herself a warm cup of malt milk. The sweet taste spread in her mouth. She sat down, drinking the malt milk and eating the eggs slowly. Her strength was finally returning, but she still couldn't fall asleep. Since she couldn't sleep, she decided not to try anymore. She walked to Huachinian's bedside, sat down gently, took his hand, and pressed it to her face. "Brother A Nian, Happy New Year," Anua whispered softly into his ear, her voice light like a feather. The room was quiet. Only the steady sound of Huachinian's breathing could be heard. Anua looked at him with eyes so gentle they seemed to shimmer. She lowered her head and gently kissed his lips. In the past, whenever she did this, he would wake up immediately and deepen the kiss. But this time, Huachinian lay quietly without any reaction. And Nua's tears finally couldn't be held back and fell, one after another, onto Hui Qinyan's face. Brother Nian, when will you wake up? And Nua choked, I miss you so much. Suddenly, Hui Qinyan's finger moved slightly. But Nua, lost in her sadness, didn't notice this small change. At 8 a.m., the doctors arrived on time for their rounds. And Nua got up early, washed up, and prepared herself. Today was New Year's Day, and there was also a child in the ward. And Nua thought for a moment, asked the nurse for a piece of red paper. She was skillful and folded a beautiful red envelope quickly. Then she took out a 1 yuan coin from her pocket and put it inside the envelope. Back in the ward, Chao Xiaohu was sitting on the bed, looking at her eagerly. Xiaohu, Happy New Year, and Nua said with a smile as she approached. Xiaohu immediately jumped down from the bed and cheerfully shouted, Auntie, Happy New Year. And Nua was melted by his sweet voice. She took out the red envelope and handed it to Chao Xiaohu. Xiaohu, be good. This is a red envelope from Auntie. Xiaohu looked at the envelope in his hand, a little confused. He looked up at his mother, Zhang Zhaodi. Seeing the red envelope, Zhang Zhaodi quickly took it and tried to give it back to Nua. This is too much, big sister. You're so kind. And Nua smiled and pushed the envelope back. This is for the child. It's New Year's, just for good luck. There's no reason to give it back. Zhang Zhaodi wanted to say more, but Xiao Yunfei spoke up. Just take it. It's a token of Xiaohu's gratitude.
Xiaohu, thank Auntie.
Xiaohu finally took the envelope, his face full of excitement. Thank you, Auntie Nua, he said cheerfully. And Nua patted his head and smiled. Xiaohu, you're so well-behaved. Auntie likes you very much. This child, young but so thoughtful. And Nua sat beside Hui Qinyan's bed, holding his hand and chatting softly. Brother Anian, do you think our child will be as sensible and adorable as little tiger? You need to wake up soon so we can raise the child together. She looked at Qinyan's face with gentle eyes. While no one was paying attention, she secretly kissed Qinyan again. This time, Qinyan did not fall asleep again. He slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Anua with a hint of teasing in his eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Wife, have you learned to steal kisses now? His voice was a bit hoarse, but his tone was full of affection. Once you're better, I'll see how I get my revenge. Anua was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. You're awake? She eagerly threw herself at Qinyan, crying and laughing. Brother Anian, you scared me to death. Qinyan struggled to lift his arm, holding Anua tightly and softly saying, Silly girl, how could I bear to leave you? Anua looked up at him, crying and smiling at the same time. You're really good at choosing the right time to wake up. Is this my New Year gift? Qinyan nodded with a smile. Yes, this is my New Year gift to you. Do you like it? Anua nodded hard. I like it very much. She once again threw herself into Qinyan's arms, holding him tightly, afraid he would leave again. Qinyan also hugged her tightly, feeling her body temperature and her heartbeat. My love, where you are, that is home. Chao Yunfei was so excited he almost jumped out of bed. He ignored his injuries and moved to the edge of the bed. Captain, you're finally awake. Chao Yunfei's voice was full of excitement and joy, with tears flickering in his eyes. Zhang Zhaodi quickly picked up Chao Xiaohu and carefully approached. Chao Xiaohu blinked his big eyes, curious about the uncle who just woke up. Captain, you really scared us. Xiao Zhang's voice was choked with emotion, and his face showed uncontrollable happiness. Qinyan nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Although his face was still pale, his eyes were unusually clear. He looked at Anua and softly said, Wife, sorry to have worried you. A few simple words, but they made Anua's tears flow again. She hurriedly wiped her tears and said, Since you know I was worried, can you think about me and the children before doing dangerous things next time? Qinyan, with an apologetic look, held Anua's hand. Wife, I'm sorry. I might not be able to promise you that. First, I am your husband, and the father of the children, but I was also a soldier. I have responsibilities to my country and to the people. Anua felt a mix of sadness and pride. She gently pounded his shoulder with her small fist and said helplessly, I knew you would say that. My man is a brave and strong hero in my heart. What can I do? I fell in love with a soldier after all. Hua Qinyan's eyes welled up with tears. How lucky he was to have such a wife. When the doctors and nurses heard that Hua Qinyan had woken up, they hurried over quickly. The chief doctor excitedly checked his vital signs, showing surprise and amazement. It's a miracle. This is truly a miracle, the doctor said happily. Captain Hua's health is improving very well. He's awake and responds normally. This can be called a miracle in medicine. Anua stood nearby, feeling very grateful. She knew it wasn't just her acupuncture that helped, but also Hua Qinyan's strong will to live. This man, for her and their unborn child, desperately wanted to wake up. After finishing his check, the doctor smiled and told Anua, Captain Hua is recovering well, but he still needs careful observation and rest. You can give him small amounts of soft food now and watch his digestion. Anu nodded and immediately went to the hospital cafeteria to get a bowl of porridge. She carefully fed Hua Qinyan, worried he might choke. Hua Qinyan looked at her carefully feeding him, and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Wife, I'm not helpless. Anua rolled her eyes at him. You just woke up, let me do it. Although he said he didn't need help, Hua Qinyan's eyes stayed softly on Anua. He let her feed him spoon by spoon. Every time she handed him the spoon, he would deliberately look at her more, and the love in his eyes made Anua's heart tremble. What's wrong? Does the porridge taste bad? Anua asked with concern. Hua Qinyan smiled. No, I was just thinking that the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you. Anua's ears turned slightly red. She lightly scolded. It's not the time for sweet talk. But inside, her heart was filled with happiness. It was like a drought ending with rain, joy and relief flooding her chest. The porridge was soon finished, and Hua Qinyan looked much better. He leaned against the head of the bed, looking at Anua's belly, and softly asked, How are the babies? Anua touched her belly and smiled. They're doing well. The little ones have been very good lately and haven't caused me any trouble. Hua Qinyan's eyes instantly softened. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Anua's belly, feeling the life inside. As if sensing his touch, the tiny baby gave a gentle kick. It kicked me, Hua Qinyan said happily, his eyes shining. Anua smiled. Yes, it's saying hello to Dad. A hint of moisture appeared in Hua Qinyan's eyes. He quietly said, Sorry for making you all worry. Anua shook her head and held his hand. Don't say that. Just waking up is the best New Year gift. They looked at each other and smiled, full of deep affection. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Chow Yunfei had just sent Xiao Tao to inform teacher Su Guohua, and now teacher Su was rushing over. Qinyan, you really know how to scare people. Su Guohua entered the ward loudly, but his eyes shimmered with tears. Hua Qinyan wanted to sit up and salute, but Su Guohua pressed his shoulder. Lie down and stay still. Don't move. Su Guohua sat by the bed and carefully looked at Hua Qinyan. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Hua Qinyan shook his head. Teacher, I feel good. Su Guohua nodded, then turned to look at Anua, his eyes full of gratitude. Nanny, this time it's really thanks to you. Anua quickly shook her head. Teacher, you're being too kind. It's because Brother A Nian's strong will to survive. Su Guohua smiled, and a hint of meaning flashed in his eyes. It's his good fortune to marry you. Hua Qinyan heard this, and looked at Anua with a smile. Yes, the greatest blessing of my life is meeting her. Anua felt a little shy from their compliments and blushed. She lowered her voice. Don't be like that. I'd be proud. Proud? Yes, you deserve it.
Su Guohua lao get lao li.
Then he suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Nanny, the director, and Director Yao called me. They said there are 2 external recruitment spots at the hospital today, and they hope you can come work at the military hospital. It's a great opportunity. Zhang Zhaodi looked at Anhua with envy when she heard she could work at the military hospital. Huachinian was also a bit surprised. He held Anua's hand. Wife, what do you think? I haven't thought about it. I'm pregnant now, and it's not suitable for me to work. Anua looked relaxed and spoke cheerfully, and I won't be able to work for long because I will soon give birth. After that, I need to take care of the baby, so there's no time for a job. So, I think it's better to leave the spot for someone who needs it more. Young lady, being a doctor is such a good job. Why would you give it up just like that? Zhang Zhaodi thought Anua was making a mistake. Such a good job, others would love to have it, and she was begging to give it away. If she didn't want it, what was wrong with her? Chow Yunfei and others also felt it was a pity to lose this opportunity. Anua smiled. There's nothing to regret. I have a clear plan for my life. It's already 1976 this year. Isn't there still hope? Everyone didn't quite understand what Anua meant, but since it was her personal matter, they couldn't interfere. Huachinian looked at Anua's smiling face, a sparkle in his eyes. Wife, do what you want. Remember, I will always support you. Okay. Anua looked happily at Huachinian. Their eyes stayed on each other, filled with a sweet feeling. Su Xian and Jiang Pingyu, a married couple, arrived at the ward and saw Huachinian sitting by the bed, holding hands with Anua and talking. Su Xian covered her mouth in surprise. Captain Hua, you're awake? Her eyes were full of joy. She quickly pulled Jiang Pingyu to the bedside. Jiang Pingyu also looked happy and nodded to Huachinian. Congratulations on your recovery, Captain. That's really great. Huachinian smiled slightly. His whole body was covered in dark, shiny ointment, so his face was hard to see clearly, but his spirits seemed much better than before. Thank you for your concern. Seeing Su Xian and her husband arrive, Anua quickly stood up. Sister Su, Commander Jiang, you're here. I'll go pour you some water. Su Xian noticed Anua looked tired and gently held her hand.
No need to do that. We can manage ourselves.
You've been staying here all these days. It's time for you to rest. Anua shook her head. It's okay, I'm not tired. Su Xian looked at Anua's belly and frowned.
You're not alone now. There are 2 little lives inside you.
Go rest for a while. We'll stay with Captain Hua. Anua thought about how Huachinian hadn't eaten yet. Since she knew Su Xian and others would take care of him, she said, Brother A Nian, I'll go to the hospital cafeteria to cook some porridge for you. I'll be back soon. Huachinian looked at her gently. Don't go. Just ask Xiao Tao to buy something instead. No, I prefer to cook nutritious meals myself. Huachinian couldn't argue with Anua and had to go along with her. After Anua left, the ward became quiet. Su Xian looked at Huachinian on the bed, then at Chow Yunfei and Xiao Jiang, who had recovered much better, and softly said, Captain Hua, it's so good that you woke up. Anua has suffered a lot for you these days. Huachinian's eyes darkened. I made her worry. Su Xian shook her head and sat on the chair beside the bed. Captain Hua, you might not know, but when you 3 were brought to the hospital, the doctors almost prepared for the worst. Jiang Pingyu added, Yes, at that time, everyone had given up on treating you, except for Comraden, who insisted on fighting for your treatment. Su Xian's eyes reddened slightly as she sniffed and continued. She was pregnant and personally did acupuncture for you for 18 hours straight. She didn't eat or drink anything during that time. When she finished, she fainted in the operating room and was carried out. Huachinian listened. Tears gradually filled his eyes. His throat moved, but he couldn't speak. Su Xian kept talking. Even after you were out of danger, she still took care of you herself, never relying on others. But she was pregnant and needed care herself too. Huachinian closed his eyes, a tear slipping down his cheek. Captain Hua, Anua cares for you deeply, Su Xian sighed. I don't know what happened between you and Su Xiang before, but I want you to know. When you were seriously injured, Su Xiang didn't even show her face. The only time she appeared was not to visit you, but because she was jealous of Anua and wanted to hurt her face with a knife.
What?
Huachinian suddenly opened his eyes, anger flashing in them. Su Xiang wanted to hurt Anua? Jiang Pingyu nodded. Yes, luckily Xiao Tao stopped her, so comrade and wasn't hurt. Hua Qinian clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, his anger almost burning out of control. He was furious and guilty. He hadn't protected Anua when she was in danger. Su Xian saw his emotional change and softly said, "People in the family courtyard are saying that Anua is involved in your and Su Xiang's relationship, but I believe your judgment. You wouldn't like someone who is two-faced. Anua's feelings for you are deeper than you think. Now that you know how good she is, you should treat her well for the rest of your life. One day, if you let her down, I will be the first to disagree." Hua Qinian took a deep breath, his anger slowly turning into determination. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. That day will never come. As long as I, Hua Qinian, am alive, I will protect her for a lifetime. Also, my wife is not a third party. From the beginning to the end, I only loved one person, Anua. As for Su Xiang, I've always treated her as a younger sister out of respect for my mentor." Su Xian nodded happily and stood up. "That's good. I hope you mean what you say." Just then, Anua came in carrying a bowl of hot porridge. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, she asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" Su Xian smiled and went to meet her. "Nothing much, just chatting with Captain Hua. Here, let me hold this for you." Anua handed the porridge to Su Xian, then approached Hua Qinian with concern. "Brother Ainyan, how do you feel? Do you want to rest a little longer?" Hua Qinian looked at Anua with tenderness and worry in his eyes. "I'm fine, don't worry." Since Hua Qinian woke up, Anua and he had been like conjoined twins, always close and affectionate. Every day, Anua personally took care of his meals and daily needs, feeding him and worried about his health. Although Hua Qinian often said he didn't need such care, the love and satisfaction in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Every time Anua was busy with him, his gaze was glued to her, full of love. Seeing the scene, Su Xian and Zhang Zhaodi felt very envious. Zhang Zhaodi couldn't help but sigh, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. Big sister-in-law and Captain Hua really have a good relationship.
It's so enviable.
Su Xian smiled slightly. Yes, true friendship is tested in hard times. Anua is lucky to have found someone who truly cares for her. After some time recovering, Chao Yunfei and Xiao Jiang were able to get out of bed for a short walk. They slowly moved around the ward, stretching their muscles, and their health improved day by day. Half a month later, Hua Qinian's condition also improved significantly. The doctor finally allowed him to get out of bed and walk. Although his movements were still slow, it was a miraculous progress for someone who was once considered hopelessly injured. Anua stayed by Hua Qinian's side every day, helping him walk carefully, worried he might fall. Looking at Anua's cautious care, Hua Qinian always whispered softly, "Wife, I can do it myself." Anua was still nervous. "You need to be careful. Injuring muscles or bones takes 100 days to heal. Don't leave any lasting effects." Hua Qinian gently pinched her nose affectionately. "With a healer like you here, what do I have to worry about?" Anu's face turned slightly red. She pouted playfully. "Stop joking and walk carefully." After 3 months of careful treatment and rest, Hua Qinian, Chao Yunfei, and Xiao Zhang's injuries had mostly healed. Finally, the day to leave the hospital arrived. On the day they were discharged, Commander Su Guohua personally came to pick up the heroes. Su Guohua was dressed in a neat military uniform, looking proud yet happy. As he entered the ward, he loudly announced, "Great! Our heroes can finally go home." Chao Yunfei and Xiao Jiang immediately stood straight and saluted. "Hello, Commander." Hua Qinian also stood up, moving a bit slowly, but still showing his soldierly demeanor. "Commander, thank you for coming to pick us up personally." Su Guohua waved his hand. "No need to thank me. You are the pride of our special unit. Although this mission was dangerous, you 3 risked your lives to save many comrades. You're true heroes." Anu stood nearby, smiling happily. Su Guohua took a key from his pocket and handed it to Chao Yunfei. "Little Chao, here is the key to your new house. It's on the 3rd floor of the staff building, just above Su Xian's place. It's convenient for future visits. Su Xian held Zhang Zhao's hand and said, "That's wonderful. Now we are neighbors and can visit each other often." Chao Yunfei excitedly took the key and respectfully saluted Su Guohua. "Thank you, Commander. Thank you for your care." Su Guohua patted Chao Yunfei on the shoulder. "You're welcome. It's what you deserve. Now, have you packed everything? The car is waiting outside. Let's go home." Yin Huang and Tang Dang heard familiar footsteps and rushed out of the house like arrows. Woof, woof, woof. Before Nu stepped into the yard, two fluffy figures threw themselves into her arms. "Be careful." Huachinian quickly reached out to block them, worried they might bump into Anu's belly. Yin Huang first circled Anu twice, confirming she was really back. His tail wagged like a motor, and his eyes were full of longing and grievance. Tang Dang directly rubbed against Anu's legs, whimpering as if to complain about her being away so long. "Yin Huang, Tang Dang, I'm back." Anu supported her waist and rubbed their heads. "Did you miss me?" Silver Emperor proudly straightened his chest, as if showing off how much he had grown recently. Anuo realized that, in just 3 months apart, Silver Emperor had grown almost as big as a Tibetan Mastiff, strong build, shiny fur, looking well cared for. Jiang Pingyu also laughed at the lively scene. These two are now the favorites of the Sharpblade group. The soldiers like them a lot. They're eating well every day. When Anua left, she was most worried about these two little guys, but she never expected they were being so well looked after. "Thank you all so much," she said softly. "Hey, we're family, no need to thank us." Jiang Pingyu carried some things into the house. Huachinian put his arm around her shoulder. "Let's go home." As soon as they entered, Anua was happily surprised to find the house clean and tidy. The furniture was spotless, and even the curtains smelled like sunshine. There was a bunch of wildflowers on the table, bright and lively, adding life to the warm little home. "Captain Jiang, please thank Sister Su Xian for me later. She helped clean the house in advance." "She worked hard," Anua said gratefully to Jiang Pingyu. Jiang Pingyu waved his hand. She said she couldn't let the pregnant woman come back to a messy house, so she tidied it up early. "It's no big deal, no need to thank her." "No, I must thank her." Anua shook her head firmly. "When I and Brother Anen are feeling better, I'll invite you two to our house for a meal." "Okay, I'll tell Sister Su Xian for you," Jiang Pingyu said with a silly smile, scratching the back of his head. "All right, you two rest first. If you need anything, just let me know." Then he waved goodbye and left. Anua helped Huachinian slowly walk to the bed and sat down. "How do you feel? Are you tired?" Huachinian held her hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Anua looked down at her clearly visible belly and then at Huachinian's still weak body. She couldn't help but smile. "We really are. What's wrong?" "One is injured and the other is pregnant. I really don't know who's taking care of whom," she said with a light laugh. Huachinian's eyes darkened as he gently touched her belly. "Sorry, wife. I should protect you, but I made you take care of me instead." "Nonsense." Anua held his hand back. "We're married, and we face difficulties together. There's nothing to feel guilty about. Besides, you were hurt for the country and the people. It's only natural I do a little for you." Huachinian's eyes were full of love as he gently kissed her hand. "Meeting you in this life is my greatest blessing." Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Report."
"Come in."
Huachinian put away his tenderness, and his voice returned to the firm tone of a soldier. Xiao Tao pushed the door open, stood straight, and saluted Huachinian. "Report, Commander." "According to the division commander's instructions, from today I am your security guard. Please give me your guidance." Huachinian nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." "It's my honor." Xiao Tao looked energetic and full of admiration. Anua looked at Xiao Tao and smiled gratefully. "Thank you for your help during this time, Xiao Tao." Xiao Tao scratched his head a little shyly. "You're welcome, comrade. I'll go to the cafeteria to get food for you guys first. I'll be right back." Just as Xiao Tao was about to turn around, Anua quickly stopped him.
"Wait."
She went to the desk, took out a notebook, and wrote something down. Then she tore off the paper and handed it to Xiao Tao. This is my updated face cream recipe. When you have free time, please go to the hospital and ask Director Yao for the medicine. Xiao Tao took the note seriously and stored it carefully. I promise to complete the task. After saying that, he turned and hurried away. That kid is pretty good, Huachinian commented. Yes, he's very loyal and responsible, Anua nodded. Then she reached out her hand. Come on, I'll help you up. Let's sit at the dining table, so it's easier to eat later. Huachinian held her hand and slowly stood up. They supported each other as they walked to sit at the table. Silver King and Tang Ying followed at their feet, occasionally looking up, as if afraid they might suddenly disappear again. The taste of home is really nice, Huachinian said contentedly, taking a deep breath. Anua smiled and suddenly remembered something. By the way, I asked you to find out about buying a courtyard house. Any news? Huachinian frowned. That's not easy. I asked my comrade-in-arms, and right now the public housing system is unified management, unified allocation, and rent-based housing. Private sales are not allowed. I see. Anua looked a little disappointed. Don't worry. My friend has a small Western-style house that has been requisitioned by the Revolutionary Committee. He said that once the policies loosen up and buying and selling houses are allowed again, he plans to sell that house. A small Western-style house? Anua's eyes lit up. Where is it? In Xiqing District, near Shikahai. The location is very good. But right now, it's not possible to trade, so we have to wait. Anua thought for a moment and nodded. That's okay. I can wait. Please say hello to your comrade for me. If he plans to sell anything in the future, make sure to contact me first. Dear, why are you buying such a big house? Chinian asked with some confusion. Anua touched her belly and smiled. Of course, it's for better relaxing in the future. Relaxing? Chinian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. It's a kind of investment. Anua chuckled awkwardly and explained, think about it. So many young people going to the countryside. Do you think they will stay there forever and never return to the city? Chinian looked down thoughtfully, then shook his head. That's impossible. Anua happily pounded the table, startling Yin Huang and Tang Dang. Exactly. Once those young people return to the city, housing and jobs will be in high demand. So if we own many houses, we could rent them out, right? We could earn rent money. Qin Yan's eyes lit up. He reached out and gently ruffled Anua's hair, smiling warmly. My wife is so clever. You thought of everything. So, if we have some spare money, not investing it would be such a waste, Anua said with a slight smile and shrugged. That makes sense. Chinian nodded in agreement. But now isn't the right time. We have to wait. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on the policies. When there's a change, we'll buy. Yes, Anua and Chinian agreed instantly, both looking excited. And about our gold nugget, when we buy a house in a few years, we can sell it then. The price should be higher by that time. Chinian showed a gentle smile. You think ahead. Of course. Anua proudly raised her eyebrows. I have big plans for our future. Just then Xiao Tao came back with the food. Dinner is here. The cafeteria made braised spare ribs today. I took a few extra pieces to help the captain stay healthy. Anua took the plate and smiled. Perfect, let's eat together, Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. I'll eat later at the cafeteria. You two enjoy your meal. He saluted and left. This guy, really. Anua shook her head, smiling as she scooped a bowl of rice for Chinian and added a piece of braised meat on top. Eat while it's hot. Chinian took the bowl and looked at her affectionately. My wife, it's so good to have you. Stop saying such things. Anua felt a bit shy under his gaze and gently stroked her belly. All right, let's eat quickly. We still have 2 little ones waiting for us. Anua and Huachinian exchanged a smile, enjoying the simple yet precious time together. The aroma of the food and feelings of happiness filled the space. The next morning, Yin Huang and Tang Dang lay lazily at the door, basking in the sun. Anua had just finished tidying up the dishes and was about to sit down to rest. Suddenly, A series of knocking sounds broke the peaceful morning. Manhwa, holding her waist, slowly walked to the yard. She opened the door and saw Sister Zhao Feng, Sister Guyuchen, and Sister Wang Chuiying standing there, carrying some things. She was a bit surprised. Sister Zhao Feng saw Manhwa and her eyes widened, her mouth opened so wide it could hold an egg. She looked Manhwa up and down and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, comrade N, you look like a fairy coming down from heaven." Guyuchen nodded along, her voice soft. "Yes, I thought I was seeing things earlier. Such a beautiful girl exists in this world." "Exactly. She's even more beautiful than those stars in magazines," Sister Zhao Feng added, her eyes wide with admiration. Wang Chuiying also couldn't help but sigh. "She's prettier than the stars in the pictures." Manhwa's cheeks turned slightly red from the praise, and she smiled shyly. "Comrade and Captain He are truly a perfect match." Guyuchen also smiled. Yes, a match made in heaven." Sister Wang Chuiying nodded in agreement. Manhwa felt even more embarrassed by their compliments and quickly changed the subject. "Come inside and sit down. Don't stand outside." The three sisters-in-law finally realized and hurriedly followed Manhwa into the house. Inside, they saw Huachinian sitting by the bed reading a book, and they couldn't help but marvel again. "Captain He, we've gathered some eggs to bring to you. Hope you recover soon." Sister Zhao Feng placed the basket on the table, sincerely. Huachinian put down his book and nodded slightly. "Thank you all for your concern." Guyuchen took the opportunity to speak carefully, glancing at Manhwa with a low voice. "Actually, we came today not just to bring eggs. We also want to apologize to Comrade and apologize?" Manhwa raised an eyebrow, surprised. Wang Chuiying sighed. "About those rumors about you. We believed some of them, and even talked about you behind your back. Later, Su Xiang was taken to a military court, and we finally learned that all those words were her own fabrication. As for your grandmother's family matters, it has been explained clearly above. They are red capitalists who contributed to the revolutionary cause. We feel truly ashamed." Sister-in-law Zhao Feng also nodded repeatedly. "Yes. The army even sent people to hold a meeting with us, saying we shouldn't casually slander others, as it would discourage the people. Comrade, we sincerely apologize to you. Please don't take it to heart." And Newell looked at their expressions, feeling sincere but also a bit embarrassed. These military wives sometimes like to gossip, but they are good-hearted, just easily influenced by others. She smiled generously. "I don't mind what happened before. Just be careful in the future. I believe it was unintentional on your part, so there's no need to feel too guilty." The three sisters-in-law, seeing her understanding and kind attitude, felt even more embarrassed. They kept thanking her, and also asked Huachinian to rest well. Huachinian was still recovering, so the three sisters-in-law couldn't stay long. They put down the eggs, exchanged a few polite words, and then left. And Newell saw them to the door, watching their figures, feeling a mix of emotions inside. It seems the people's eyes are still sharp, and Newell muttered to herself. "What's wrong?" Huachinian came out from inside after hearing the noise. "It's nothing, just feeling quite emotional," and Newell smiled and said, "Don't think too much. It's all in the past." Huachinian walked over and gently put his arm around her shoulders. And Newell nodded and leaned into his embrace. As soon as the three sisters-in-law left, Su Xian arrived from behind. She carried a small cloth bag and smiled as she entered. "I just passed by and saw Zhao Feng and them leaving your house. Were they here to apologize?" "Yes, they just left," and Newell nodded. Su Xian put down her bag and sat down. "The matter of you saving those three soldiers is taken very seriously by the higher-ups. They even sent people to clean up the atmosphere, so no one will spread rumors about you anymore. And Su Xiang's case caused a big fuss. Who dares to spread false rumors now?" "I see," and Newell suddenly understood, a faint smile appearing on her face. "It seems this time, a misfortune turned into a blessing." "Exactly," Su Xian said with a smile. "Now no one dares to talk about you behind your back." She smiled again, then changed the subject. "By the way, spring is coming soon. I was thinking that as the weather warms up, we could make some spring clothes. You said the design was entrusted to you, right? I'm looking forward to your work. Don't worry, I've got this, she replied confidently. Anna nodded.
All right.
Sue Xian happily agreed. I trust your clothing designs. By the way, I left some cured meat and sausages for you to try at home, Manhwa said, taking out 2 pieces of cured meat and some sausages from the kitchen and handing them to Sue Xian. Oh, that's so kind of you, Sue Xian said shyly. No problem. Just as a thank you for helping take care of my family, Huichinian, at the hospital these days, Manhwa smiled. Sue Xian hesitated, but finally accepted the gifts. Then I won't be polite. But don't overwork yourself. Just tell me if you need anything. After seeing Sue Xian off, Manhwa went back inside. She took out her sketchbook and pencils from the drawer and started drawing her design plans. Huichinian leaned against the bed, watching her seriously draw, and asked curiously, Wife, what are you drawing? Spring outfit designs, Manhwa replied without looking up. Huichinian moved closer to look carefully. The more he saw, the more surprised he was. Wife, you have such skills? These clothes are really beautiful. Of course, Manhwa said proudly, raising her eyebrows. I'm a versatile designer. Huichinian couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle her hair, full of affection. Manhwa was very focused on her drawing, sometimes frowning in thought, sometimes smiling happily. Huichinian watched her quietly, full of love and admiration in his eyes. He thought his wife really is a treasure girl. She can do everything and does it so well. Time passed second by second, and Manhwa's designs gradually took shape. Her spring clothing designs were fresh, colorful, and full of youthful energy. Wife, once these clothes are made, you'll look even more beautiful wearing them, Huichinian said happily. You're just joking. Manhwa rolled her eyes at him, playfully scolding. Hee. Huichinian scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. By the way, what do you think of this one? Manhwa pointed to a shirt and asked, I want to design a few for you too. You make a few more for yourself, I don't need them. The army issues clothes every season. Huichinian carefully examined it and said, I already have enough clothes. No, that won't do, Manhwa said firmly. You can wear military uniforms all year round, 365 days. You're my man, and I want to make you look handsome. Okay. My wife's word is law, Huichinian said softly, like soothing a child. He couldn't help but smile. Such Manhwa is truly beautiful. At the military district compound, Anja and Ran rushed into the yard like a gust of wind, her face very serious as she headed straight for Jian's study.
Dad.
We can't wait any longer. And Ran lowered her voice, but her anxiety was clear in her tone. Gusheng might come back at any time. What if he sees Manhwa's face is healed? And Ran was so anxious, she stomped her feet like an ant on a hot pan. What she feared most now was Gusheng seeing Manhwa's restored face. If Gusheng's feelings were rekindled, all her years of effort would be wasted. Unbeknownst to her, Gusheng had already learned about Manhwa's face being healed right away. He couldn't face the fact that Manhwa's heart was fully on Huichinian, which made him unable to accept it. That's why he voluntarily requested to leave the mission and go away from Beijing. And Jianxi frowned deeply. He hadn't expected that the stubborn girl Manhwa would actually treat her burns herself. It must be from those medical books left by that old woman with the recipes inside. If only he had known, he would have never let that stubborn girl take those books. Those were recipes for treating burns. Burn treatment was a globally recognized difficult problem. If he had that recipe and sold it, just thinking about it made his heart ache. So, what if he finds out? He put down the newspaper, sat up straight, and spoke firmly, as if Gusheng was not worth his attention. He will divorce me. And Ran was anxious, stomping her feet and speaking sharply.
Divorce? He dares.
And Jianxi sneered. His tone was full of disdain. Dad, you don't understand. And Ran almost broke down, her voice choking. Gusheng. He still likes Manhwa. Likes? Likes can't fill your stomach, and Jianxi said dismissively, curling his lips in contempt. Just for that face? Do you think he's a fool? Truly a woman's kindness. Dad, you don't know, and Ran was almost crying with worry. And Noah.
She.
Enough, stop talking, and Jianxi interrupted her. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and said, don't worry. I'll find a way to get the information. When the time comes. He made a gesture as if cutting his throat, with a fierce look in his eyes. In the afternoon, at the family courtyard, Nua's home knock. A series of urgent knocks on the door woke Nua and Huachinian from their nap. Nua frowned and struggled to get out of Huachinian's arms. Who is it? Disturbing my nap, she muttered as she got up to open the door. Huachinian looked at her puffed-up face and couldn't help but smile. His wife has a fiery temper, but she's really quite adorable. When the door opened, Nua was surprised. Why had this family come? Standing outside was Jian's family. Everyone wore fake smiles that made people feel sick. Leading the group was Jian, holding a large, bulging net bag. Oh, Nua, we're here to see Captain Hua, Jian said with a face full of wrinkles, smiling. We heard he was discharged, so we brought some health supplements. His old face was smiling like a sunflower. Nua looked at them expressionlessly, secretly sneering inside. Huachinian had been in the hospital for so long, yet this family never visited. Now they were being so eager? Like a fox bringing a gift to a chicken, definitely with bad intentions. Nua rolled her eyes inwardly but kept a calm face. Come in, she said softly, turning sideways to let them enter. Jian's family entered one after another, carrying bags and looking very eager. Oh, no, Noah, your room is so clean. Lu Fong pretended to praise. As soon as she entered, she started looking around, her eyes flickering as she looked at the things now in Nua's house that used to be in her own. Her eyes shone with hatred. Nua responded indifferently, secretly sneering inside. Keep pretending, just keep pretending. See how long you can keep it up. Ran looked grim, constantly studying Nua's face with jealousy and resentment in her eyes. Why do you look even better than before? Captain Hua, are you feeling better? Jian approached Huachinian with false concern. We brought some health supplements, hope you recover soon. He placed the net bag on the table with a dull thud. Huachinian nodded expressionlessly and simply said, thank you. Sorry, I can't stay long. My body is heavy, and Yen has injuries too. We didn't bring hot water, so we won't stay for tea, Nua said apologetically, but her tone carried no real regret. She thought inside that this family didn't deserve her water. Jian waved his hand. We're family, no need to fuss over small things. Nua chuckled softly and said nothing more. They sat in the house, chatting casually. Nua kept wondering when Jian would finally reveal his true purpose. By the way, Nan, I heard that your grandmother has another house in Beijing. Is that true? Construction and finally revealed his true intentions and started to ask about the house. As he spoke, he watched Anua's expression carefully. His eyes flickered with cleverness. Anua felt a sudden tightness in her heart. Here it comes, the fox's tail is showing. But she kept a calm face and pretended to be confused, shaking her head. Huh? Grandma has another house? I didn't know that. She never mentioned it to me. She played dumb and acted innocent. Anyway, she refused to give in. Think carefully again. Maybe you heard about it when you were little? A hint of disappointment flashed in Construction Anne's eyes, but he still didn't give up. Anua shook her head. I really don't know. Uncle, why are you asking? It's nothing, just asking casually, Construction Anne said with an awkward smile, his eyes showing a hint of disappointment and cruelty. That look, like a snake, cold and vicious. Anua saw it clearly and became more cautious. They exchanged a few polite words and then left. Before leaving, they reminded Huachinian to rest well. It seemed they came today specifically to find out about Grandma's other house. Huachinian whispered that his intuition told him their visit was definitely related to that painting. I think so too, Anua frowned. She opened a box of malt milk, but found something strange inside. Huh. Brother Nien, look, this box seems to have been pried open. She picked up the box and examined it carefully. Sure enough, there were marks of tampering at the seal. If not looked at closely, it was hard to notice. She carefully poured out some malt milk and saw tiny crystalline particles inside. If not examined carefully, they were almost invisible. Brother Ainian, look at this. Anua handed the malt milk to Huachinian, her face serious. Huachinian took the box, sniffed it, then pinched a small amount with his finger and examined it closely. His face also turned grim. This malt milk has a problem, Huachinian said in a low voice. Little Tao, he called out. Xiao Tao responded and ran in. Go find the master and tell him I have something important to discuss, Huachinian instructed. Yes. Xiao Tao turned and hurried out. Soon, Su Guohua arrived in a hurry. What happened? Su Guohua asked as soon as he entered. Huachinian told Su Guohua everything that happened and handed him the box of malted milk. Commander, and Jian she has already started to target Manhwa, Huachinian said in a serious tone. There is slow-acting poison in this malted milk. Su Guohua frowned and carefully examined the box. You all stay put for now. I will take these items to check. After speaking, he took the supplement sent by Jian Shi and left. After Su Guohua left, Huachinian advised Manhwa to be very careful and not go out alone. If anything happens, tell me immediately. He held her hand firmly, with a determined look in his eyes. He would never let Manhwa be hurt. Manhwa nodded, but her heart was full of worry. She felt she must find the painting her grandmother left behind as soon as possible. Otherwise, Jian Shi and her family definitely wouldn't give up easily. Night fell, and stars shone through the window, casting gentle light on Manhwa's peaceful face. She lay quietly on the bed but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. When she closed her eyes, memories of her original life played like a movie, flashing through her mind scene by scene. They were broken and incomplete, never fitting together. Oh, my head hurts. Can't sleep? Suddenly, strong arms wrapped her into a warm embrace. Huachinian's deep voice, with a hint of concern, sounded in her ear. Don't worry, I'm here for you. A warm hand gently held her, surrounding her with familiar comfort. Huachinian's gentle, soothing voice continued, I will always be by your side, protecting you and the children. Manhwa's heart felt a warm rush, calming her instantly. She turned around and hugged Huachinian's strong waist, burying her face in his chest, feeling his steady heartbeat. I'm not worried about that, Manhwa said softly, with a touch of childish innocence. Do you think, maybe, Grandma in Beijing might have other properties? She suddenly looked up, her eyes shining like two bright stars. This way, we can not only find that painting faster but also maybe get a bunch of properties. Oh, just thinking about it makes me happy. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, dreaming about the future. By then, what's the point of working so hard? Just relax and be a landlord, count money until your hands hurt, that kind of life. TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Manhwa grinned, her eyes squinting into a happy slit. Hey, do you think this counts as an easy win? She said enthusiastically, as if she had already seen a bright future ahead. Huachinian looked at her little greedy expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. You really are a little money-minded person, he said, gently pinching her cheek with affection. What's wrong? You're not happy? Manhwa pouted, pretending to be angry. I'm very happy, Huachinian quickly replied. As long as you're happy, anything is fine. He held Manhwa even tighter, wishing he could melt her into himself. That's more like it. Manhwa proudly hummed and buried her head in his embrace. In the morning, sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden spots of light. Knock, knock, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door broke the quiet morning. Manhwa rubbed her sleepy eyes and got out of bed. She walked to the door and opened it.
Ha!
Xiao Tao?
Su Xin?
Why are you? Manhwa looked surprised at the two standing outside. Early in the morning, these two carried big and small bags, coming together unexpectedly. Su Xian wore a gentle smile and explained, I met Xiao Tao on the road. He said he was coming to deliver some herbal medicine, so I helped him carry a few things. Xiao Tao held several large bags, bulging and smelling strongly of herbs. Little sister-in-law, I've brought back all the herbs. Xiao Tao, you've worked hard. Come in quickly. Anua moved aside to let them in. Xiao Tao placed the herbs in the kitchen. Su Xian volunteered to help, as she was quite experienced in making medicine. I'll do the herbal work, Su Xian waved at Anua. You go rest first. Leave this to me. Su Xian went into the kitchen and started working, boiling water, washing the medicine pots, preparing herbs. All right, then I'll leave it to Sister Su Xian, Anua said with a smile, not refusing. She turned around and sat on the sofa in the living room. She took out paper and pen to design clothes. Xiao Tao then entered Hu Qinian's bedroom, closed the door, and whispered to discuss work matters. Meanwhile, Su Xian was busy in the kitchen. When she finished, she sat with Anua in the living room, watching her draw design sketches. Occasionally, she offered some suggestions on the designs. The two worked well together, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. In the bedroom, Xiao Tao was reporting work to Hu Qinian. Captain, the team completed this mission well, without any problems. Yes, I understand. I will make sure to give credit to the brothers later. Time passes second by second, and the smell of medicine gradually fills the room. Su Xian pours the prepared medicine into 3 clay jars. I need to go home now and take the medicine to Deputy Captain Chow. Su Xian picks up 1 jar, and prepares to leave. Little sister-in-law, I'll go to the cafeteria to get some food and also deliver medicine to Xiao Jiang. Xiao Tao stands up and also picks up a bowl of medicine. All right, be careful on the way. Anua sees the two off. Xiao Tao returns from the cafeteria carrying several lunch boxes. Anua asks Xiao Tao to help pour hot water into the bathtub. After filling the tub, Xiao Tao quickly goes to the bedroom. Captain, the water is ready. I'll help you take a bath, Xiao Tao says, about to assist Hu Qinian. No need, I can do it myself. Hu Qinian waves his hand, refusing his help. Captain, you still have injuries. Let me do it. Xiao Tao still feels uneasy. Xiao Tao, go eat. I'll stay here with him. And Nua comes over and says to Xiao Tao.
But.
Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry, I can take care of him. And Nua pats Xiao Tao's shoulder and pushes him out of the bathroom. Xiao Tao pauses, then understands. He scratches his head, smiles a little embarrassed. Well, sister-in-law, I'll go first.
Call me if you need anything.
After speaking, he quickly slips out of the bathroom, not forgetting to close the door. Inside the bathroom, steam rises. And Nua looks at the scars crisscrossing his body, her eyes welling with tears from pain. Old and new wounds overlap, shocking to see. Does it still hurt? She softly asks, gently touching the scars, afraid of hurting him. It doesn't hurt anymore. Hu Qinian shakes his head. He holds Nua's hand, kisses it softly, and comforts her gently. Silly girl, don't cry. I'm fine. He lowers his head and gently kisses her forehead. Wife, do you know? When I saw you burned, I was heartbroken. I wished I could take that pain for you. Hu Qinian's voice is deep and hoarse, with a hint of fear. This time, I've also experienced what it's like to be burned. Now I truly understand how it feels. He pauses, then continues, from now on, I will cherish you more, treat you even better, and never let you get hurt again. And Nua can't hold back anymore, and tears suddenly flow down her face. You really are a fool, a big fool. She choked out, her voice full of tenderness and emotion. Hu Qinian smiled, so gentle and full of love. Yes, I am a fool who only loves you. He held Anua tightly in his arms, as if to merge her into his bones and blood. The two embraced tightly, feeling each other's heartbeat and this rare happiness. Days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 15 days went by. That day, Su Guohua brought some news to Anua. Comrade Anua, the test results are in. Su Guohua looked serious and spoke softly. Anua and Hu Qinian exchanged a worried glance, both sensing something was wrong. Su Guohua took a deep breath. The test results are in. Among the things sent by Anjian, only the malted milk contains slow-acting poison. This poison is very sneaky. If someone drinks a whole can of malted milk, they might quietly pass away. And it's hard to detect any problem, as if they suddenly fell ill. Although Manhwa was mentally prepared, she still broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. She instinctively touched her stomach, feeling scared. She had long suspected that Onjian was not a good person, but she never imagined he could be so cruel. In the 1970s, a can of malted milk was very precious. Who would normally drink it? Not during postpartum recovery to boost health? If he had mixed something else, she might not have suspected. But he chose malted milk. Wasn't he clearly trying to harm her and the baby? Huachinian held Anua's hand and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Anua forced a smile. I'm fine. I just didn't expect my own uncle to do such a thing. Su Guohua sighed. People are hard to read. But don't worry, I've arranged for someone to watch Onjian. If he makes any move, we'll know immediately. Anua nodded. Thank you, Commander Su. After seeing Su Guohua off, Anua sat on the sofa, unable to calm her mind for a long time. Huachinian sat beside her and gently held her. Don't think too much, Huachinian said softly. The most important thing now is to take care of yourself and the baby. Anua leaned into Huachinian's embrace, feeling his warmth and gradually calming down. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. She knew this was not the time to be weak. She must stay strong to protect herself and the baby inside her belly. Anua's belly is getting bigger. Because she is expecting twins, she guesses she might go into labor early. So, she starts preparing for the birth in advance, or else she might be caught off guard when the babies arrive. Su Xian. Anua takes out a stack of cloth tickets and some money, and hands them to Su Xian. Please help me make some clothes and bedding for the babies. Su Xian takes the items, smiles, and says, Don't worry, I will make them look beautiful. Anua watches Su Xian busy working, feeling very grateful. She touches her belly and softly says, Babies, you are so loved. I am so happy. Huachinian's injury has almost healed, and he no longer needs to stay in bed. As soon as he can go out, he eagerly returns to the army. Be careful. Anua helps Huachinian adjust his collar. Don't tire yourself out too much. Huachinian smiles and pinches Anua's face. Don't worry. I will take good care of myself. You stay safe at home, too. If anything happens, just find Sister Su Xian. Anua nods. Got it. You go now. Watching Huachinian leave, Anua feels a little reluctant, but mostly proud. Just as Anua is about to rest in her room, knock, knock, knock. Someone is knocking on the door. Who is it? Anua feels a bit confused. She opens the door and sees it is Director Yao, along with a couple. Director Yao, what brings you here? Anua is surprised but quickly invites them in. Come in and sit down. Have some hot water. Anua greets them warmly. Director Yao is not formal and looks around the room with interest. Anua, your house is so clean. You must be a very diligent person. Anua smiles. You're flattering me, Director Yao. I just can't sit still and like to tidy up. The couple that Director Yao brought in also enters the room. The man is dressed in a Zhongshan suit and wears glasses, looking refined. The woman wears a camel-colored wool coat with fashionable curly hair, clearly an intellectual. Anua, let me introduce you. Director Yao points to the couple. This is Yang Yuheng, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And this is his wife, Su Yao, Chief Editor of the Shangyi Publishing House. At first glance, Anua feels she recognizes the woman. Now she suddenly remembers who she is. So it's you. The woman with the breech presentation during childbirth is Sister Su, right? Su Yao smiled and nodded naturally, holding Anua's hands. Yes, thanks to you, my child and I are safe. I came today just to thank you in person. Yang Yuheng took out 3 cans of formula from his bag. We heard you're about to have the baby, so we bought some formula for the child. Anua's eyes lit up when she saw the formula. She knew how hard it was to buy a can of formula these days. The couple handed over 3 cans so easily. Thinking about their work connections, she realized they really had good contacts. Feeling a bit shy, Anua waved her hand. That's too kind of you. I only did what I could at the time. Sister Sue's family also has children, so maybe you should take these back for your own kids. Comrade Anua, my little rascal already has enough to drink. No need to worry about him. Su Yao patted Anua's hand. These are specially for your baby in your belly. Don't feel awkward with us. Exactly, Anua, just accept it. This is a small gesture from Xiao Su and her husband, Director Yao said with a smile, encouraging her. All right then. Anua smiled sweetly at Su Yao. I'll thank Auntie Su for my 2 little ones on behalf of my family. Twins? Su Yao was surprised, her eyes wide when she heard 2 little ones. Anua nodded. Yes, twins. Oh my, Comrade Anua, you're amazing. Others go through labor twice, but you had both at once. Not everyone can envy such a couple. Su Yao looked at Anua with increasing admiration. Anua smiled confidently, saying nothing. Being able to carry twins was indeed not easy. Director Yao, eager to persuade Anua to work at the hospital, quickly interrupted their conversation. He earnestly said, Anua, I still want to ask, how are you feeling about working at the hospital? Anua shook her head. Director Yao, I really appreciate your kindness. But I'm expecting twins, and after the babies are born, I won't have anyone to help me take care of them. I can only look after my children myself. I really can't go to work at the hospital. Director Yao looked disappointed, but understood her difficulties. At that moment, Su Yao suddenly asked, Comrade Anua, what is your educational background? How is your English? Anua was momentarily surprised but then replied, I graduated from high school. My grandmother studied abroad, and she taught me English. I think I can manage. She chuckled inwardly. In her previous life, she was an international student at a prestigious foreign university, earning a master's degree. Her English was definitely excellent. Nowadays, graduating from high school was considered a high level of education. Moreover, with her grandmother's background of studying abroad supporting her, what job could she not handle? After hearing Anua's answer, Su Yao's eyes brightened. She seemed to have discovered a treasure suddenly. She smiled and took out an English book from her bag, handing it to Anua. This is a novel we plan to translate. See if you can translate a paragraph. Anua took the book, opened the first page, and read carefully. It's a love story with beautiful language and touching plot. Anua quickly became interested in the story. She went to the study room to get paper and a pen, then started translating. Su Yao and Yang Yuheng watched quietly beside her, not disturbing her. Time passed second by second. Anua's pen moved quickly on the paper, making a rustling sound. Her eyebrows sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed, her expression changing with the story. After a while, Anua finally stopped writing. She took a deep breath, handed the translated draft to Su Yao, and said, Sister Su, please take a look. Su Yao took the draft and read it carefully. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she looked surprised. She didn't expect Anua's translation skills to be so good. Not only did she accurately convey the original meaning, but her writing was smooth and beautiful, meeting the publisher's standards. Comrade Anua, your English is really excellent. You meet the level of a senior translator at our publishing house. Su Yao excitedly held Anua's hand, full of admiration. Our publisher just needs a senior translator for a famous foreign classic in this issue. Are you interested in trying? As long as the translation is good, the pay isn't an issue. Anua's heart raced. She didn't expect to get such a good opportunity. She had wanted to get close to Su Yao, and now that the chance came to her, she wouldn't refuse. Sister Su, I want to try, Anua said happily and excitedly.
Great. It's settled then.
When you're free, come to the publisher's office to find me, and we can discuss it in detail, Su Yao said happily. Okay, I'll go tomorrow, Anua said eagerly, eager to start this work. After seeing Director Yao, Su Yao and Yang Yuheng off, Anua's mood remained excited for a long time. She didn't expect to find such a good job. This not only allows her to use her special skills but also brings her a good income. While waiting for Hao Qinian to return, Anua eagerly shared the good news with him. Brother, and I found a job. An editor at a publishing house asked me to translate English novels. Anua said excitedly, her eyes shining. How Chinian listened and was happy for Anua. He hugged her warmly and kissed her on the cheek. I knew my wife was the best. As long as you like it, I support you, How Chinian said with a smile. The next day, How Chinian greeted Chow Yunfei, then drove with Anua to Shangyi Publishing. Su Yao was already waiting for them. As soon as they arrived, she warmly welcomed them into her office. Come in, Anua. Sit quickly, Su Yao said, busy pouring water. How Chinian gently supported Anua's waist to help her sit down. Su Yao had never seen How Chinian before, but she had heard about him from director Yao. Although he was covered in dark ointment now, his natural aura of authority was still obvious. She looked at Anua's happy smile and thought they were a perfect match. Comrade Anua, here is a novel we plan to translate. Try translating a paragraph first, Su Yao said, taking a thick English book from her drawer and handing it to Anua. Anua took the book, opened the first page, and was hit by the smell of ink. She took a deep breath, picked up her pen, and started translating smoothly on her paper. The English in the book was very easy for her. How Chinian watched from beside her. He couldn't read those dense English letters and felt dizzy. He secretly admired his wife for being able to understand these strange symbols. Time passed quickly as Anua's pen moved swiftly on the paper, making a rustling sound. Her brows sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed, her expression changing with the story. After a while, Anua finally stopped writing. She took a deep breath and handed her translation to Su Yao. Su Jia, please take a look and see if it's okay, she said. Su Yao took the manuscript and read carefully. The more she read, the more surprised she was. Anua's speed and quality of translation exceeded her expectations. Anua, you are amazing. I've decided to let you translate this book. The payment will be 15 yuan per 1,000 words. How does that sound? Su Yao said without hesitation, making the decision on the spot. 15 yuan for 1,000 words? That price is already considered very expensive these days. Anua secretly felt happy inside. This Su Yao was indeed generous. No problem. Thank you, Sister Su. Anua smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly closed. Now her little savings would grow again.
Great.
It's settled then. When can you start translating? Su Yao asked. I can start anytime, Anua said eagerly, eager to begin the work. After leaving the publishing house, Anua felt very happy. She looked at the English book and the English-Chinese dictionary in her hands, feeling hopeful about her life. Brother-in, once I finish translating this book, I will earn 3,000 yuan, Anua said happily, holding onto Chinian's arm. Chinian gently ruffled her hair and said affectionately, my wife is so amazing, earning so much just sitting at home. His little wife was truly a little money-minded. Hee, of course. Anua proudly lifted her head. Suddenly, Chinian said mysteriously, to celebrate my wife finding a job, I've decided to give you a gift. What gift? Anua asked curiously. Chinian kept a playful tone. You'll find out when you get there. Chinian drove Anua to a department store. He held her hand and went straight to the pen counter. Comrade, show me your best pens, Chinian said to the clerk. The clerk saw Chinian in uniform, looking distinguished, and quickly brought out the best pen in the display. It was a Parker pen, with a shiny black body and a golden nib, looking very valuable. Sweetheart, what do you think of this pen? Chinian handed the pen to Anua. Anua took the pen and examined it carefully, her eyes shining with surprise. This pen is so beautiful, Anua exclaimed. Do you like it?
Chinian asked.
As long as it's from you, I like it, Anua answered without hesitation. She didn't care if the gift was expensive or not. If Chinian gave it, she liked it all. Silly girl, Chinian said affectionately, pinching her nose. He pulled out money and a receipt, buying the pen. Anua held the pen, feeling warm inside. Brother-in, thank you, Anua whispered. Fool, no need to thank me, he replied kindly. Chinian gently patted Anua's head and said, when we have the chance later, I'll ask my friends from Hong Kong to bring you a better pen. Anua tightly hugged Huachinian's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. No need. This one is good enough. Anua's voice was full of happiness and sweetness. Not far away, Gu Sheng and his comrade Gao Feng just came down from the building. When they turned around, they saw Anua and Huachinian close together, and their eyes were filled with jealousy and frustration. Gu Sheng clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deep into his skin.
Why?
Why is the woman who should belong to him now cuddling another man? And he can only watch her happiness like a secret observer? Gu Sheng kept his fists clenched, nails digging into his flesh. He didn't care about anything and wanted to go find Anua, but Gao Feng grabbed his arm firmly. Are you crazy? Gao Feng stepped in front of Gu Sheng and lowered his voice to scold. What are you trying to do? I want to find Anua. Gu Sheng struggled to shake off Gao Feng's hand. Gao Feng held him tightly and advised patiently, calm down. Anua is married to Huachinian, and you are married to Anren. What can you say to her now? What can you do to change things? Don't cause trouble that might affect your promotion. I don't care. I just want to see her. Gu Sheng shouted with red eyes. Get a grip. Gao Feng pulled Gu Sheng to a corner and said, Are you still not ashamed enough? It was your Gu family who broke off the engagement. Now she's found happiness, and you still want to interfere? Gu Sheng was hurt by Gao Feng's words. He suddenly felt defeated and slumped against the wall. I just want to talk to her. Gu Sheng muttered, full of regret and unwillingness. Don't be foolish. Gao Feng patted his shoulder. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. If you have anything to say, tell me when you're drunk. I'll be your trash can. Gao Feng forcefully dragged Gu Sheng away. Until their figures disappeared around the corner, Huachinian finally looked away. Missed opportunities are missed. Now Anua is his wife, and he absolutely won't allow other men to covet her. Huachinian gently moved the stray hair behind Anua's ear and softly asked, Are you tired? Do you want to keep walking? Anua looked tired and shook her head with a smile. My stomach feels too heavy. I don't want to walk anymore. Huachinian affectionately pinched her nose and said, All right, let's go home. After returning home, Chinian tidied up the study to make it more comfortable for Anua to work on her translation. He added a soft cushion and a pillow to the chair and placed a green plant on the desk. Brotherin, you're so thoughtful, Anua said, moved, unable to help but wrap her arms around his waist and tiptoe to kiss his lips. Chinian pursed his lips, feeling a bit unfulfilled, but worried because Anua was pregnant, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He smiled and gently tousled her hair. My wife is so wonderful. If I don't take good care of her, what if one day she doesn't like me anymore? Anua playfully punched his shoulder with her small pink fist. Is that all you're worried about? That your wife is so shallow? Chinian laughed loudly, then held her fist in his palm and rubbed it gently, sounding a little sad. Wife, when can these two little ones come out? I've been thinking about it. Do you want to know too? Anua blushed and stared at Chinian with wide eyes. How did he suddenly start talking about such things? Your mind is full of dirty thoughts. Our two kids are listening too. That was just for them, Chinian said, wrapping his arms around Anua's waist and touching her growing belly like a small hill. They have their mom with them every day, which really affects the relationship between dad and mom. Anua was speechless. This man was actually jealous of his own children. Shut up already, Anua said, feeling a bit headache. She pushed Chinian toward the door. Tonight, you have to cook dinner as punishment. Chinian grinned mischievously, a smile so charming it made Anua momentarily dizzy. His mischievous smile was truly captivating. Happy to serve my wife, but... Chinian cupped her face. I want to get some reward first. What? Reward? Anua asked, but Chinian quickly covered her mouth with his. Maybe because they hadn't been intimate for a while, Chinian kissed deeply, wanting to swallow all the sweetness in Anua's mouth. He originally wanted to tease her, but his teasing stirred his own desire instead, self-inflicted trouble. Chinian and Anua embraced for a long time before gradually letting go, their foreheads touching and breathing mingling. Wife, help me. Chinian's voice was deep and slightly hoarse, with a hint of helplessness. Serves you right, bear with it. Anua chuckled softly, giving him a sidelong glance, her cheeks slightly red as she looked down. Husband. Hu Qinian's eyes showed a hint of urgency, and his breathing grew faster. He gently held Anua's hand, trying to guide her. He always thought he could control himself, but in front of Anua, he was always powerless. Here? Anua asked softly. We can't stay the same forever. We need new experiences, right? Hu Qinian's voice was hoarse. TSK. Anua lightly tapped his chest with her long finger, teasing, Brother A Nian. Have you been possessed? Possessed? Not at all. Hu Qinian rubbed his cheek against Anua's. I just want my wife to love me more. You're so spoiled. Anua laughed, fighting over the kids like this. Yes.
I'm jealous.
Won't my wife comfort me? All right, I will. Hu Qinian tidied himself up, happily walked behind Anua as she washed her hands by the basin and hugged her, resting his chin on her shoulder. Wife, you've worked hard. Anua turned to look at Hu Qinian with a faint smile. Mr. Hu, the babies and I are hungry. We want chicken soup noodles and 2 fried eggs, she said, gesturing with. No problem, I'll go cook now. Hu Qinian kissed Anua on the cheek and then straightened up, heading toward the kitchen. In the days that followed, Anua started working as a translator. Because she was pregnant, she would stand up and walk around the study every now and then to stretch her legs. One day, Anua was admiring the pine and crane painting hanging on the wall. Suddenly, she noticed that this painting's paper was thicker than the other two. She leaned in to examine carefully and saw that the dark patterns around the frame were different. The lines were broken. A flash of insight crossed her mind. Just as she was about to look closer, her stomach suddenly cramped. Ow! Anua gasped sharply, realizing something was wrong. This was a contraction, a sign that labor was near. Anua looked down at her clothes. Luckily, her water hadn't broken. She endured the pain, supporting herself on her waist, and slowly moved outside. In the yard, Inhuang was playing happily with Tangdang. When she saw Anua come out, she happily ran to her feet and wagged her tail. Anua forced herself to endure the pain, sat on a chair by the window, leaning against the wall. She reached out and gently rubbed Inhuang's head, then carefully took off her hair tie. Inhuang, go find Brother A Nian, Anua said, holding the hair tie in her mouth. Hurry up. This is the secret signal between her and Huachinian. As soon as Huachinian sees her hair tie, he will understand that the situation is urgent and will come back immediately. Inhuang receives the order and lets out a howl as he runs out of the yard. Anua is in pain, struggling to breathe. She supports her belly with one hand and tightly grips the armrest of the chair with the other. Sweat drips down her forehead, soaking her collar. Brother A Nian, come back quickly. Anua grits her teeth, silently praying in her heart. Huachinian is standing on the training ground, his eyes sharp and focused on the soldiers training there. He watches carefully, not missing any detail, and occasionally gives guidance to the soldiers. Captain, your wolf Inhuang is here. Chao Yunfei suddenly walks over, nudging Huachinian with his elbow and nodding towards the distance. Inhuang? Huachinian is slightly surprised. Why did this little guy suddenly come here? He looks in the direction Chao Yunfei indicates. Sure enough, Inhuang, a large figure, is rushing toward them like a gust of wind. That creature, running so majestically. Its silver-white fur sparkles in the sunlight, like it's wearing a layer of silver armor. This guy is here to steal the spotlight again, Huachinian thinks with a smile, shaking his head. Inhuang always attracts attention wherever it goes. On the training ground, the soldiers are all watching it. They stretch their necks, curious about this big creature. Hey, what are you looking at? Keep training. Huachinian snaps out of his thoughts and shouts at the soldiers who are watching. Look, isn't that the captain's wolf? So majestic, just like on TV. I heard this is the wolf rescued by the little sister on the mountain. She raised it since it was a pup, so they're very close. The soldiers whisper among themselves, full of admiration and envy. Inhuang doesn't care about these comments. It runs straight over and reaches Huachinian in a flash. Panting, panting. Yin Huang is gasping for breath, wagging its tail excitedly, and nuzzling around Huachinian like a child. Why did you come running here? Huachinian laughs, kneeling down and gently patting Yin Huang's head. Yin Huang's fur is smooth and soft, feeling very nice to touch. Whimper. Yin Huang softly barks, seeming to respond to Huachinian. Suddenly, it opens its mouth and spits out something onto the ground.
Huh.
Huachinian looks closely. Isn't that the hair Tai Anu usually uses to tie her hair? Why is it in Yin Huang's mouth? He felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a bad feeling rising in his mind. The Silver Emperor finished loosening the headband, but showed no sign of stopping. It urgently bit onto Huachinian's pants and pulled hard toward home. Woo-woo, woo-woo. While pulling, the Silver Emperor made anxious sounds, seeming to urge Huachinian to catch up quickly. Huachinian's heart sank sharply, and his face turned pale instantly. A bad feeling grew stronger. He knew very well what Anua's headband meant. That girl. She must be in trouble. Chow Yunfei, you watch over their training first. He didn't have time to say more, threw out a quick instruction, and turned to run toward home. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. No, running back like this is too slow. He immediately turned around and sprinted toward the parking lot at full speed. He jumped into a military jeep, started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and the jeep shot out like an arrow. The Silver Emperor, following behind Huachinian, stared in shock as the dust-covered jeep sped away. No, Master, I haven't even gotten in the car yet, wait for me. The jeep suddenly braked sharply at the gate of the courtyard. Huachinian jumped out, rushing into the yard in 2 quick steps.
Wife,
he called, anxiously. He saw Anua sitting on a chair in the yard, clutching her stomach and groaning in pain. Huachinian felt so distressed he almost suffocated. He hurried forward, carefully lifting Anua into his arms. Wife, how are you? Are you about to give birth? Anua, in pain, couldn't speak clearly, only tightly gripping Huachinian's arm and nodding. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to the hospital right away. He comforted her as he carried her outside. He gently placed Anua on the back seat of the jeep and made her lie down. Then he ran back inside to get the hospital bag she had prepared earlier. Returning to the car, Huachinian started the engine again and sped toward the hospital. Throughout the journey, he kept checking on Anua through the rearview mirror. Wife, hang in there a little longer. We're almost at the hospital. Does it hurt a lot? Should I drive slower? No need. I can still hold on. Anua, sweating profusely and pale as paper from the pain, still tried to smile and shook her head. Huachinian's heart felt like it was being torn apart. He wished he could take all her pain himself. On the battlefield, he faced gunfire and explosions without flinching. But now, he was panicked like a child. At the hospital, Huachinian carried Anua and ran straight into the obstetrics department. Doctor, someone help. My wife is about to give birth. He shouted loudly, his voice full of worry and anxiety. The doctor and nurses rushed over. After checking on Anua, they quickly took her into the delivery room. Family members, please wait outside. The nurse stopped Huachinian from going in. Huachinian was kept outside the delivery room. He paced nervously at the door, his heart pounding. Anua, you must be safe. He silently prayed, clasping his hands tightly, his palms sweaty. Every second felt like it was stretching endlessly, making him feel very anxious. Chow Yunfei, Zhang Zhaodi, and Su Xian also arrived at the hospital. Seeing Huachinian so restless, they became worried too. Don't worry. Sister-in-law will be fine. Chow Yunfei patted Huachinian's shoulder to comfort him. Yes, Anua is very healthy. She will surely deliver the baby smoothly, Su Xian said soothingly, though she was also very nervous, her palms sweaty. Yes, don't be too nervous, Zhang Zhaodi smiled and waved her hand. Women always go through this when giving birth. When I had my son, I was in pain for a whole day before he was born. Shut up. Chow Yunfei scowled and tugged at Zhang Zhaodi's sleeve, stopping her from speaking further. Zhang Zhaodi then noticed Qinian's pale face. Did she say something wrong? She scratched her head, confused. In the village, women giving birth at home often went through similar pain. Moreover, the younger sister was in the hospital giving birth. What was there to be so nervous about? Hearing Zhang Zhaodi say she was in pain for a whole day and night, Qinian's already anxious heart sank even more. Even when Anhwa just had a small cut, he felt heartbroken. Now, she was going through a whole day and night of pain just to give him a child. He couldn't bear to think about it. He truly felt like a fool. Qinian, frustrated, crouched down holding his head, but his eyes never left the door of the delivery room. He wished he could be there with Anhwa to give her strength and face this new life together. Time passed slowly, and inside the delivery room, everything was silent. Qinian felt like he was going crazy. He wanted to rush in and see how Anhwa was doing. Dear, from now on, we won't have more children. I won't let you suffer anymore. He silently prayed in his heart, staring nonstop at the delivery room door. After waiting 3 long hours, a loud crying sound came from the delivery room. Soon after, another cry followed. The two sounds echoed back and forth, like a duet. Qinian suddenly stood up, eyes wide with disbelief. Is it born? He whispered, his face changing quickly from surprise to joy, then worry. Zhang Zhaodi and Su Xian excitedly held each other's hands, smiling happily. Oh, thank heavens, it's finally born. Su Xian cried happily, finally feeling relieved. That's great. With that cry, the babies must be healthy. Yes, yes. Zhang Zhaodi nodded repeatedly. That cry is so loud. It must be a chubby little boy. At that moment, the door to the delivery room opened to both sides. 2 nurses each carried a baby and came out. Congratulations. One nurse said with a smile. It's a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The girl was born a minute before the boy. The nurse held the babies closer to the family members. Look at these beautiful children. Yes, it's rare to see such handsome twins, another nurse agreed. Wow. Zhang Zhaodi eagerly moved closer, examining the 2 children. This big sister really knows how to be born. Are they both so good-looking? Exactly, they're not even grown up yet, and they look this beautiful. If they grow a bit more, they'll look like angels, Su Xian said, smiling happily at the babies. Actually, they are quite pretty. Chow Yunfei also stepped forward to look at the children. The moment he saw them, his heart almost melted. This girl is so pretty. She'll be my daughter-in-law in the future, Zhang Zhaodi said, holding the girl close, loving her as if she couldn't let go. Chow Yunfei didn't argue this time. He liked the babies too, and wished he could take them home right now. Qinian heard the nurse's words and froze. A boy-girl twin? He and Anhwa had a pair of twins? This news was so shocking that he couldn't react right away. But soon, he regained his composure. His first thought wasn't to see the babies, but to ask anxiously, "Where's my wife?"
How is she?
The nurse looked at Qinian's caring eyes and answered gently, "The mother is cleaning up. She'll be out soon. You can go to the ward and wait first." Qinian nodded, then turned to Chow Yunfei. "Yunfei, you and the children should go to the ward first. I'll wait here for my wife." Chow Yunfei understood and nodded, his eyes seeming to stay fixed on his sister. Zhang Zhaodi and Su Xian each carried a baby and followed the nurse to the ward. Qinian stood still, his gaze never leaving the delivery room door. His heart was pounding quickly, feeling both excited and nervous. After a while, the delivery room door opened again, and Anhwa was pushed out. Qinian immediately saw Anhua's damp hair sticking to her pale face. She looked so weak and tired, yet she was still so beautiful. Qinian felt a surge of pain and almost couldn't breathe. He quickly stepped forward, took her hand gently, and said softly, "Wife, you've worked hard." Anhwa weakly shook her head. The first thing she saw after coming out of the delivery room was Qinian, which made her feel very safe. Her eyes scanned around, but she didn't see the children. She asked, "Where are the kids? Have you seen them?" Qinian suddenly remembered the children and, feeling a bit guilty, said, Chow Yunfei and the others took the kids back to the ward first. Anhwa frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Seeing Hu Qinyan's flickering eyes, she guessed he probably hadn't seen the children either. Right now, she just wanted to see her children. Where are the kids? Back in the ward, Anhwa looked around but didn't see the children and felt a little anxious. I want to see the kids. Hu Qinyan looked worried and said, Wife, you should rest first. Once you're rested, there will be plenty of time to see them. The nurse nearby smiled and said to Anhwa, I rarely see a husband who is so attentive to his wife and ignores the newborn but cares for her so carefully. You really found a good husband. Anhwa glanced at Hu Qinyan and honestly admitted, Yes, we have a good relationship. He is indeed a good husband and very caring. The way you two are, I envy you. The nurse looked at Anhwa and Hu Qinyan with admiration. Both of them were very good-looking, and together they looked perfect. You're so adorable. You'll find a man who loves and cares for you in the future, Anhwa said with a gentle smile. That's your good luck wish. The nurse replied with a smile, packed up her things, and turned to leave. At this moment, Zhang Zhaodi and Su Xian came over holding two children, carefully placing them next to Anhwa. Oh, these two little ones are so cute. Zhang Zhaodi couldn't help but praise, saying, They don't look like typical newborns with wrinkled skin, more like little monkeys. When my son was born, his skin was red, like an old man. I almost wanted to throw him away. Su Xian nodded in agreement, saying, Anhwa, look at these two kids, so fair and soft-skinned. They will definitely be handsome and beautiful when they grow up. Anhwa looked at her two children and liked them more and more. She gently stroked their little faces, feeling happy and satisfied. Suddenly, both children started crying loudly at the same time. Anhwa and Hu Qinyan looked confused and unsure what to do. Zhang Zhaodi smiled and said, Don't worry, maybe they just need a diaper change. Anhwa wanted to get up and change the diapers, but Hu Qinyan immediately stopped her, saying, Don't move, I'll do it. Hu Qinyan learned how to change the diapers from Zhang Zhaodi. Although his movements were a bit awkward, he was very serious about learning. Watching Hu Qinyan carefully change the diapers made Anhwa love him even more. Seeing him gently and carefully change the baby's diapers, Anhwa couldn't help asking, You didn't even look at the kids before. Why are you so attentive now? Hu Qinyan scratched his head shyly and said, I was worried about you. Now that I see you're fine, I can focus on taking care of the kids. My wife is the most important to me. Tsk. Such sweet words. Anhwa smiled warmly. She knew Hu Qinyan truly loved her and would be a good father. Zhang Zhaodi and Su Xian exchanged glances and both grinned, speechless. This couple really knew how to shower everyone with love all the time. The two children kept crying, which made Hu Qinyan feel even more helpless. Hadn't they already changed their diapers? Why are they still crying? Oh, they must be hungry, Zhang Zhaodi said. It's time to feed them. Hu Qinyan quickly found a can of milk powder from the maternity bag and took out 2 clean bottles. Under Zhang Zhaodi's guidance, he prepared the milk for the babies. Zhang Zhaodi and Su Xian each held one and skillfully fed the children. The babies drank happily and looked very satisfied. Su Xian, I see you love children so much. Why not have a baby with Major Jiang soon? Anhwa's loving gaze shifted from the children to Su Xian. Su Xian's cheeks flushed pink and she smiled shyly, saying, Let it happen naturally. Holding the 2 newborns, the room was filled with a warm, cozy atmosphere. Hu Qinyan and Anhwa's eyes stayed on the children's small faces, full of love and happiness. After the 2 children finished eating, they lay quietly in their swaddles, occasionally making faint sleepy sounds. These little ones are so well-behaved, Su Xian said with a smile, her eyes full of love for the new life. Tsk, they look so adorable. I can't help but like them. Chow Yunfei looked at the children, grinning from ear to ear. Captain, I want to take these 2 little ones home and raise them.
Dream on.
They're my wife's precious treasures, Hu Qinyan said youngly, sneering at Chow Yunfei.
What?
Chow Yunfei deliberately provoked. Aren't those two little ones your treasures too? Anua and Su Xian both looked up at Huachinian. Huachinian sat beside Anua, put his arm around her shoulder, and looked at her sideways. My wife is my real treasure.
Huh.
Chow Yunfei and the others grinned, feeling their teeth almost ache. Anua blushed and playfully glared at Huachinian. I know you're sweet-talking, but you can't always be giving out candy. Save some for later. Huachinian laughed loudly. No need to save. Your man will make more candy. Chow Yunfei waved his hand, unable to watch anymore. I can't stay here anymore. Captain, take good care of your wife. I'm going back to the team. After saying that, he turned around quickly, afraid that staying longer might cause him trouble. Captain Hua, Su Xian looked away from the children and turned to Huachinian. Have you named the children yet? Huachinian shook his head and looked tenderly at Anua. The children's names should be chosen by their mother. Anua's smile was as warm as spring sunshine. Since they're twins, I haven't had time to think of big names, she said with a smile. How about giving them nicknames first? When we go back, we can think about proper names. She looked down at the two sleeping children in her arms, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Sister can be called Moon, and brother can be called Star, she said after a pause. Star and Moon, hope they, as siblings, always love each other and support one another.
Star. Moon.
Huachinian repeated twice, his smile growing wider. All right, let's call them Star and Moon. The adults gathered around the children, speaking softly and quietly, afraid their voices might wake the little ones. Everyone's face was filled with happiness. Suddenly, Su Xian's face changed color. She quickly covered her mouth and ran out of the room. Hey, what's going on with that girl? Zhang Zhaodi looked at Su Xian's back, feeling puzzled. She hasn't seemed energetic these days. Maybe she's sick? And Nua looked at the door, lost in thought, vaguely guessing something. Honey, I'm going to buy some food. What do you want to eat? Huachinian whispered as he approached. And Nua shook her head. I'm not hungry. Just buy whatever. Okay. Huachinian nodded and left. Soon, Su Xian came back, looking unwell and tired. Sister Su Xian, are you okay? And Nua quickly asked, inviting her to sit beside her. Su Xian sat on the chair by Nua's bed, forcing a smile.
I'm fine.
Maybe I ate something bad. It'll be better in a few days. And Nua didn't speak. She reached out and checked Su Xian's wrist for her pulse. After a moment, Nua released her hand and asked, Sister Su Xian, has your period come this month?
Susin hestita. Tinkafau.
It seems. It hasn't come for a while. But I fell into cold water before, so my body was cold. My period is irregular. Sometimes it only comes every 2 months. And Nua took a deep breath, looked into Su Xian's eyes, and said clearly, Sister Su Xian, you're pregnant.
What?
Su Xian's eyes widened in disbelief.
I'm pregnant.
Are you sure? As she processed the news, tears suddenly streamed down her face. She had always thought her health wouldn't allow her to have children. Hearing this felt like a dream. Really? Su Xian's voice trembled, full of hope and disbelief. Yes, it's true. And Nua nodded, full of blessings. Oh, that's wonderful.
Gain. Susin.
Zhang Zhaodi smiled and echoed. Knowing her own health condition, Su Xian had always believed she couldn't have children in this life. Although Jiang Pingyu said he didn't mind, she knew he liked children. She didn't care for Jiang Pingyu before, but now that she liked him and wanted to live a good life with him, she naturally wanted to have a child for him. And Nua looked at Su Xian with a warning tone. Sister Su Xian, it's already very difficult for you to have this child. You must be careful. Your cold is very serious. Even if you get pregnant, there could be problems. Su Xian's face turned pale, and tears fell more fiercely.
What?
What should I do? And Nua, you have to help me. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Anua quickly comforted her. I'll give you a prescription. You need to take this medicine every day, at least until you're 6 months pregnant. Take this chance to carefully care for your... While speaking, Anua took out paper and pen and quickly wrote down a prescription. She asked as she wrote, Shushin, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known sooner, I would have helped you take care of it. Shushin looked a bit shy. I only found out you knew medicine when Captain Hua and others were injured. Later, I was afraid to trouble you, so I never said anything. Anua sighed. Shushin, you're just too kind. She handed the prescription to Shushin. Take this to get the medicine, and remember to take it on time. If you feel uncomfortable, be sure to tell me. Shushin took the prescription with tears in her eyes. Anua, thank you so much. Thank you truly. Zhang Zhaodi watched from the side, also tearful. She knew that if this were in their village, Shushin would be called a mother who doesn't lay eggs and would be looked down upon. But now, Shushin and Commander Jiang could have their own children. Anua smiled and shook her head, holding Shushin's hand and patting the back. Shushin, do you still need to be so polite to me? Shushin choked and couldn't speak. All right, stop crying. Anua gently wiped the tears from Shushin's face and softly advised, be careful during this time. Don't do heavy work, don't overexert yourself, and it's best to stay at home. If anything happens, ask Zhang Jia or your Jiang commander to tell me. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shushin nodded repeatedly, a smile returning to her face. The room returned to peace. The two children slept quietly in their swaddles. Shushin looked down at the prescription in her hand, filled with hope and unease about the future. She knew how difficult it was to be pregnant with this child. She would cherish and protect this baby well. Huachinian went around the hospital cafeteria. He managed to eat something tolerable, but it was not suitable for Anua. The food was greasy and unappetizing. Most importantly, it lacked nutrition. Huachinian didn't dwell on it and directly went to the state-run restaurant. He specially discussed with the chef and prepared a small meal for Anua, wanting to help her regain her strength. While waiting for the food, Huachinian walked to the post office and dialed the Xinglong Production Brigade's phone number. After answering the phone, the team leader was asked to call Huatianai over for help. After thanking him, Huachinian hung up. He patiently waited 10 minutes, then dialed again. The call was answered almost immediately. Brother! Huatiania's voice was loud and friendly, with obvious excitement. Why did you call? How is my sister-in-law? Has the baby been born? A series of urgent questions came out quickly, showing Huatiania's worry and care. The baby is here, a pair of twins, boy and girl, Huachinian said happily, almost jumping with joy through the phone line. What? Huatianai shouted loudly. Twins? Really? Really, absolutely, Huachinian replied with a smile. One son and one daughter, both healthy. Great. Brother, congratulations. Huatianai was so excited he couldn't speak clearly, his voice trembling. When the weather gets warmer, I'll take my wife to see you and meet my little nephew and niece. Sure, I'll prepare some good food for you then, Huachinian happily agreed. The two brothers chatted for a while. Suddenly, Huatianai lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Brother, I have something to tell you. Don't tell my sister-in-law. What is it? Huachinian also lowered his voice. The two wives in the Hua family, they both had daughters later, Huatianai said with a strange tone. If the Hua family finds out that your sister-in-law had a son, there might be some trouble. Huachinian snorted coldly, with a tone of disdain and determination. I'm not worried. I have the old Hua family severance agreement, and besides, I plan for my son to take the surname, Han. What? Huatianai shouted again, louder than before. Your son will have the surname in? Back then, Dad Inua was a son-in-law, and Inua took his mother's surname. Now I'm also a son-in-law. Since I have a son, he will naturally have the surname, and Huachinian said firmly, with conviction. Huatianai chuckled maliciously on the other end. If the old Hua family finds out their precious grandson has a different surname, they might be so angry they'll bleed. Huachinian replied calmly, That's none of my business. He hung up, feeling happy as he went to the state-run restaurant to pick up food. He carried a thermal container and a lunchbox, walking briskly back to the hospital. Wife, I bought chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. As soon as Huachinian entered the ward, he opened the thermos and prepared to give Ano some soup, worried she might be hungry. Su Xian smelled the chicken soup and quickly covered her mouth, running outside too. Huachinian froze in place, watching Su Xian hurriedly leave, then looked down at the steaming chicken soup in his hand. This chicken soup was freshly made at the state-run restaurant, so it can't be old, he muttered to himself, full of doubt. It's not the chicken soup. It's because Su Xian is pregnant, Anua explained with a smile, her face full of joy.
What?
Huachinian was stunned again, nearly dropping the thermos. He stood there for a few seconds before finally understanding and feeling genuinely happy for his brother. That's great. Pengyu finally sees the light after the storm. Su Xian returned with little appetite, eating only a few bites of rice before putting down her bowl. Anua looked at the nearly untouched rice, knowing Su Xian couldn't eat more due to morning sickness, so she didn't insist. Seeing there was quite a bit of chicken soup, Anna wanted to share it with Zhang Zhaodi. Zhang Zhaodi scooped a few bites of rice and waved her hand. Big sister, you haven't started producing milk yet, so you need nutrition now. I can't take your chicken soup. You should drink it all. Maybe you'll have milk tonight. Anua forced a smile, knowing she couldn't refuse, and drank all the chicken soup. After dinner, Huachinian looked at his watch and said, "It's getting late. I'll take Su Xian and Sister Zhang home." Anua nodded. Good. Make sure to get both of them safely to the residential area. Su Xian carried medicine and sat with Zhang Zhaodi in Huachinian's car on the way home. Captain Hu, thank you so much, Su Xian said shyly from the car. No problem, just on the way, Huachinian replied with a smile as he drove. You're now a key protected person. I have to make sure you get home safely. Thanks, Captain Hu, Su Xian said gratefully. No need to thank me. Besides, this was my wife's order, so I have to do it, Huachinian said with a smile. By the way, have you told Pengyu about your pregnancy? Not yet, Su Xian shook her head. I want to surprise him. Haha, he'll be over the moon, Huachinian said with a smile. Pengyu has always wanted a child. Yes, Su Xian nodded, a happy smile on her face. I'm also looking forward to this baby's arrival. That's good, Huachinian said happily. Take good care of yourself and don't think too much about anything else. Okay, I understand, Su Xian nodded. I will do that. When Su Xian returned home, Jiang Pengyu was busy in the kitchen. Sweetheart, you're back. Jiang Pengyu heard the door open, peeked out from the kitchen and smiled. Wash your hands, change your clothes, dinner will be ready soon. Su Xian felt warm inside as she looked at her husband's busy back. Suddenly, she felt like crying. She tiptoed into the kitchen, wanting to help Jiang Pengyu and share good news. But as soon as she entered, the smell of cooking oil hit her face. Su Xian immediately felt nauseous, covered her mouth, and ran to the balcony where the spittoon was. Her vomiting alarmed Jiang Pengyu. He quickly turned off the stove, rushed to the balcony, and saw Su Xian curled up next to the spittoon, vomiting loudly. He panicked. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Are you sick? Jiang Pengyu hurriedly picked her up, ready to take her to the hospital. Suddenly, Su Xian's body lifted into the air. She was so scared she clung to Jiang Pengyu's neck and weakly shook her head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Jiang Pengyu was anxious and stomped his feet. What do you mean, you're fine? You look like that, you must be sick. Su Xian wiped her mouth, took a deep breath, looked into Jiang Pengyu's eyes, and softly said, I'm not sick.
I'm
pregnant. Pregnant? Jiang Pengyu froze instantly, eyes wide. He recognized every word, but together they confused him. What did you say? Su Xian nodded, tears starting to fall again. Anua took my pulse and said I was pregnant. Jiang Pengyu stood there blankly for a while before reacting. He hugged Su Xian tighter, trembling with excitement. Really? We're going to have a baby? Jiang Pengyu carefully placed Su Xian on the sofa, his face flickering with tears and smiles, looking like a fool. Seeing her husband's expression, Su Xian couldn't help but laugh.
What are you laughing at?
Jiang Pengyu looked at her confused. At you. Su Xian covered her mouth and laughed. the commander of the 3rd Battalion, now acting like a kid who just stole candy. Jiang Pingyu shyly scratched his head. I'm just too happy. He squatted in front of Su Xian, gently touching her belly. I'm finally going to be a dad. Seeing her husband's excitement, Su Xian felt warm inside. She softly said, after Anhwa took my pulse, he also gave me some advice on what to watch out for. She said I need to take medicine every day and pay extra attention. Jiang Pingyu immediately responded seriously, I trust Anhua's medical skills. Don't worry, from today on, I will treat you like my family. You don't have to do anything, just focus on resting and carrying the baby. Hearing her husband's words, Su Xian suddenly felt so touched that tears filled her eyes. She threw herself into Jiang Pingyu's arms, crying uncontrollably. Pingyu, why are you so good to me? Jiang Pingyu gently patted Su Xian's back and said softly, Silly girl, you're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? He paused, his voice a little shy. Actually, from the first time I saw you, I thought I must marry you someday. Su Xian smiled through her tears, looking up at Jiang Pingyu. You silly boy, you didn't study hard back then, and just wanted to get married. Jiang Pingyu playfully pinched Su Xian's nose. That's because I met you, my treasure. They looked at each other and smiled, a happy feeling filling the room. Meanwhile, Huachinian hurried back to the hospital. As soon as he entered the ward, he saw Anhwa sitting on the bed, gently rocking the 2 little ones. Wife, I'm back, Huachinian said with a smile, walking over and placing the things he carried under the bed. I went home and brought some stuff back. Anhwa looked up at Huachinian with love in her eyes. You worked hard. Huachinian reached out and gently tousled her hair. It's not hard. Taking care of you all is what I should do. Then he started to get busy. First, he changed the diapers for the 2 little ones, then fed them milk, and finally washed the diapers in a basin. Watching Huachinian busy with everything, Anhwa felt warm inside. After everything was settled, Huachinian sat by the bed and played with the 2 little ones together with Anhwa. By the way, Huachinian suddenly remembered something. I called Xiaoyi and told him you had a pair of twins. Anhwa nodded. He must be very happy. Of course, Huachinian said with a smile. That kid was so excited he couldn't speak properly. He paused, looking serious. There's one more thing I want to discuss with you. What is it? Anhwa asked curiously. Huachinian took a deep breath. I'm thinking about whether our son should have the surname, and Anhwa was stunned, looking at Huachinian in surprise. Why? Isn't your father just a son-in-law? And you also have your mother's surname. Huachinian explained, I am now considered a son-in-law who moved in. It's not unusual for my son to take your surname, right? Anhwa listened to Huachinian and felt her eyes fill with tears. She held his hand and said softly, Thank you, brother A. Nian. Thank you for thinking of me. Huachinian gently wiped away Anhua's tears and said, Silly girl, there's no need to thank me. You are my wife. If I don't think of you, who else should I think of? Anhwa smiled through her tears and said, You're right. But if Grandpa knew we had a great-grandchild, he would be even happier. Just then, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Director Yao walked in with a cheerful smile. Commander Hua, comrade, and congratulations. You've had a pair of twins. What a lucky family. Huachinian and Anhwa looked at each other and both thanked him. Huachinian couldn't stop smiling. Yes, it's all thanks to my wife. News that Anhwa had twins spread quickly through the military family compound, like wings growing on it. Did you hear? Commander Hua's wife had twins, both a boy and a girl. Really? That's amazing. Exactly. Anhwa is so lucky. She had one pregnancy and already got the word good in it. Commander Hua now has both a son and a daughter. Oh, I'm so jealous I could die. The women in the compound gathered together, eating sunflower seeds and chatting about gossip, their words full of envy and jealousy. Zhao Feng was among them. She ate sunflower seeds while talking to her neighbors. When Anhwa first married Commander Hua, some people said she wasn't good enough for him. Now look at her. Who dares to say that anymore? Exactly. Anhua's pregnancy is so impressive. She's got 2 at once. Everyone in the compound was talking excitedly, full of envy and blessings. Gu Sheng was training soldiers on the practice field. When he heard the news about Manhwa having twins, he froze in place. He stood on the field, his face dark and cold, radiating a gloomy aura that made the soldiers around him feel a chill. "Company Commander Gu, why do you look so upset?" Gao Feng asked carefully as he approached. Gu Sheng shook his head without speaking, feeling as if something was blocking his chest, making him feel uncomfortable. Gao Feng saw Gu Sheng's expression and knew he was upset again. He sighed silently, thinking, why did I get involved in this? But he couldn't say that aloud. He could only keep it to himself. "Lieutenant Gu, don't be too sad. Everything has passed. Look forward." Gao Feng patted Gu Sheng's shoulder to comfort him. Gu Sheng took a deep breath, trying to suppress his bitterness and resentment. "I understand," Gu Sheng replied coldly, a hint of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "But I just can't let go. If that incident hadn't happened, those twin children would be his. He would be happily living with Manhwa and their 2 children. They would be a family everyone envied. But now, everything is gone. Nothing remains. It's all Ran's fault. If she hadn't taken advantage of his drunkenness to climb into his bed, none of this would have happened." At this moment, Gu Sheng hated Ran with all his heart, wishing he could get rid of her. "If you can't let go, then just forget about it. Who asked you to break off the engagement?" Gao Feng shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. "Enough. Focus on training." Gu Sheng suddenly shouted loudly, startling the soldiers who were training. Gao Feng looked at Gu Sheng's back, shaking his head helplessly. Why bother so much? Meanwhile, in Ran's room, everything was in chaos. Objects on the table had been knocked to the ground, porcelain shards scattered everywhere, making harsh noises. And Ran stood in the middle of the room, her hair messy, eyes red, like a wild beast gone mad. "Why can Manhwa have twins?" And Ran screamed hysterically, her voice sharp and piercing. "And Gu Sheng doesn't even want to have children with me?" She was jealous of Manhwa, jealous of everything Manhwa had, jealous that Manhwa was happier than her. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails dug deep into her flesh, blood trickling down her fingers, yet she felt no pain. "Manhwa, I am unhappy. Why should you live happily? I suffer, so you shouldn't be happy either."
Die Justi Everjone, die.
Night fell, and Gu Sheng, exhausted, returned home. With a creak, the wooden door was gently pushed open, making a dull, long sound. Gu Sheng entered the house, and what he saw was a messy scene, but he seemed to see nothing, with no expression on his face. He went straight to the study, took a bottle of wine from the cabinet, unscrewed the cap, and drank a large gulp. The spicy wine slid down his throat, burning his stomach and also burning his battered heart. He sat sadly on the single sofa, his body sinking deep into the cushions, as if to merge with the darkness around him. Cough, cough. Gu Sheng choked on his drink, tears welling up at the corners of his eyes, unsure if it was the alcohol or his broken heart. He closed his eyes, trying to numb himself with alcohol, to escape the harsh reality. "Nian Nian, Nian Nian," he murmured in a hoarse, low voice, filled with regret and pain. And Ran returned from the cafeteria with food, and saw Gu Sheng sitting alone on the sofa, half a bottle of wine already drunk. Her heart trembled slightly. She knew Gu Sheng was upset again over Manhwa. "Gu Sheng, dinner's ready," and Ran said softly, trying to sound calm. She placed her lunchbox on the coffee table. Gu Sheng didn't look up or respond. He continued drinking glass after glass of wine. Watching his desolate state, Ran felt a sharp pain in her heart. She walked over, crouched down, and gently took his hand. "Gu Sheng, why are you doing this? For someone who doesn't love you, is it worth tormenting yourself like this?" Gu Sheng suddenly his hand away, looked up, and stared at her with cold eyes. "What do you understand?" he said coldly, with a tone full of mockery and disdain. "You don't understand my feelings for Manhwa. You never will." And Ran's heart felt like it was pierced by a sharp knife, pain making it hard to breathe. "I don't understand," she said with a sad smile, tears shimmering in her eyes. How could I not understand? I understand better than anyone. Because I love you too. Gu Sheng was stunned. He didn't expect Ran to say such things. He looked at her with complex eyes, surprise, helplessness, and a hint of disgust. Ran, don't be foolish, he sighed, his tone softening a bit. We can't be together. Why not? Ran's emotions flared as she asked loudly. I like you and you like me. Why can't we be together? I like you? Gu Sheng sneered, as if hearing a huge joke. Are you dreaming? Ran's face turned pale instantly. She looked at Gu Sheng in disbelief, trembling slightly. Gu Sheng, why? Why are you treating me like this? She choked out, tears finally spilling over. What am I lacking compared to Manhwa? You are not better than her, in any way. Gu Sheng spoke mercilessly, each word like a sharp knife stabbing deeply into Ran's heart. Manhwa is kind, gentle, and caring. And you? You're selfish, stubborn, and mean. What do you have to compare with her? I selfish? I mean? She suddenly stood up, took 2 steps back, pointed at Gu Sheng's nose, and said sharply, Gu Sheng, you're just a coward. You broke off the engagement with Manhwa for your future, and now you're pretending to be pitiful. Who are you fooling? Is it interesting? Enough. Gu Sheng, like a dog that has been kicked, suddenly threw the wine bottle on the ground with a loud bang. Glass shards scattered everywhere, like sharp knives stabbing into Ran's eyes. Gu Sheng's eyes were red. He stared at Ran with clenched teeth and said bitterly, If you hadn't slept with me, would things be like this between me and Manhwa? He wanted to say more but choked up, as if a ball of cotton was stuck in his throat, making him unable to speak. Gu Sheng suddenly stood up and left the house without looking back. Only Ran was left alone, standing there feeling lonely. Tears fell like broken beads, streaming down her face. She slowly crouched down, hugged her knees, buried her head in her arms, and cried helplessly. Sniff. Gu Sheng. You. The night wind was cold as water. Gu Sheng wandered aimlessly on the empty street, letting the cold wind against his face and mess up his hair. He felt like a walking corpse, no thoughts, no soul, only endless emptiness and confusion. After walking for a while, Gu Sheng suddenly stopped. He looked up and found himself at a hospital. The lights inside the hospital shone through the windows, casting patches of light on the ground. Gu Sheng stood outside a ward, looking through the glass, and saw a heartbreaking scene. Inside the ward, the lights were bright and soft. Huachinian and Manhwa each held a child, their faces full of happiness. They whispered softly and occasionally kissed the children's foreheads, creating a warm and sweet scene. Suddenly, Huachinian leaned down and gently kissed Manhwa's lips. That intimate act felt like a sharp dagger stabbing into Gu Sheng's heart. His chest heaved violently as if a fire was burning inside him, threatening to swallow him whole. And I. My and I. Gu Sheng silently shouted in his heart, his voice hoarse and full of despair. He desperately wanted to rush in, to take Anna away from Huachinian and tell her that he was the one who loved her most. But he couldn't. He knew he no longer had the right. Anna had chosen Huachinian. They had a child and built a happy family. And he was just a rejected loser, a pitiful outsider. Why? Why is this happening? Gu Sheng painfully closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. In another corner of the hospital, Ran was hiding behind a large tree, silently watching Gu Sheng's departing figure. Her eyes shone with complex feelings, resentment, jealousy, and madness. Anna. Huachinian. Just wait and see. She gritted her teeth, her voice low and cold. A cruel plan was quietly forming in her mind, like a seed of evil taking root and growing in the darkness. She slowly turned around and disappeared into the night. The first rays of morning sunlight gently shone through thin clouds onto the earth. In the hospital ward, Anna and the children were still sleeping. Huachinian quietly got up, tucked in the blankets, making sure Anna and the children wouldn't catch cold. Kids, Dad is going to buy breakfast for you. I'll be back soon, he said softly. He leaned down and gently kissed Anna and the two children on their foreheads before quietly leaving the ward. Not long after he left, a sneaky woman pushed open the door and entered. Huachinian finished dressing and took one last look at Anna and the children before turning to leave the ward. He gently closed the door. The corridor was empty, with only occasional footsteps and voices in the distance. Not long after Huachinian left, a sneaky figure appeared at the door of the ward. It was a middle-aged woman, wearing an old blue cotton coat and a gray headscarf. Her face was wrinkled, and her eyes flickered uncertainly. She looked around cautiously, then quietly pushed open the door and slipped inside. She glanced around, confirming that only Anna and the two sleeping babies were in the room, then tiptoed to the crib. Her eyes fixed on the two sleeping babies, a greedy and excited look flashing in her eyes. These two little ones are really handsome. If I sell them, I can get a good price. The middle-aged woman muttered to herself with a sneaky smile on her face. She reached out and first picked up the star that was closest to her. The star was startled from its sleep, furrowing its tiny brow and seeming uncomfortable. As the woman tried to pick up the moon too, the moon frowned anxiously, pouted, and suddenly burst into loud crying. The moon's crying was sharp and loud, breaking the quiet of the hospital room. The woman was startled and trembled, almost dropping the star in her arms. She glared fiercely at the moon, silently cursing, "You little troublemaker, scared me to death. You're lucky today." But she knew it wasn't the time to argue. If she woke the adults, she wouldn't be able to escape. She held the star and quickly left the room. Anna was awakened by the crying and opened her eyes suddenly. She saw a blurry figure running out of the room, holding a child. "Stop! Who are you? Put my child down!" Anna shouted, her voice full of panic and anger. She realized the star was gone. Her heart skipped a beat, and a wave of fear she'd never felt before flooded over her, almost drowning her. She didn't have time to put on her coat, but couldn't leave the crying moon alone in the room. Anna cursed softly, her voice tinged with despair and helplessness. She quickly grabbed a coat, wrapped it around the moon, picked her up, and chased after her. Her steps wobbled but remained firm. The middle-aged woman ran wildly, holding the star, and escaped from the hospital. Breathless, she reached the hospital entrance just as Chinian, returning with breakfast, brushed past her. Chinian carried steaming buns and soy milk, ready to go back to his ward. He saw a middle-aged woman running out with a child and found it strange. He accidentally caught sight of a corner of the blanket wrapped around the baby in her arms. The color and pattern looked familiar. Feeling suspicious, Chinian paused and looked at the woman more carefully. The woman, feeling guilty, became more nervous when she noticed him staring. She quickened her pace, eager to leave. Chinian watched her back, growing more suspicious. He wanted to step forward and ask her what was going on, but saw her move quickly. She got into a waiting car and drove away swiftly. At that moment, Chinian saw Anna rushing out of the hospital, looking frantic, holding the child. Her hair was messy, her face pale, and her eyes swollen and red, clearly from crying. "Wife, why did you come out?" Huachinian quickly went to her, saw that Manhwa was dressed lightly, and took off his military coat to put it on her, asking with concern. He saw that Manhwa was only holding the moon in her arms, and his heart sank with a bad premonition. Star was taken away by someone. Manhwa saw Huachinian and seemed to clutch a life-saving straw. She tightly grabbed his arm and stammered. Her voice was full of fear and despair, and tears fell like beads breaking. Hearing this, Huachinian's face suddenly changed. He immediately remembered the middle-aged woman he saw earlier and the familiar blanket she was holding. Was she the woman in a blue cotton-padded jacket? Huachinian asked urgently, his voice trembling. "Yes, that's her." Manhwa nodded quickly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Did you see her? Where did she go?" "Quickly, call the squad leader. I'll go after her. Trust me, I will find Star back." Huachinian didn't hesitate. He shoved the breakfast he was holding into Manhwa's arms, then turned and ran to the jeep parked by the roadside. He jumped into the car, started the engine, stepped on the gas pedal hard, and the car shot out like an arrow. As he drove, Huchinian tried to recall the appearance and license plate number of the car he saw earlier. He tried to stay calm, but his anxiety and anger erupted like a volcano. How dare she steal my child? I will tear her apart. His eyes were bloodshot as he clenched the steering wheel and floored the accelerator. Manhwa held the moon and watched Huchinian drive away, not daring to delay even a moment. She hurried back to the hospital, greeted the nurse, and took out the hospital phone to call Su Guohua. Squad leader, this is Manhwa. My child. My child has been stolen. Manhwa's voice choked with emotion. She tried to control her feelings and told Su Guohua what had happened. After hearing her story, Su Guohua was furious.
What?
Someone stole a soldier's child? How bold can they be? Absolutely lawless. Su Guohua slammed the table in anger, his voice loud and commanding, full of rage. Manhwa, don't worry. I'll send people to chase right now. I want to see who dares to be so daring and cause trouble on the main road. Su Guohua hung up the phone and immediately ordered the military district to fully cooperate with the police to catch the human traffickers and rescue the children. After hanging up, he quickly gathered the leaders of the military district and issued an urgent order. Comrades, we are facing an emergency now. Our military hospital has reported a serious child kidnapping case. The kidnapped child is Comrade Huachinian's son. This is a challenge to our soldiers and an insult to our military district. We must not allow this to happen. All personnel, work with the police to hunt down the traffickers and save the children. Ensure the children are safely returned in the shortest possible time. Do you have confidence? Su Guohua's voice was strong and firm. Yes. The soldiers of the military district answered together, their voices loud and clear. After Manhwa hung up the phone, she felt completely drained. She hugged the moon-shaped pillow and sat weakly on the steps outside the hospital, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The head nurse hurried over, seeing Manhwa's weak state, and quickly helped her. Comradin, are you okay? Are you all right? The nurse asked with concern, her voice gentle and full of sympathy.
Child.
Manhwa choked with emotion. She looked up at the nurse, her eyes full of helplessness and despair. Nurse, my child has been taken away. Calm down. The nurse comforted her, helping her back to the ward. The child will be found. Don't worry. As she spoke, the nurse helped Manhwa return to the ward. You just had your baby. You can't get cold. You must take care of yourself. The nurse carefully reminded her, covering Manhwa with a blanket and pouring a cup of hot water for her. Back in the ward, Manhwa couldn't calm down at all. She tightly hugged the moon-shaped pillow, her heart full of guilt and worry. It was her fault for not watching the child carefully, which allowed the bad people to take advantage. If something happened to Xingxing, she would never forgive herself in this life. Xingxing, Mom is sorry for you. You must come back safely. Tears fell from Manhwa's eyes onto the small face of the moon pillow. The moon seemed to feel her sadness and started to cry as well. The mother and daughter's sobs intertwined, filling the entire ward with a heavy atmosphere of sorrow. At the hospital entrance, Gusheng watched the jeep drive away until it disappeared from sight. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, unable to describe the exact sensation. Manhwa's child was stolen? Thinking of Manhwa's tear-streaked face and her desperate eyes, his heart felt like it was pierced with needles. How could this happen? How could this happen? Gusheng muttered to himself, his eyes full of confusion and pain. He couldn't believe that he had indirectly become part of this tragedy. He had been lost in the pain of losing Manhwa and couldn't escape. He thought that as long as he persisted and didn't give up, he could someday win Manhwa's heart back. But he was wrong, terribly wrong. His obsession and unwillingness had become sharp tools that hurt Manhwa. If only he had let go earlier, if only he had paid more attention to his surroundings, maybe none of this would have happened. Gusheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He knew now was not the time for self-blame. He had to do something and couldn't just stand by. Manhwa, don't worry. I will definitely help you find your child. Guilt and self-reproach gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes, making him feel unbearable pain. Suddenly, he remembered someone, a woman who had always envied Manhwa and opposed her at every turn. Once this thought appeared, it grew wildly in his mind like weeds, impossible to control. He turned sharply and strode quickly toward home, each step filled with endless anger and determination. He was going to find Anren and get to the bottom of it. Gu Sheng returned home furious, kicking open Anren's door. With a loud bang, he startled Anren, who was busy dressing up. Gu Sheng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Anren looked at him in shock, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Anren, I ask you, did you do it? Gu Sheng's voice was deep and hoarse, like an injured beast that could explode at any moment. What did I do? Speak clearly. Anren forced herself to stay calm, pretending not to understand. Stop pretending. Anua's child was stolen. Did you do it? Gu Sheng stepped closer to Anren, his eyes like knives, eager to tear her apart. Only you could be so cruel.
What are you talking about?
How could I do such a thing? Anren's face turned pale instantly, her eyes flickering with fear, unwilling to meet Gu Sheng's gaze. You still dare to deny it. You've always envied Anua and hated her to death. Who else could it be if not you? Gu Sheng shouted loudly, his voice deafening. Speak. Is it you? I didn't. I really didn't. And Ran desperately shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Gu Sheng, you can't accuse me like this. Accuse you? Do you think I believe your lies? Gu Sheng sneered, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. And Ran, you'd better pray the child is safe, or I won't forgive you. After saying that, Gu Sheng glared at Ran fiercely and turned to leave the house. He wanted to find Xingxing and make up for his mistakes. Even if hope was slim, he would never give up. And Ran collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, her eyes full of fear and despair. She knew Gu Sheng had already decided it was her fault. No matter how she explained, he wouldn't believe her. What should I do? What should I do? And Ran muttered to herself, her mind in chaos. She recalled the people she contacted. They had sworn to steal both of Anua's children. But they failed and only took one. Good for nothings. All good for nothings. And Ran cursed angrily, feeling regret and frustration. She originally thought that if she made Anua lose her child, she would suffer deeply and be completely destroyed. But she didn't expect things to develop like this. Now, Gu Sheng suspected her. If he found out the truth, he would surely kill her. No, I can't just wait and see. And Ran's eyes flashed with determination. I must find a way. I must protect myself. She started pacing back and forth in the room, desperately thinking of a plan. She knew she had to come up with a perfect plan quickly, or she would be doomed. Huachinian clenched the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. His heart pounded fiercely, and sweat beads appeared on his forehead. The car sped along a rural road, dust rising behind it. Huachinian cursed, slamming his hand on the steering wheel. He had just lost the suspicious car at the fork in the road, and could only rely on instinct to choose a path to follow. His mind kept flashing with Xingxing's cute little face. He clenched his teeth, a fierce look in his eyes. I must find you, no matter what it costs. Suddenly, Huachinian saw an old farmer working in the fields by the roadside. He slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a halt with a sharp sound. Grandpa! Huachinian jumped out of the car and quickly walked over to the old farmer. Did you see a black car pass by just now? The old farmer looked up, confused. Young man, what did you say?
My ears might be a bit bad.
Huachinian took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He slowed his speech, raised his voice, and repeated, Sir, did you see a black car pass through here? The old farmer frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh, you mean that car? Yes, I saw it. It just went past here, heading west. Huachinian felt a bit happy and quickly asked, Sir, can you tell me approximately when it passed? The old farmer scratched his head. I'm not sure about the exact time. It was probably not long ago. The car was going pretty fast and almost hit my chickens. Hua Qinyan's heart tightened, knowing he was on the right track. He eagerly asked, "Do you know where that road to the west leads?" The old farmer pointed west. "That road goes straight west to Qingshan town. But the road isn't very good, so be careful." Hua Qinyan gratefully said, "Thank you, sir." Then he turned around and ran toward the car. Suddenly, the old farmer called out, "Hey, young man, what's wrong? You look so anxious. Is something the matter?" Hua Qinyan stopped and turned back, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. "Sir, my child was taken by human traffickers. I'm chasing after them." The old farmer's face changed dramatically. "What? Kidnapped? Those people are really terrible." He angrily waved his fist. "Young man, go after them quickly. I hope you find your child soon." Hua Qinyan nodded heavily. "Thank you, sir." After that, he hurried back to his car, started the engine, and sped off like an arrow. The car jostled along the rugged mountain road. Hua Qinyan's heart was also racing, his eyes fixed tightly on the road ahead, afraid of missing any clues. "Star, Dad is coming," Hua Qinyan whispered to himself, a firm look in his eyes. "Dad will find you." In a dim room, a damp smell filled the air. A spider web was barely visible in the faint light in the corner of the wall. A middle-aged woman held a baby tightly in her arms. The baby's face was rosy red, breathing evenly and softly. She occasionally looked down, afraid that the wealth in her hands would suddenly disappear. "This baby sleeps so well." The middle-aged man crouched in the corner, taking a deep puff of dry tobacco. Amid the smoke, his eyes flickered uncertainly. "Did you give him medicine?" "No wonder he's sleeping." The middle-aged woman snapped at him impatiently. "Do you think that girl from Anjia will send someone to pick us up?" The middle-aged man exhaled a smoke ring, breaking the silence. "I have no idea," the woman replied, holding the child and pacing back and forth in the small room. "We've been waiting all day, and not a single sign of anyone," the man said irritably, throwing the cigarette on the ground and crushing it with his foot. "If we wait any longer, I'll lose my patience. This isn't the first time we've done this. Why are you so anxious?" The woman stopped and scolded sharply. I don't know what's wrong this time. I keep feeling nervous." The man fell silent, rubbing his hands as if planning something. "What's there to be nervous about?" She said she was introducing us to 2 kids. If that kid hadn't suddenly started crying, it would just be a delivery. "We could have earned more," she said, her eyes flashing with greed. "Hey, just take what we can. Even if it's not much, a few $100 is fine." "Few hundred? That's like giving to a beggar." The man suddenly jumped up. "That girl from Anjia is so rich, she should give us at least a few thousand. Besides, she said she was helping us find work, but really, it's just to eliminate rivals." Over these turbulent years, all the girls she introduced, none of them are her friends. I bet her family offended someone named In. That's why all this trouble. What grudges or hatred? It has nothing to do with us. "But you want thousands of dollars?" The woman gasped. "Is that even possible? Are you crazy about money?" "I'm not crazy," the man snorted coldly. "These days, the brave survive, the timid die. We're risking so much. If we don't ask for a good amount, how can we face ourselves? Besides, we have leverage over the In family. If she doesn't give it, she won't have it easy." "You." The woman was about to speak when suddenly, hurried footsteps interrupted her. "Big sister. Brother-in-law. Something's wrong." A young man rushed in, looking panicked. He was the middle-aged woman's younger brother, responsible for watching the village entrance. "What happened? Why are you so panicked?" she scolded. "I saw a military green jeep coming this way." The young man gasped for breath as he spoke. "What? A military green jeep?" The middle-aged man's face immediately changed. "Did you see clearly? Is it really military green?" The middle-aged woman also became nervous, her voice trembling. "No mistake. That car was going very fast, definitely not one from around here." The young man said confidently. It's over. The middle-aged woman suddenly sank to the ground, feeling lost and trembling while holding her child. They must be the baby's family, with police chasing after them. What should we do?
Don't panic.
It's not the end yet. The middle-aged man tried to stay calm, though he was also worried. Quick, hold the child. Let's go. He pulled the woman up. Go? Where should we go? The woman asked, confused. Run up the mountain. Only by hiding in the mountains can we have a chance. The man gritted his teeth and said sharply, Hurry. He pushed her forward and rushed out of the house first. The woman held her child and followed closely. The three of them stumbled toward the mountain behind the village. The mountain path was rugged and overgrown with weeds. The woman carried her child, walking cautiously. Hurry up. Faster. The man in front urged, his voice echoing loudly in the empty valley, sounding harsh. Huachinian was driving the jeep, speeding along a dusty country road. His eyes were red and bloodshot, like an angry lion. His gaze was sharp, like an eagle scanning the roadside scenery. But his heart grew heavier, as if a huge stone was pressing down on him. He knew time was life. He had to find Xingxing quickly. Xingxing, you must wait for Dad. Dad will come to save you soon. Huachinian silently prayed in his heart, each word filled with deep fatherly love. He stepped on the gas harder, and the jeep roared loudly, speeding even faster, like a wild horse running free across the vast plains. Suddenly, he caught sight of some sneaky figures ahead, just a short distance away. They were running toward the mountain. One woman was holding a baby in her arms. Even from a distance, Huachinian could feel the familiar pattern of the blanket wrapped around the baby. It was Xingxing. His heart suddenly clenched as if caught by an invisible hand. A surge of intense energy rushes to his head, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He is almost certain that this is the person he has been searching for. Finally, I found you. Huachinian grits his teeth, each word sounding like it's forced out from between his clenched teeth, a flicker of fierce determination flashing in his eyes, like a sharp sword unsheathed, gleaming coldly. However, at this moment, Huachinian suddenly realizes that the situation on the mountain might be more complicated than he thought. If those traffickers have weapons, rushing forward recklessly could endanger Xingxing's safety. Huachinian clenches his jaw and makes a difficult decision. He suddenly turns the steering wheel sharply, and the jeep speeds toward the main team. When he reaches the team, after explaining the situation to the captain, Huachinian calls the military district. Commander Su, I've found them. Huachinian says urgently. They're running toward Qingfeng Mountain in Qingshan Town, but the situation might be complicated. I need support. On the other end, Su Guohua's calm voice responds, I understand. Don't act rashly. I'll send people over immediately. Commander Su, please hurry. I'm worried they might hurt Xingxing. Don't worry, we will do our best, Su Guohua says firmly. You keep watching their movements. We'll be there soon. After hanging up, Huachinian feels very conflicted. He knows waiting for support is the smartest choice, but every second of delay could put Xingxing in greater danger. He keeps his eyes fixed on the mountain, and after briefing the captain, he walks on foot toward the mountain. Su Guohua suddenly puts down his phone, his face turning pale. He quickly mobilizes the police, setting up checkpoints at various entrances in Qingshan Town, creating a tight net to prevent the traffickers from escaping. Su Guohua pounds the table hard, making the teacup clatter loudly. He immediately stands up, grabs his military coat hanging on the wall, and rushes out while shouting loudly, Little Li. Prepare the car. To Qingshan Mountain. Yes. Guard Xiao Li shivers and quickly follows. In the dark night, military vehicles speed along winding mountain roads, their headlights piercing the darkness and lighting the way ahead. In a dim cave, the air is thick with the damp smell of mold, like a heavy weight of despair pressing down on the heart, making it hard to breathe. Light from the cave entrance slants in, barely outlining the curled figure of a middle-aged woman. She is like a wounded mother beast, holding her baby tightly in her arms, trembling slightly, like a withered leaf swaying in the wind. The baby's face is rosy, breathing evenly and softly, like a sleeping kitten. But this faint life force feels like a fragile string that could break at any moment, tightly stretched in the middle-aged woman's heart, making her unable to relax even for a second. This is all your fault. The middle-aged man paces nervously at the cave entrance, his shadow stretched long, like a trapped beast struggling in a cage. His voice is low, but each word sounds like it's squeezed from his teeth, full of suppressed anger. If you weren't so careless and got caught, would we have to run to such a terrible place? The woman suddenly lifts her head. Her once dull eyes now burn with two flames, bloodshot and fierce, like they want to swallow someone. Careless? Her voice is hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing rough wood, each word sharp and stabbing. Tell me, if you weren't so greedy and trying to get more, would this mess be so big? Shut up. The man glares at her fiercely, pointing outside the cave like an angry beast ready to attack and tear. This isn't the time to blame each other. People outside could find us at any moment. Hurry up and think of a plan. A plan? The woman sneers coldly, her laughter filled with despair and self-mockery. She looks down at the baby in her arms, her eyes complicated and dark, like a deep, bottomless pond or a swirling storm hidden beneath calm waters. Her hand trembles slightly, as if hesitating or struggling. Finally, she tightens her grip on the baby, as if it's her only support and her last hope for salvation. The man curses softly, kicking a nearby stone hard. The stones scatter and hit the cave wall with a dull sound. He walks restlessly inside the cave, like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. They are trapped inside the cave now, unable to send any message outside. What should they do? He scratches his head in frustration, wishing he could tear his hair out. The woman clings tightly to the baby, her eyes full of despair and regret. She bites her lip hard, nails digging into her palms, blood slowly seeping out, but she doesn't notice. Her gaze flicks to the baby, her eyes uncertain and complicated. Suddenly, a sharp glint appeared to her eyes, as if she had made a firm decision. Boss, maybe. We should take this child. Huachinian tracked their trail and quickly found the cave. He moved quietly, like a hunting leopard, approaching the cave without making a sound. Suddenly, he heard faint sounds coming from inside the cave, like someone whispering. He immediately became alert, drew his pistol, and carefully approached the cave. At the same time, the middle-aged man inside the cave also heard the noise outside. He quickly made a shushing gesture, signaling the woman to stay silent. Don't make a sound, someone's outside. His voice was very low, almost just a whisper. Huachinian found a good position to crouch down, aiming his gun at the cave entrance while quickly observing the surroundings. He hid behind a large rock, which helped him stay hidden and allowed him to clearly see what was happening inside the cave. He waited for help and stayed alert to prevent the kidnappers from acting rashly or harming the child. Seconds felt like hours as time slowly passed. Half an hour later, Chow Yunfei led the spearhead team to meet Huachinian on Qingfeng Mountain. Captain Hua, we're here. Chow Yunfei's voice was deep and strong, carrying an undeniable authority.
Good.
Stay hidden and be ready to act at any moment. Huachinian replied in a low, hoarse voice, as if it was squeezed from his chest. Gu Sheng also arrived at the scene, joining the surrounding of the kidnappers. He knew the situation was urgent and was worried about Xingxing's safety, feeling very anxious. He quickly walked over to Huachinian and asked quietly, "How's the situation?" Huachinian's gaze never left the cave entrance. He said coldly, "They're inside. 2 adults and a child. I suspect they realize they have nowhere to run and might take extreme actions." Gu Sheng's heart sank suddenly. He clenched his fists, filled with concern. He understood how serious the situation was and knew how Huachinian felt at that moment. He patted Huachinian's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, we'll rescue Xingxing." Chow Yunfei stepped forward and asked in a low, firm voice, "Should we storm in?" "No." Huachinian shook his head decisively. "The child is still with them. We can't take that risk." He stood straight and shouted towards the cave, "People inside, listen up. You are surrounded now. Don't resist stubbornly. Put down the child and surrender. We can offer leniency." His voice is loud and echoes through the valley, carrying undeniable authority. Inside the cave, the middle-aged man and woman become visibly panicked after hearing the shouting. Now we're really in trouble. The woman mutters nervously, her voice full of fear. What's there to be afraid of? We have a hostage. The man, though also scared, tries to stay calm. He walks to the cave entrance, raises the baby high, and shouts loudly, "Don't come any closer. If you step closer again, I will drop the child." His voice is hoarse and sounds a bit wild. Huachinian sees the scene and his heart tightens. He forces himself to stay calm, speaking gently, "Stay calm. We don't want to hurt you. We just want to rescue the child. If you put down the child, we can ensure your safety. Stop talking nonsense. You soldiers are all bad." The man, clearly losing his mind, yells wildly, raising the star-shaped object high, "Stop wasting time. Move aside now, or I will drop him right now." Huachinian feels dizzy, his temples pounding. He clenches his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms, unaware of the pain. His mind races, searching for a way out. At this moment, Gu Sheng quietly approaches Huachinian and whispers, "Captain Hua, I've noticed the terrain near the cave entrance is good for snipers. Should we let the snipers take position?" Huachinian's eyes light up. He quickly surveys the surrounding terrain and spots several good spots. He nods subtly and mouths to Gu Sheng, "Good idea." Gu Sheng understands immediately and gestures to the snipers behind him. The snipers silently move into advantageous positions, steady their guns, and aim at the middle-aged man. The crosshairs in the night vision scope slowly move and finally settle on the man's right arm, where he is waving a dagger. Target locked, the report softly, in a calm, precise tone, like a machine with no emotion. The middle-aged man seems to sense something and becomes more anxious. He pulls out a sharp dagger from his pocket, grabs the star-shaped object with one hand, and waves the dagger with the other, threatening, "Don't make any moves. If you come any closer, I'll cut this kid's throat." Huachinian's heart suddenly sank, and he felt dizzy. He forced himself to stay calm, his mind racing to find a way out. At this moment, it seemed like Xingxing sensed danger. The drug effects faded, and he suddenly started crying loudly. The middle-aged man was startled by the sudden crying, and his attention was distracted. Huachinian quickly noticed this small change. His eyes moved between the middle-aged man and the quietly calculating the right moment. "Brat, shut up." The middle-aged man shouted angrily, loosening his grip on the dagger. Huachinian had an idea. He knew the chance had come. He quickly signaled to thee and shouted loudly, "Put down your weapon. We can negotiate. I am the child's father, and I promise we will ensure your safety and let you go." Just as the middle-aged man was distracted by Huachinian's shout, they decisively pulled the trigger.
Bang!
A clear gunshot split the night sky. The bullet accurately hit the middle-aged man's arm holding the knife. He screamed in pain, and the dagger fell to the ground. Huachinian was already ready. Seeing this, he rushed forward like an arrow, quickly reaching the middle-aged man and grabbing Xingxing from his hands. "Catch them!" Huachinian shouted while retreating. Soldiers led by Chao Yunfei immediately rushed forward and quickly subdued the middle-aged man and woman. Huachinian tightly held Xingxing, his heart pounding wildly. He carefully checked the child's body, afraid of missing any injuries. Xingxing was still crying, his weak but heartbreaking cries like tiny hammers striking Huachinian's heart, making his eyes water. "It's okay now, it's okay." Huachinian softly comforted the child, though his voice trembled with emotion. Xingxing seemed to feel safe and gradually stopped crying. He opened his big eyes and curiously looked at Huachinian's face. Seeing that the child was safe, Huachinian finally relaxed. He hugged Xingxing tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. We finally got this little guy out." Chao Yunfei sighed in relief, sitting heavily on the ground, feeling drained. The middle-aged woman, like a mad wolf mother, struggled desperately, shouting hoarsely, "Let me go. That's my life. You can't take him away." Chow Yunfei took a big step forward and kicked over the middle-aged woman trying to resist. You human traffickers, do you even have the nerve to talk about life? When you abduct others' children, don't you think about how precious their lives are? Gu Sheng rushed into the cave, glaring at the struggling traffickers, then looked toward Huachinian. When he saw the small figure lying safely in Huachinian's arms, his tense nerves finally relaxed. Is the child okay? Gu Sheng hurried over to ask. Huachinian took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited feelings. He nodded, voice a little hoarse. Yes, the child is safe. Just then, Su Guohua arrived with a team. He quickly approached Huachinian and asked with concern, How is it? Is the child all right? Huachinian saluted Su Guohua with Xingxing in his arms and Report to the commander. The child is safe. 2 suspects have been subdued and are awaiting further handling. Su Guohua nodded with a pleased smile.
Good job.
This operation was very successful. He turned to others and loudly said, Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Let's go back. Huachinian carried Xingxing and followed everyone down the mountain. Throughout the journey, his eyes never left the child in his arms. Xingxing seemed to feel Huachinian's care, holding tightly to his clothes, unwilling to let go. Back at the military hospital, Huachinian immediately took Xingxing for a full checkup. The doctor carefully examined the child and confirmed that, apart from being frightened, he was unharmed. Huachinian felt relieved. He gently stroked Xingxing's small face, feeling soft and full of tenderness, but also guilty toward the child. At that moment, Anua received the news and hurried from the ward to the emergency room. As soon as she saw Xingxing, she rushed over and hugged the child tightly. Xingxing, my baby. Anua choked, tears streaming down her face. Huachinian watched this warm scene, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. He held Anua and Xingxing close, softly saying, Wife, the child is fine now. I will be more careful in the future and make sure nothing like this happens again. Anua looked up, tears in her eyes, and gazed at Huachinian. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and gently rested her head on his chest. Brother A Nian, this isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. You're a good dad. If it weren't for you, Xingxing might not have been saved. In my heart, you are the hero of me and the children. Huachinian shook his head, gently kissed Anua's forehead, and softly said, My wife, this is what I should do. Xingxing is also my child. I will protect him and both of you with my life. Hearing this, Anua felt warmth in her heart. She looked at Huachinian's determined face. As long as he was here, she felt very safe. Suddenly, Xingxing reached out his small hand and grabbed Huachinian's finger. Huachinian was surprised but then showed a gentle smile. Watching this, Anua smiled softly. Xingxing agrees with Mom's words. We all think Dad is a hero, right? In the hospital corridor, the smell of disinfectant mixed with faint sounds of crying, creating a heavy, sad atmosphere. The little one's hand tightly held his mother's clothes, as if afraid that if he let go, he would lose his sense of safety. Huachinian looked down at the child in his arms. His heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, making him almost gasp. He softly said, Don't be afraid, Xingxing. Dad is here. No one can hurt you. His voice was deep and gentle, full of firm reassurance. Brother-in, we should go back now. The moon is waiting for us. Anua held Huachinian's hand, her eyes slightly red. Okay. Huachinian carried Xingxing with one arm and held Anua's hand with the other, walking steadily out of the emergency room. Just as they reached the door, Huachinian suddenly stopped. He looked up and saw Gu Sheng leaning against the wall, watching their family with a complex expression. His face was pale, lips pressed tightly, and his eyes looked tired and lonely. Gu Sheng's gaze shifted to Xingxing in Huachinian's arms, then to Anua. His throat moved as if he wanted to say something but finally only forced out a bitter smile. That smile carried a hint of self-mockery, helplessness, and reluctance. Anua, you should hold the child and go first, Huachinian said softly, his tone gentle but firm. His voice brought Anua back from her daze. She hesitated but nodded. She knew Huachinian must have something to say to Gu Sheng, and she didn't want to hear it. Carefully, she reached out and took Xingxing. "I'll wait for you in the ward," Anua said softly, then turned and left with the child. Her figure looked so fragile, yet so strong. Gu Sheng's gaze followed Anua's figure until she disappeared completely at the end of the corridor. He slowly withdrew his eyes and looked at Huachinian. "You win." Gu Sheng's voice was deep and hoarse, as if it was squeezed from deep within his throat. "I have completely lost." A hint of pain and despair flashed in his eyes. Huachinian looked at him coldly, without speaking. His gaze was like a sharp knife, directly stabbing into Gu Sheng's heart. Gu Sheng chuckled bitterly. "Actually, I should have realized long ago. From the very beginning, I didn't deserve to have her. I just hope." He paused, with a pleading look in his eyes. "I hope you cherish her well, and don't let yourself regret like I did." His voice grew softer and softer, almost inaudible at the end. Huachinian's eyes became even sharper. He looked directly at Gu Sheng and said clearly, "Anua is my life. I won't let myself have regrets like you." His voice was firm and resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Gu Sheng was stunned for a moment, then forced a bitter smile and nodded. "That's good. That's good." After saying this, he lowered his head and no longer looked at Huachinian. His body trembled slightly, as if he was enduring great pain. Huachinian didn't say anything more. He turned around and strode away, leaving Gu Sheng with a determined and resolute back. His steps were steady and powerful, each step seeming to crush Gu Sheng's heart. Gu Sheng looked down and laughed at himself bitterly. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. When Huachinian pushed open the door of the hospital room, Anua was sitting on the bed, playing with the moon and stars lying side by side. Sunlight seeped through the gap in the curtains, casting a gentle golden glow over this warm scene. From the moment he first saw Anua, he liked this strong yet gentle girl. He had endured many sleepless nights, finally waiting for the girl he liked to turn and look at him. How could he do anything to make her leave him now? No matter what reason Gu Sheng had for marrying Anren, Huachinian would never let go of Anua, even in death. "Brother A. Nian." Anua looked up and saw Huachinian standing at the door. A tired yet warm smile appeared on her face as she softly called out, "You're back." Huachinian quickly walked to the bed, bent down, gently rubbed Anua's hair with his big hand, and carefully touched the faces of the two children. His voice was deep and gentle, with a faint, almost unnoticed trembling. "Wife, let's go home." Anua was slightly stunned. She looked up and met Huachinian's eyes. In those deep, sea-like eyes, she saw determination, tenderness, and a hint of worry. She said nothing much, just nodded softly, then carefully picked up Xingxing from the bed, letting him lean in Huachinian's arms. "Let's go. We're going home." Huachinian took Xingxing and with one hand gently put his arm around Anua's shoulder, and the three of them left the hospital. Meanwhile, at Anran's house, the atmosphere was very different. She paced anxiously inside, each step feeling like walking on hot coals that burned her nerves. The old-fashioned clock in the living room ticked loudly, each sound like a warning spell, pounding on her fragile nerves. "Why haven't I heard anything? What is Lu Lizzie doing?" Anran suddenly slammed her hand on the wooden table, which made a dull thud, echoing her inner frustration. She bit her lip hard until it turned white and bled, unaware of the pain. Suddenly, hurried footsteps outside interrupted her thoughts. She looked up sharply, a flicker of hope and fear in her eyes. The door creaked open, and Jian stepped in with a grim face. "Dad, why are you here?" Anran tried to stay calm, hiding her nervousness. Jian ignored her question and asked directly, "Did you hurt Anua's child?" His voice was deep and hoarse, each word squeezed out like from between his teeth, carrying suppressed anger. Anran was startled by her father's question but forced herself to admit, "Yes, I was jealous of her. I had someone take her child away." As soon as she finished, there was a sharp slap. and Jian slapped her hard, making her stumble and almost fall. You idiot! I tolerated everything you did before, but this time it's about Manhwa. And Jian roared, his voice echoing loudly in the room, making her ears hurt. What you did not only exposes us, but also ruins our entire plan. Do you understand? And Ran covered her burning cheek, full of resentment and hatred. Dad, I just wanted Manhwa to feel the pain of losing her child. Why can she get everything while I have nothing? And Jianxian sneered. Do you think doing this will get you anything? You're just pushing us into the abyss. And Rand angrily retorted, but Dad, haven't we been looking for that painting all along? Manhwa's child is our best bargaining chip. Shut up. And Jianxian shouted sternly. Do you know how many people are looking for that child outside? The military has even been involved. If you do this, we'll become the target of everyone's anger. And Rand suddenly realized how serious the situation was. Her face turned pale instantly, and she trembled as she asked, So, what should we do now? And Jianxian took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. His face darkened as he said, Now, we can only hope those traffickers won't expose us. Otherwise, we're finished. He needed to come up with a new plan quickly, or their scheme would be completely ruined. If Zero blamed them, it wouldn't be as simple as just taking the blame. You better pray that Manhwa's child is safe, or else. And Jianxian looked at and ran with a cold gaze and said, I can't protect you either. And Jianxian's face was grim, his weathered face covered with gloom. He glared at and ran harshly. You better take care of yourself. After saying that, he suddenly swung his hand and strode out of the room. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut, causing the whole room to shake slightly. And Ran was so startled by the sudden noise that her whole body trembled. She stood there blankly, like a puppet whose soul had been taken away. In the empty room, only she was left, lonely and abandoned, like a small kitten left behind. It's over. Everything's over. She slowly raised her hand, gently touching her bruised cheek. Tears finally couldn't be held back. Like broken beads, they fell uncontrollably. Clear tears slid down her face, dropping onto the cold floor and shattering into pieces. Manhwa's family finally returned to their beloved home. As they opened the door, a familiar warm feeling washed over them. Manhwa took a deep breath, savoring the long-missed scent of home. It's still good to be home, Manhwa whispered softly, her voice tinged with exhaustion but mostly with relief. Huachinian carefully helped her onto the bed, then arranged the two sleeping little ones in their small beds. Sunlight shone on their rosy little faces, like two clear, sparkling grapes. Rest well. I'll go get you a glass of water. Chinian gently tucked her blanket and turned to leave the room. And Manhwa lay on the soft bed, staring at the ceiling, but her mind drifted back to a few days ago. The scene of Xingxing being taken away haunted her like a nightmare. Tears slid down her cheeks, soaking her pillow. Soft footsteps sounded, and Chinian came in carrying a glass of warm water. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing the tear marks on Manhwa's face, he sat gently beside her, softly wiping her tears. And Manhwa shook her head and forced a smile. I'm fine, just a little scared. It's all over now. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chinian held her hand tightly. His voice was deep and steady, like a calming balm, helping Manhwa feel more at ease. Manhwa nodded and held Chinian's hand with her own. His broad, warm palm gave her a sense of security. By the way, I feel like this kidnapping wasn't just an accident. Chinian suddenly spoke, breaking the quiet. You mean? Manhwa's body stiffened slightly. She looked up at Chinian's serious face, her heart sinking. Are you saying someone was behind it? I suspect it was Ran. Chinian's eyes sharpened. And Ran? Why would she do that? Manhwa's pupils shrank suddenly. She looked at Chinian in disbelief. What else? She's jealous of everything you have, jealous that you're doing better than her, Chinian sneered. In that moment, Manhwa felt like Chinian was revealing the truth. Now, it's not safe outside. You should rest at home while you're recovering. Don't go anywhere. Chinian looked at Manhwa with concern in his eyes. Yes, I understand. I will stay at home quietly, and Nua nodded softly, acting like a well-behaved child. Her voice was gentle and sweet, with a hint of coaxing. She didn't want to go anywhere. She just wanted to stay in this warm home with her husband and child, enjoying the rare peace and warmth. This was the life she wanted, simple, happy, and safe. News of Anua's discharge spread quickly through the military housing area. Su Xian and Zhang Zhaodi hurried over as soon as they heard. As soon as they entered, they headed straight to Anua's room, barely catching their breath. "Anua, how are you? And the children? Is everything okay?" Su Xian gently held Anua's hand, looking her over with concern and worry. "Oh, my dear, you scared me so much." Zhang Zhaodi immediately sat by the bed, looking at the sleeping twins with tears of worry. They learned about Xingxing being kidnapped from others. They were so frightened they almost fainted. They couldn't imagine what would happen to Anua if Xingxing had really been harmed. Now, seeing Xingxing safe and sound on the bed, their worried hearts finally eased. "Everything is fine now. Everything is over," Anua said with a smile to comfort them, though her eyes were slightly red. She knew these friends truly cared for her and saw her as family. "Anua, you've been through a lot. Look at you. Your face is so pale," Su Xian said softly, touching her cheek with concern. "Yes, Anua, you must rest well. During the postpartum period, you can't be careless. If you need anything, just tell us." "Don't be shy," Zhang Zhaodi added quickly, worried about her safety. Anua nodded gratefully, feeling a warm feeling inside. It's really nice to have friends who care and stay with you. In the following days, Anua peacefully stayed at home, enjoying some rare free time. Hu Qinian was very busy, handling the aftermath of Xingxing's kidnapping, trying to find out who was behind it, and seeking justice for Anua and the children. Under police interrogation, the kidnappers admitted their crimes to get lighter punishment and also revealed Anren's involvement. "It was Anren. She ordered us to kidnap the children. She said if we took the children far away and sold them, she would pay us a lot of money. We were confused at the time and did such terrible things. We admit our guilt and are willing to accept legal punishment." The kidnappers cried and regretted their actions. They never expected to fall into the hands of a woman like her. Based on the clues provided, the police launched an investigation immediately. They found that Anren was not only involved in kidnapping children but also linked to several cases of women going missing. The missing women were all members of the cultural troupe who had disappeared. Now, the case became very serious. According to the kidnappers, because these troupe members had a rivalry with Anren, she became jealous and secretly colluded with others, kidnapping the girls and selling them to remote mountain areas. And Ran is truly a heartless person. For her own benefit, she uses any means necessary, even harming colleagues. She deserves to be punished severely. We must punish her strictly and make her pay the right price. The police and military are both very angry and shocked by Anren's actions. They immediately begin to arrest her. The police investigate overnight and find out where Anren is. Just as they are about to make the arrest, and she receives a tip-off in advance. "Hurry up and pack your things. We need to leave now." And Jian rushes into Anren's room, speaking quickly and softly. Anren is sitting at her dressing table, mechanically wiping foundation on her face, trying to hide the bruises. When she hears Jian's voice, she suddenly turns around, her eyes full of fear. "What's wrong?" "The police are coming soon. They already know about you," and Jian says, quickly grabbing a travel bag from the wardrobe and stuffing clothes into it. And Rand's face turns pale instantly. She trembles as she stands up, her legs weak, almost falling down.
"No, it can't be."
The kidnappers have already confessed everything. They all say you ordered them to kidnap Nua's child. And Jian says fiercely, with anger shining in his eyes, "Do you realize how big a problem you've caused?" And Rand's body trembles violently. She never thought her plan would be exposed so quickly. She had thought that once the kidnappers took Xingxing far away, no one would find them. She even started planning how to use Nua's grief over losing her child to further destroy her. And Ran opens her mouth but finds she has nothing to say. Stop talking and pack your things quickly. And Jian interrupts impatiently. Luckily, you came back here today, or you'd be caught by the police soon. I've made arrangements. You should go to the countryside first, and when things calm down, we'll see. And Ran nods mechanically and begins to pack her belongings. Her mind is in chaos, with thoughts swirling, making it hard to think. All she knows is she must escape, or she will face strict legal punishment. And Jian checks his watch anxiously and urges her, hurry up, or it'll be too late. And Ran quickly packs her things and follows Jian out of the room. Lu Fang was waiting at the door, her face equally pale, full of fear and worry. Are you all ready? Lu Fang asked nervously. And Jian nodded and quickly pulled Ran towards the back door. Remember, once you get there, don't contact anyone and don't go outside. Wait for news. And Ran nodded, suddenly feeling very sad. The once glamorous choir leader had now become a fugitive on the run. Just as Ran was about to leave, there was a sudden urgent knocking at the door. Open up. Police. And Jian's face turned pale instantly. He pushed Ran aside quickly and whispered, Go out the back door. Fast. And Ran staggered towards the back door, her heart pounding hard. She knew she only had one chance. If she was caught, she would face serious punishment. The police broke down the door, rushing inside and searching everywhere. Where is she? The lead officer asked sternly, looking at Jian. And Jian forced himself to stay calm, spreading his hands as if he didn't know anything. Officers, why are you breaking into my house? I want to ask what's going on. You see, it's just me and my wife here. There's no one else. The police sneered. Don't pretend. We know Ran is here. She has her own little home. How could she be here? And Jian insisted. The police didn't argue further. They searched the entire house quickly, but couldn't find Ran anywhere. She had successfully escaped. You're harboring a criminal and will be held legally responsible, the police said coldly. And Ran is suspected of kidnapping children and human trafficking. These are serious crimes. If you know her whereabouts, tell us now. Otherwise, you'll face severe punishment. And Jian and Lu Fang looked at each other, their faces pale. Although the police didn't catch Ran, they had found clues and started tracking her. At the same time, based on information from human traffickers, they rescued the members of the choir who had been kidnapped. This news quickly spread throughout the military district. Huachinian returned home and saw Manhwa feeding the moon. You're back, Manhwa said with a sweet smile when she saw Huachinian. Huachinian nodded, went over, hugged Manhwa, and then patted the heads of the two children. Were the kids good today? Manhwa's face was gentle. Very good, almost didn't cause any trouble. Sweetheart, I need to tell you something, Chinian said with a slight nod, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Manhwa noticed Chinian's unusual behavior. She gently picked up the full moon-shaped toy, softly patting its back to burp it, then looked up at him. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chinian took a deep breath and began to share the news he received today. The police have confirmed that Xingxing was indeed kidnapped under Anran's orders. Manhwa narrowed her eyes slightly but showed little reaction, as if she had expected this. However, based on Chinian's reaction, she sensed there was more to the story. She stayed silent, gently patting the toy's back, waiting for him to continue. Not only that, Chinian added, Anran is also suspected of human trafficking.
What?
Manhwa covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. This woman's heart is so cruel. Chinian nodded, his expression serious and heavy. The police found the kidnapped members of the dance troupe using clues from the traffickers and rescued them. Manhwa trembled slightly, unable to imagine that Anran could do such things. The talented members of the troupe were sold to remote mountain areas to be wives. Chinian continued, his voice filled with anger. They suffered inhumane treatment, and some have even gone mad from the torture. Hearing this, Manhwa was shocked and furious. Her eyes burned with anger. Anran is truly heartless, utterly lacking conscience. Doing such terrible things, can she still be called human? Chinian nodded silently, understanding Anua's anger. He himself couldn't accept that someone could do such things. The police haven't caught Anren yet, Chinian said. We suspect she was taken away by An Jiancheng in advance. But the police have clues and believe they will catch her soon. Anua took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. And what about the girls who were rescued? How are they now? They are in the hospital, receiving treatment and psychological counseling, Chinian said, holding Anua's hand gently. One girl has been so tortured that she looks unrecognizable, and she can't even remember her own name. Anua closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The toy in her arms seemed to sense her emotional turmoil, twisting restlessly. Anuo gently patted her to comfort her and said, "Sorry, sweetheart. Mom scared you." The human traffickers revealed that Anren not only ordered them to kidnap Xingxing but also forced several female members of the art troupe to be sold in remote mountain areas. Huachinian's voice was deep and angry. She did this to eliminate rivals and get rid of girls who were better than her on stage. Is she crazy? Anuo shook her head in disbelief. Would she really do such terrible things just to be the top on stage? Huachinian was silent for a moment and then said, "I think there's more to it." According to the girls who were rescued, Anren once went to the mountains to see them. She watched them being tortured and even laughed, saying that this was the result of opposing her. Anuo's hands clenched unconsciously, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She gently placed the moon-shaped toy in the cradle, then turned to look at Huachinian. "Has everyone found out about this now?" "Yes," Huachinian nodded. "The news has spread all over Jing City. People are condemning Anren's actions and demanding that the police catch her quickly." Anuo sneered coldly. "She's finally getting her just desserts." Not only that, Huachinian continued, and Jianxi and Lu Fong have also been suspended and are under investigation for protecting criminals. They are now like rats crossing the street. Everyone wants to catch them. A complex emotion flickered in Anuo's eyes. Although she hated An Jian's family, seeing them fall so far didn't bring her the satisfaction she expected. She felt it was all karma, what they had sown they reaped. "Where's Gu Sheng?" Anuo suddenly asked. As Anren's husband, he should also be involved, right? Huachinian nodded. His promotion is completely off the table now. He's been severely criticized by his superiors and told to cooperate fully with the police. The entire Gu family's reputation has fallen drastically. Anuo sighed softly. Once, she thought she would feel happy about Gu Sheng's downfall, but now she only found everything so ridiculous. The man who once made her heart flutter was now just a sad clown in her eyes. "We don't need to care about them anymore," Anuo shook her head. "They brought this on themselves. It has nothing to do with us." Huachinian nodded and gently held Anuo in his arms. "Don't think so much. Just take care of ourselves and the kids." Anuo leaned against Huachinian's chest, closed her eyes, and felt his strong heartbeat. At this moment, she felt completely at peace. However, what Anua did not know was that a fierce argument was happening inside An's house at this moment. All because of you. Because you gave birth to such a rebellious daughter. And Jian's face was pale with anger, his eyes full of resentment. He lit cigarette after cigarette, the ashtray filling up with cigarette butts. "Now we're both suspended. How are we supposed to live in the future?" Lu Fong sat silently on the sofa, her head bowed. After a while, she choked back tears and looked up. "You only know how to smoke. What do we do now? We've lost our jobs, and Ran is still on the run outside. Our family is finished." "Say something." Lu Fong suddenly rushed over, snatched the cigarette from An Jian's hand, and threw it forcefully on the ground. An Jian stood up abruptly and slapped Lu Fong across the face. "Shut up. Do you think I don't know what's going on? And Ran has been spoiled by you since she was young. You give her whatever she wants. Now something like this happened, and you still have the nerve to blame me?" Lu Fong covered her face, her eyes full of disbelief. "You dare hit me? You actually dare to hit me? What's wrong with hitting you?" And Jian sneered. "If it weren't for you, wouldn't Ran be like this today? If it weren't for you, would we be in this mess?" Lu Fong trembled with anger. She pointed at An Jian's nose, grinding her teeth as she said, "And Jian, Don't forget, if it weren't for me, would you have the position you have today? If I hadn't brought you into the organization, would you have been able to get rid of those two old guys and become the factory director? And Jian roughly pushed Lu Fang's hand away and coldly said, So what? Now we're both unemployed. Can Zero help us? He can't even take care of himself. Lu Fang sank onto the sofa and suddenly burst into tears. What do we do? What will happen to us in the future? And Jian ignored her and turned toward the bedroom. I'll go out for a while. Stay at home by yourself. Where are you going? Lu Fang looked up, her eyes full of fear. Aren't you going to run away? And Jian sneered coldly. Run away? Where to? I'm just going out for some air. After saying that, he picked up his coat and left the house without looking back. Gu family in the military district compound. That jinx. That jinx. Gu's mother sat on the sofa, constantly wiping tears. She's ruined our family's reputation. Gu's father's face was grim and terrible. He sat silently to the side, clutching his teacup so tightly that it creaked. Gu Sheng stood by the window, looking out at the scenery outside, with no expression on his face. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, anger towards Ran and regret about himself. If only he hadn't married Ran, if only he hadn't broken off the engagement because of Manhwa's disfigurement, maybe everything would be different. Gu Sheng, say something. His mother cried out. Your wife did this, and you have no reaction at all? Gu Sheng turned around, coldly looked at his parents, and said, What reaction do you want from me? To curse her like you do, calling her a bad omen? Or to cry and scream like you? You. His father suddenly stood up, pointing at Gu Sheng, trembling with anger. What kind of attitude is this? Do you know that because of Ran, I can't lift my head in the entire military district? Do you know that your mother hasn't dared to go out these days, afraid of being pointed at? Gu Sheng sneered coldly. So what? Isn't this just karma? When Manhwa was burned and disfigured, you didn't help her. Instead, you kicked her when she was down and forced me to break the engagement. Now that Ran has done something like this, you're experiencing what it feels like to be judged. Isn't that fair? His father was so angry he couldn't speak, his chest heaving violently, as if he might faint at any moment. His mother cried even harder. Gu Sheng, how can you say that? We're doing this for your own good. Manhwa was already disfigured back then. What prospects do you have if you marry her? Prospects? Gu Sheng laughed sarcastically. Look at Manhwa now and look at us. Whose future is better? His parents fell silent. Yes, now Manhwa not only looks restored but also married Huachinian, living a happy life. And what about them? Because of Ran, the whole family has been overshadowed by shame. I'm going out for a walk, Gu Sheng said. Without waiting for his parents to reply, he turned and left the house. He wandered aimlessly on the street, his mind constantly replaying the past. He used to be so confident, with a bright future ahead. But now his career was stalled, his marriage broken, and his future uncertain. Unconsciously, Gu Sheng arrived at the gate of a state-run restaurant. He pushed the door open, found a corner seat, ordered a bottle of white wine, and started drinking alone. Isn't that Gu Sheng? A familiar voice came from behind him. Gu Sheng turned around and saw it was Jianxi. He sneered, said nothing, and continued drinking. Jianxi came over and sat across from Gu Sheng. Why are you drinking alone to drown your sorrows? And Jianxian chuckled softly, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it in one gulp. Yes, we are all pitiful people. Gu Sheng sneered. Pitiful? No, we brought this on ourselves. And Jianxian was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Gu Sheng, do you hate Ran? Gu Sheng was surprised, then shook his head. No, I don't hate her. I hate myself for being so foolish and selfish back then. And Jianxian looked deeply at Gu Sheng and sighed. I hate myself too. If only I had disciplined Ran better, maybe she wouldn't have become like this today. The two men sat silently, each lost in their own thoughts. And Manhwa leaned against the bedpost, gently stroking the sleeping star in her arms. The little one's face was rosy and peaceful in sleep. Huachinian carried a bowl of chicken soup into the room and carefully sat by the bed. Drink some chicken soup. It's good for your recovery, Huachinian said softly, worried about waking his sleeping children. And Nua took the bowl, sipped gently. The warm soup slid down her throat, making her feel comfortable. She sighed contentedly. Your cooking is getting better. Huachinian smiled and gently stroked the moon's little face. Any new news? And Nua suddenly asked. Huachinian's expression turned serious. The police have issued a nationwide wanted notice. And Ran is now a wanted criminal across the country. She won't escape for long. She must be very scared now, and Nua nodded, a hint of complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Are you sympathizing with her? Huachinian looked at her in surprise. And Nua shook her head and softly said, not sympathy, just thinking. If our roles were reversed back then, would I have become like her? Huachinian held her hand firmly. No, you wouldn't. You're different. You have a kind heart. Even after all the suffering, you remain kind. That's the biggest difference between you and her. And Nua leaned on Huachinian's shoulder, softly saying, sometimes I wonder, if I hadn't met you, would I also become a person full of hatred? Huachinian embraced her shoulders gently. No, you wouldn't. Even without me, you would still be yourself. Kindness and strength are carved into your bones. And Nua looked up at Huachinian, full of gratitude and love. Just then, the moon suddenly woke up. The little one opened wide eyes and curiously looked at his parents. Oh, our little princess is awake, Huachinian said with a smile. Reaching out to take the moon, come here, Daddy will hug you. And Nua watched Huachinian skillfully change the moon's diaper, feeling very happy. She never thought she would one day have such a warm family. In a small town, and Ran hid in a remote, dilapidated house. The house was dirty and messy, with a strong musty smell, but it was her only hiding place now. She was unkempt, wearing ragged clothes, looking very worn out and embarrassed. Fear and despair flooded her like waves, crashing over her nerves and making it hard to breathe. She dared not turn on the light or make any sound, curling up in the corner like a frightened rabbit, trembling, afraid of being found. She didn't contact anyone and didn't stay in one place too long, changing locations every few hours, afraid the police would find her. She was like a scared bird, any small movement making her panic. Brother Gu Sheng, I miss you so much. And Rand wiped away her tears. Even though Gu Sheng was always cold to her, she liked him very much. Even now, she was homeless. Her biggest mental support was Gu Sheng. She hoped this ordeal would end soon so she could return to Gu Sheng's side one day earlier. She missed Gu Sheng so much that she put on a mask, sneaked to the post office, and dialed Gu Sheng's number. On the other end, Gu Sheng was sitting in his office, surrounded by piles of documents. Since Rand's situation was exposed, his work had become very busy. His superior gave him a chance to make amends, asking him to cooperate fully with the police investigation into Rand's whereabouts. Suddenly, the phone rang. Gu Sheng frowned and answered, "Hello? It's me, Gu Sheng." And Rand's voice came through, trembling with tears. Gu Sheng's body stiffened instantly. He looked around instinctively and lowered his voice. "Are you crazy? Why are you calling me?" "Gu Sheng, I'm so scared," and Rand cried. "I don't know what to do. Can you help me?" Gu Sheng's heart was torn. Rationally, he knew he should call the police immediately, but emotionally, he felt a twinge of pity for this woman he had once spent days and nights with. And Ran, what you've done is beyond saving. Gu Sheng took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. "I advise you to turn yourself in quickly and seek leniency. This is your only way out." "Turning yourself in?" And Rand's voice suddenly became sharp. "You want me to turn myself in? Gu Sheng, how can you be so cruel? I am your wife." Gu Sheng's face instantly turned pale. "And Ran, you call me cruel? What about you? What did those girls do wrong?" "You ruined their lives." "What did they do wrong?" And Ran sneered. "They bullied me and wanted to take my top position. They are bad people, so they deserve punishment." After saying this, she quickly hung up the phone. Gu Sheng clenched the phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. This woman is hopeless. and Ran left the post office, adjusted her worn coat, and lowered her head as she walked home. She was walking too fast and bumped into someone coming from the opposite direction. "Comrade, watch where you're going." The man frowned and rubbed his sore shoulder where she had bumped into him. And Ran didn't even apologize and hurriedly left. Not long after Ran returned home, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet night, it was very sharp, and Ran's heart suddenly sank, as if someone had tightly clenched it. She knew she might have been exposed. "Open the door. Police. Open up quickly," came a stern voice outside, full of authority and certainty. And Ran closed her eyes in despair, her body trembling more. She knew she couldn't escape. Everything was over. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind her, silent like a ghost. Before she could react, she felt her mouth being tightly covered, and a strong force pulled her into the darkness. And Ran almost got caught, but in the end, she managed to escape, Huachinian said with a frown. Someone reported seeing her in a small town. When the police arrived, she was already gone. And Nua nodded thoughtfully. Can she really escape alone? Could someone be helping her? Huachinian's eyes sharpened. You're right. That's suspicious. I will have people continue to investigate. The crying of the moon caught Huachinian and Nua's attention. And Nua quickly picked up the moon and gently patted her daughter's back, softly comforting her. What's most important now isn't Ran's situation, Huachinian said with a serious look. I'm worried that Jian and the others might act rashly. They haven't found that painting yet, and now with Ran's problem, they might try to find another way. When mentioning the painting, Anua seemed to remember something. She quickly grabbed Huachinian's hand. Brother Ainyen, I think I know where that painting is. Brother Ainyen, I think I know where that painting is. Anua held Huachinian's hand tightly, her eyes shining like stars. Huachinian immediately supported Anua's shoulders, his gaze sharp, and his voice full of excitement. Where? I remember on the day I was giving birth, I was translating an English book in the study. During a break, I saw the painting hanging on the wall, called Pine and Crane Immortals. Anua gently patted Xingxing, her voice very soft. At that time, I felt something strange about that painting. If you don't look closely at the patterns, you can't tell they are actually broken.
So, I suspect.
Huachinian frowned. You suspect that the real painting is covered beneath the Pine and Crane Immortals. Not entirely sure, but it's worth checking. Anua carefully placed Xingxing back on the bed, then looked at Yeya, who was also sleeping soundly. The person who designed this painting is quite clever. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone unnoticed hanging in the family for so long. Huachinian nodded in agreement, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Let's go see. Anu nodded, quietly slipped off the bed, tucked in the blankets to make sure the children slept peacefully. Huachinian turned on the light in the study. The warm yellow glow lit up the small room. That's the one. Anua pointed at the Pine and Crane Immortals on the wall, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Huachinian strode over and carefully examined the corner of the painting. From afar, it seemed normal, but when looked at closely, the patterns appeared slightly broken. This kind of break could only mean one thing, that the painting was pasted over the original. You're right, Huachinian said in a low voice, staring intently at the painting. This Pine and Crane Immortals was added later. Anua nodded, gently tracing her finger over the cracked pattern. Would we need special tools to peel off the top layer? Huachinian crossed his arms, looking thoughtful at the painting. It's not that complicated. Just use a damp cloth to slowly wet the surface, and then peel it off, Anua said confidently. Although she didn't know professional restoration techniques, she had watched many short videos in her past life. There is everything on short videos. It used to be her most effective way to relax. Anua held a piece of cotton cloth soaked in water and carefully started working from the bottom right corner. After 10 minutes, the corner began to lift slowly. Just as I thought, Huachinian said excitedly, smiling. His wife was indeed very skilled. Anua continued her work. A fine sweat appeared on her forehead. Huachinian felt worried and held her hand holding the cloth. You should rest now. Let me do it. No need. This requires a lot of patience and gentle movements. It's more suitable for girls. I'll handle it, Anua said with a smile, and shook her head. Huachinian took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped her sweat. My wife. Thank you for your hard work. Anua didn't say anything and focused seriously on her task. An hour later, the painting Pine and Crane was fully uncovered, revealing the original artwork.
It was a very simple landscape painting.
Is this a treasure map? Looking at it, it seems to be Blue Mountain near the capital. Huachinian whispered, his expression becoming very serious. With these marks and symbols, it probably was left here by someone fleeing before. Anua carefully examined the details in the painting. These people are too clever. Only the wrong people are involved. And Jianxi has never figured out the secret of this painting. Otherwise, these items would have been secretly taken away long ago. I guess even their own people might not understand the secret of this painting, Huachinian sneered, a look of disdain in his eyes. They've done too many evil things. Their luck has run out. No matter how much they struggle, it's all in vain. Put the painting away. Huachinian's tone became very serious. I need to go back to the army and report this to the military district as soon as possible. Anua nodded and carefully rolled up the painting, hiding it in an inconspicuous tube. The most dangerous place is often the safest. There's no need to be overly nervous. I'll go to the army now. Huachinian looked at his watch. Take good care of the children. Don't go out and don't let strangers enter the house. I understand. Anua nodded, a trace of worry in her eyes. You must be careful too. Huachinian gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. The next morning, after feeding the children, Anua heard a knock on the door. Who is it? She asked cautiously, recalling Huachinian's instructions. She didn't open the door immediately. Anua, it's me, Director Yao. A familiar voice came from outside. Anua sighed with relief, opened the door, and saw Director Yao standing at the entrance, holding a gift bag. Director Yao, you're back from your trip. Anua moved aside to let him in. I heard there was a problem during your delivery, and the baby was almost taken away? Director Yao asked with concern. I just heard about it when I returned, so I came to see you. Anua nodded, a hint of gloom in her eyes. Thanks to Brother A. Nien finding the baby in time, nothing serious happened. Has the criminal been caught? Director Yao put down the gift bag and asked with care. Not yet, Anua shook her head. And Ran escaped, and the police are searching for her nationwide. Director Yao sighed. The world is full of all kinds of people. By the way, how are the children? They're sleeping in the bedroom, Anua said with a smile. Would you like to go see them? Director Yao nodded and followed Anua to the bedroom. Seeing the two healthy babies, a happy smile appeared on Director Yao's face. They look so good, especially this little boy. His features are exactly like Commander Hua's, he said, pointing at Xingxing. Anua smiled. Yes, Xingxing looks like his father, and Yaya looks like me. Xingxing and Yaya, such nice names, Director Yao praised, then took out 2 small red envelopes from his pocket. These are little gifts for the babies, just a small token of my goodwill. Anua quickly declined. Director Yao, you're too kind. Don't refuse, Director Yao insisted. Besides, these are for the little ones. Anua knew Director Yao was stubborn and didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she accepted the envelopes. Thank you, Director Yao. By the way, where's Commander Hua? Director Yao looked around and asked. He's at the army, Anua whispered, not revealing more. Director Yao nodded, seeming to think little of it. Well, rest well. If you need anything, come to the hospital and see me. After seeing Director Yao off, Anua sighed in relief, locked the door, and returned to her study. She glanced at the scroll hiding the map and couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps some things should come to an end. Report. Come in. Major Su's voice came from the office. Huachinian took a deep breath and pushed the door open, walking in. Chinian, I hear you have an urgent report? Major Su put down his documents and looked at Huachinian seriously. Yes, sir, Huachinian said solemnly. Sir, the painting has been found. Found it? Commander Su stood up excitedly, his face suddenly serious. Don't make any noise yet. I need to report to my superiors. Also, go back and protect your family and that painting. If the spies find out the painting is in your house, they will do anything to get it. Hu Qinian's eyes became firm. I understand, Commander. I will protect my family and the painting.
Go now.
Commander Su patted Hu Qinian on the shoulder. Remember, this is very important. Be careful. Hu Qinian saluted and turned to leave the office. After leaving the commander's office, Hu Qinian walked quickly toward the camp gate with a serious face. His mood was complicated and heavy. Finding the painting was good, but the danger that came with it was not to be underestimated. If the spies knew the painting was at his home, they would do anything to take it. The military family quarters were where families lived, not a fortress. Outside the office building, Chow Yunfei leaned against a jeep, smoking while waiting for Hu Qinian. When he saw Hu Qinian come out, he straightened up, threw his half-smoked cigarette on the ground, and crushed it. Captain, is everything okay? I've already reported to the commander. Hu Qinian nodded, gently twisting his thumb and forefinger. But when I left, I saw a shadow flicker past. When I went over, there was no one there.
Could it be?
Chow Yunfei jumped into the driver's seat, his hands stiffening on the steering wheel. The trouble was finally coming. Speed up, Hu Qinian suddenly said. I'm worried about what's happening at home. Chow Yunfei heard the tension in Hu Qinian's voice and immediately stepped on the gas. The jeep sped along the military district roads, kicking up dust behind it. At the military family quarters, Anua's small yard not long after sending away Director Yao, Anua heard the anxious barking of Silver Emperor and Tang Tang from the yard. She stood alert, quietly moved to the gate, and looked outside through the. 3 unfamiliar men were sneaking around outside the yard. One of them was even trying to pry open the latch. Anua's heart sank. She immediately understood that these people were after the painting. Silver Emperor, Tang Tang, guard the yard, Anua said calmly, looking at Silver Emperor and Tang Tang who were protecting her. She bent down and patted Silver Emperor's fluffy head. If they dare to break in, bite them hard. Don't hold back. Silver Emperor raised his head and howled twice, standing proudly at the gate. With Silver Emperor and Tang Tang present, Anua was not very worried. She quickly returned to the bedroom and wrapped the 2 sleeping babies carefully. She had to protect the children's safety and also make sure that the painting did not fall into the enemy's hands.
Bang!
The door was kicked open forcefully, and a tall, strong man stormed in. With a loud growl, Silver Emperor opened its big mouth and lunged at the man, biting his arm tightly. Foolish dog. The man grimaced in pain, struggling to shake off the dog. Let go. I'm going to deal with you. Anua watched from behind the window, observing the scene outside. Military personnel above the squad level all lived in separate small courtyards, away from the residential buildings. Anua's courtyard was quite remote, so unless there was a big commotion, no one would notice what was happening here. Without Silver Emperor and Tang Tang, Anua would really worry about her safety and that of the children. Third, what are you doing? A thin man ran in and saw the strong man being bitten, his eyebrows furrowing like caterpillars. Hurry up and deal with this dog. Don't let more people come over. Ha ha ha. Third, you look so miserable. Another man with a beard entered and mocked the strong man, while also closing the courtyard gate. Tang Tang, come here. Anua raised a rolling pin, her voice calm but firm. Tang Tang, summoned, ran to Anua's side and growled at the 3 men. At this moment, Silver Emperor also fought fiercely, suddenly swinging and knocking the strong man to the ground. Blood gushed from his arm like a fountain. Big brother, second brother, help me. The strong man cried out in pain, no longer as commanding as before. Third, the thin eldest brother muttered ominously, but made no move to help. Hold on a bit longer. Once we deal with that woman, we'll come back for you. The bearded second brother sneered. Stinky woman, daring to fight us with a rolling pin? I warn you, leave now. Or don't blame me for being rude, Anua said, holding the rolling pin steadily with sharp eyes. Hand over the painting, and I might consider sparing your life. The eldest brother stepped forward threateningly.
Bah!
Manhwa snorted coldly. Dream on. Stinky woman. The second brother shouted loudly. If you refuse to cooperate, then don't blame us. Second, stop wasting time. Let's finish this quickly. The boss looked back at the third person, who was pressed to the ground by Silver Emperor, and his brow furrowed even tighter. He was really worried that if he didn't step in, the third person's arm might be broken. Second and third persons received the order, and they quickly moved forward. Tang Tang, go up. Manhwa shouted coldly, pointing her rolling pin forward. Tang Tang received the command, let out a growl, and lunged at the second person, biting his shoulder like Silver Emperor and knocking him to the ground. Although Tang Tang is a few months younger than Silver Emperor, her strength and agility are not weaker at all. After all, wolves are rarely weak. Both the second and third persons were tripped by the wolves, and naturally, the boss turned to face Manhwa. The boss thought Manhwa was just a woman with no strength, but unexpectedly, she had some fighting skills and could hold her own. In the past, although Manhwa was an illegitimate daughter, she was still from a wealthy family and had basic combat training. But Manhwa was secretly anxious, knowing that the gap in strength between women and men is huge. She knew Huchinian would probably come back soon, and now her only task was to delay time. At this critical moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Honey! Huchinian's voice came, filled with unmistakable anxiety. The three intruders' faces changed at the sound, clearly not expecting Huchinian to return so quickly. Huchinian and Chow Yunfei rushed into the house and saw blood everywhere. Manhwa was fighting a man with the rolling pin, already exhausted and at a disadvantage. Huchinian's eyes instantly turned cold, full of killing intent. How dare you hurt my wife and children? You're asking for death. Huchinian's voice was deep and dangerous, like a beast ready to attack. Before the other person could react, Huchinian had already charged forward like lightning. Even without weapons, his fists and feet were deadly. The boss didn't even have time to react before Huchinian struck his throat with a hand chop, causing him to fall to the ground and convulse uncontrollably. Chow Yunfei ordered Silver Emperor and Tang Tang to release their grip. He knew Silver Emperor was powerful, but didn't expect him to be so strong. With these two big guys around, ordinary people couldn't get close to the little sister-in-law. Bai was anxious. Although Silver Emperor and Tang Tang loosened their grip, they stepped on the two men with their paws, baring their wolf teeth to threaten them. The two men, frightened by these fierce creatures, dared not move. Chow Yunfei, tie them up, Huchinian ordered, then quickly walked over to Manhwa, checking carefully if she and the children were safe. Are you all right? Huchinian tightly held Manhwa's hand, his voice trembling. Manhwa shook his head. We're fine. Luckily, you came back just in time. Huchinian sighed in relief, then frowned again. What about the painting? Manhwa pointed toward the study. Don't worry, it's safe. Huchinian nodded, then turned to look at the three intruders who had been by Chow Yunfei. Who sent you here? Tell me, who sent you? Huchinian shouted loudly, his voice like a loud bell, making the second and third intruders tremble. His eyes, sharp like two blades, swept over them, as if he wanted to swallow them whole. The second and third prisoners clenched their teeth, trembling like leaves, but they dared not say a word. They knew that revealing their superior's identity would lead to a fate worse than death. The first intruder struggled to lift his head, full of hatred and unwillingness. He stared at Huchinian with all his strength, hoarse but firm. Kill me if you want. Do as you please. Don't expect to get a word out of me. Huchinian's lips curled into a cold smile. He looked down at the first intruder as if watching a dying ant. Hard-headed? Looks like you haven't experienced my methods yet. Before he finished speaking, Huchinian raised his foot and stomped the intruder's chest, pressing down with force. Ah! The intruder let out a piercing scream, his face turning pale as paper, veins bulging on his forehead, as if they might burst at any moment. Manhwa watched from the side, feeling a bit annoyed. This person shouting loudly might wake the children. She gently pulled on Huchinian's sleeve.
Brother Ain Yen, maybe.
Maybe we should let the security team handle this so we don't wake the children. That's fine. Better not to dirty my hands, Huachinian said, glancing toward the bedroom, his tone softening considerably. He then nodded at Chow Yunfei, signaling him to take the three away. Chow Yunfei understood immediately, stepped forward, and dragged the three out like picking up chicks. After Chow Yunfei left with the three prisoners, Huachinian immediately turned to Manhwa and held her tightly. Did I scare you? Manhwa shook her head, leaning into Huachinian's embrace, feeling his rapid heartbeat.
I'm fine.
With Silver Emperor and Sugar here, they can't hurt me. Huachinian released Manhwa and walked to the baby crib, looking at the two sleeping children. His eyes were filled with tender affection almost to the point of overflowing. He gently stroked their small faces, feeling a mix of fear and anger inside him. My wife, I need to take you and the children somewhere safe, Huachinian said seriously, turning around. This isn't just a coincidence. Since they know about the painting here, they will come back. Manhwa shook her head. I won't go anywhere. Staying where I know is safer, especially with Yin Huang and Tangdang protecting us. She went to the two wolves and patted their heads. You saw it too. Their fighting strength is incredible. Ordinary people can't get close to me. Yin Huang and Tangdang seemed to understand her words. They proudly lifted their heads and made deep growling sounds, as if they were agreeing. Huachinian looked at the majestic wolves and had to admit that Manhwa's words made sense. These two wolves' fighting ability was beyond what he had imagined. If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't believe they could easily defeat two grown men. But Huachinian still felt worried. I will be fine, Manhwa interrupted him firmly. And we can't always just defend ourselves. After this, I think the military compound will tighten its management. As for the painting, it should be handed over to the authorities as soon as possible. Yes, someone will come to take the painting soon, Huachinian nodded seriously. But before that, we must make sure it doesn't fall into the enemy's hands. Manhwa thought for a moment and suddenly asked, how did those spies find out about the painting being here? Huachinian's face darkened. That's what I'm worried about. It seems there might be a traitor inside the military district. It could also be someone from Anjian's side who got some information Manhwa analyzed. After all, the painting originally came from the Yin family. Huachinian nodded. Either way, we need to be more careful. From now on, besides Chow Yunfei and me, don't trust anyone. Suddenly, Manhwa remembered something. Today, Director Yao came by. Huachinian frowned. Director Yao? What did he want? He said he came to see me and the children, Manhwa recalled. He just returned from a business trip out of town. After hearing about Anren kidnapping the children, he came specifically to check on us. Huachinian's expression grew more cautious. That's too much of a coincidence. Director Yao just left, and these spies arrived. Manhwa also realized how serious the situation was. Are you saying Director Yao might be involved? Huachinian did not answer directly. Instead, he said, let's not jump to conclusions yet. But we must stay alert for everyone. As for Director Yao, I will send someone to investigate. An hour later, Commander Su Guohua personally led a fully armed team of soldiers to Manhwa's home. They carried real guns, and the atmosphere was tense and serious. Hello, Commander. Huachinian and Chow Yunfei immediately stood at attention and saluted. Manhwa hurried out to greet them. Hello, Commander. Su Guohua nodded, his gaze lingering on Manhwa for a moment, a hint of admiration in his eyes. I heard you handled 3 spies alone and protected that painting. That was very brave. Manhwa modestly smiled. It was Silver Emperor and Sugar who protected us. Su Guohua looked at the 2 large wolves in the yard and nodded slightly. Wow, these 2 wolves are quite extraordinary. But be careful in the future, spies won't give up easily. He turned to Huachinian. Where is the painting? Huachinian took Su Guohua into the study and retrieved the painting. Su Guohua took the painting, examined it carefully, and after confirming it was correct, handed it to a nearby officer, ordering him to send it to a safe location immediately. Captain Hua, Comrade Manhwa, you have made great contributions, Su Guohua said seriously. This painting is very important to us. It contains some key intelligence. The enemy has been searching for it, and now that we have it, it will greatly help our work. Manhwa and Huichinian exchanged a look, both feeling somewhat relieved. However, Su Guohua's expression grew more serious. This is a critical time. Spy activities are rampant, and they will stop at nothing. You must be very careful. Manhwa nodded. I will, Commander. On the way back, Su Guohua learned that 3 criminals had broken into the military residential area and caused trouble. He was furious and immediately ordered increased security measures. He demanded strict checks on everyone entering and leaving the military residential area, with tight security to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Huichinian also secretly arranged elite scouts to protect Manhwa and the children's safety. At the military district compound, Anjia was at home reading the newspaper when the phone suddenly rang. He put down the paper, walked to the phone, and picked up the receiver. Hello? It's me, came a cold voice from the other end. Anjia's expression immediately turned tense. What's the matter? Manhwa has already found the painting. You must go to her house immediately and retrieve it. Zero's voice was cold and commanding. Anjian's heart raced. What? How did she find the painting? Don't ask so many questions. Leave now. Zero said sharply. Remember, this is your last chance. If you fail, you know the consequences. The call ended, leaving Anjian standing there with a pale face. He quickly grabbed his coat and rushed out of the house. Half an hour later, Anjian arrived at the military housing area. He hurried toward Manhwa's house, but saw a group of armed soldiers coming from that direction. Usually, family members liked to watch the excitement, but today they all avoided the soldiers, afraid of unnecessary trouble. Anjian's heart sank. He hid behind a tree and watched the soldiers pass by. One officer held a rolled-up painting scroll. He guessed that was the painting he was looking for. Manhwa, how dare she ruin my plans? Anjian cursed silently, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. I will make her pay. He stomped his foot angrily and turned away. Anjian ran back home quickly, sweat dripping down his forehead. He pushed open the door. Lu Fong was pacing in the living room. Seeing him return, she hurried over. Did you get the painting? Lu Fong asked eagerly, her eyes shining with greed. Anjian plopped onto the sofa, his face pale. He slammed the table hard. Forget it. I was too late. What do you mean? Lu Fong's voice suddenly rose. Didn't you say the painting was at Manhwa's house? It was at her house, but the military took it away. Anjian said, through clenched teeth. When I arrived, Su Guohua personally took people to get the painting. I couldn't even get close. Lu Fong sank onto the sofa, her face turning pale instantly. It's over. We're really finished. Zero won't let us go. Anjian suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. Don't panic. There's still a way to fix this. We can tell Zero that the military took the painting. It's not that we didn't try, but we simply didn't have a chance. Do you think Zero will believe that? Lu Fong sneered. They've been planning for years, just for this painting. Now that it's gone, they'll definitely blame us. Anjian stopped, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Then we can only take the blame. We can provide internal military intelligence, telling you where the Zero painting was sent, and who is guarding it, and Jian Xian lowered his voice. This way, they might have a chance to strike again. Lu Fong's eyes lit up. Isn't Ran Ran also with Zero? Maybe she can help us speak for ourselves. Ran Ran is in danger herself now. What can she do? And Jian Xian snorted coldly. But it's okay. I still have some connections in the military district. I can find out where the painting is. Just as the two were plotting how to save themselves, a faint sound suddenly came from outside the window. And Jian Xian looked up alertly. What was that? Lu Fong nervously looked outside. Maybe it's the wind. And Jian Xian shook his head. No, it's too quiet. He was about to get up and check when suddenly, the door was kicked open forcefully. 5 or 6 fully armed soldiers rushed in, guns aimed directly at Jian Xian and Lu Fong. Don't move. The leading soldier shouted sternly. And Jian Xian and Lu Fong trembled with fear, raising their hands. What's going on? And Jian Xian stammered. Chow Yunfei stepped out from behind the soldiers, sneering. Director, and you really are a hero of the military district, colluding with enemies, leaking military secrets. Such merits are enough for you to be executed 10 times. You're lying. I didn't do anything. And Jian Xian's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Chow Yunfei ignored his protests and waved his hand. Take them away. 2 soldiers roughly grabbed Jian Xian and Lu Feng, tying their hands behind their backs with ropes. You can't do this. Do you have any proof that I am a spy? And Jian Xian struggled and shouted. Chow Yunfei walked in front of him, eyes cold. No proof? Then how could we arrest you? Come on, stop struggling. And Jian Xian was struck like lightning, collapsing weakly as the soldiers dragged him out. Lu Feng screamed and fought desperately. Let me go.
I'm innocent.
It was all Jian Xian who ordered me. Chow Yunfei looked at her coldly. A couple sharing happiness should also share suffering. The 2 were taken onto separate military vehicles and quietly left the military compound in the dark night. A hidden courtyard on the outskirts of the city. And Ran was roughly pushed into a dimly lit room, stumbling a few steps and nearly falling. Inside, there was only a simple bed and a chair, with heavy curtains blocking the window tightly. Zero sat on the chair, expressionless, watching her. And Rand forced herself to endure her fear and forced a small smile. Zero, shut up. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. It was late at night and the yard was very quiet. And Rand struggled to get up, wanting to escape this nightmare place. She tried to open the window but found it nailed shut. She then reached for the door handle, but the door was locked from outside. In despair, she heard hurried footsteps and quiet talking outside. Is everything ready? It was Zero's voice. Yes, boss. The gasoline is poured, and it's ready to ignite.
Good.
Light it up. We'll leave immediately. And Rand's heart trembled. She hurriedly pounded on the door. Let me out. Please, let me out. A cold laugh came from outside. Missin, enjoy your journey. Say hello to the king for us. Next, Rand smelled a strong gasoline odor, followed by the sound of flames burning. Soon, thick smoke seeped in through the cracks of the door and windows, making her cough violently. Help! Help! And Rand cried desperately, hitting the door and windows with all her might, but only the fierce flames responded. The flames quickly licked the curtains, then the bed sheets, and finally the entire room was engulfed in fire. And Rand struggled in the flames, howling in pain until her voice grew faint and eventually fell silent. When nearby residents saw the fire and called the fire department, it was already late into the night. After the firefighters extinguished the blaze, they found a charred, curled-up female body in the ruins. No one knew who she was, nor the truth behind the fire. Only the man called Zero and his men, carrying secrets, quietly left as if they had never appeared. And Nuo heard Huiqi Nian tell her that Jian Shi and his family had been arrested. A faint smile appeared on her lips, and she felt an indescribable sense of relief. Brother A. Nian, what do you think will happen to them? And Nuo sat beside Huiqi Nian, her tone curious. Huiqi Nian's eyes were sharp, and his voice was low. Treason. The maximum penalty is death. And Nuo nodded, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. That's what they deserve. They killed my parents, reported my grandfather, and still want to continue their evil deeds. They're completely reckless. Huiqi Nian reached out, pulling Nuo into his arms. His hand gently stroked her long hair. Don't think about it. Everything is over now. And Nuo leaned against Huiqi Nian's broad chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her anger gradually calmed. She looked up at Qi Nian's determined side profile and felt a warm feeling in her heart. By the way, I heard the military district has organized a team to follow the treasure map and look for the treasure, Anua asked. Qi Nian nodded. Yes, codenamed Treasure Hunt, led by experienced scouts, heading to Blue Mountain. Are you not going? Anua asked, a little surprised. Qi Nian looked at Anua with gentle eyes. My task is to protect you. Anua felt warm inside but also worried, but this mission is very important. You're the best scout. Shouldn't you go? Chinian shook his head. Commander Su approved me to stay and protect you. And Jian Shi and Lu Feng were captured, and the Zero organization won't give up easily. You're in danger now. Anua was silent for a moment and suddenly said, I always feel things are not that simple. The Zero organization must have inside help in the military district. Otherwise, how would they know about the treasure map? Qinian's eyes sharpened. Who do you suspect? Anua shook her head. Not sure, but I feel uneasy. Just then, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. Qinian immediately became alert, signaling Anua to hide inside, while he quietly moved to the door, one hand on his pistol at his waist.
Who is it?
Qinian asked in a low voice. It's me, Chow Yunfei, came a familiar voice outside. Qinian opened the door. Chow Yunfei stood outside with a serious expression. Captain, something has happened, Chow Yunfei said in a low voice. There was a big fire on the outskirts of the city. The fire brigade found a woman's body among the ruins, initially believed to be in Ran.
What?
Anua came out of the room, her face changing slightly. Chow Yunfei looked at Anua and continued. The body was burned beyond recognition, but from the items left at the scene, it's definitely in Ran. Anua frowned and ran. How could that be? She might have been silenced by spies, Qinian analyzed calmly. And Jian Shi and Lu Feng were captured, and Enran is no longer useful. Anua remained silent. Although Enran had once caused her a lot of trouble, she was still her cousin by blood. Hearing about her ending, her feelings were complicated. There's one more important piece of news, Chow Yunfei said quietly after looking around to make sure no one was listening. The treasure hunt operation might have been exposed. Qinian's eyes sharpened. What do you mean? To seek leniency, and construction revealed that there were spies planted within the organization. These spies might have already passed on the troop movement routes to the enemy. Chow Yunfei looked serious and said, the enemy might set an ambush halfway. And Nua's heart tightened. What should we do now? The troops have already set out, right?
Gao Zunfi not dead?
Yes, they left early yesterday morning. Commander Su has already prepared to support them. Hua Qinian stood up, a determined look in his eyes. I'll go. Brother Nua. And Nua quickly grabbed his arm. Hua Qinian looked at Nua with firm eyes. I must go. They are my comrades. I can't just watch them face danger. And Nua knew he couldn't stop him and nodded. I understand. But please be careful. Hua Qinian gently touched Nua's face. Don't worry, I will come back. Chow Yunfei said nearby, Captain, I have prepared the vehicle and equipment. We can leave at any time. Hua Qinian nodded, turned to get a few essentials, then told Nua, after I leave, don't leave the military area or go anywhere. If anything happens, go straight to Commander Su. And Nua nodded. I understand. You go ahead and be safe. I will take care of myself. Hua Qinian looked deeply at Nua, then quickly left with Chow Yunfei. And Nua stood by the window, watching Hua Qinian's figure disappear into the night, feeling uneasy. She sensed this mission was not simple and that the danger was greater than she thought. Meanwhile, deep in the Blue Mountain, a small team of elite scouts moved through the forest. The team was small, only about 20 people, but each was a seasoned veteran. Captain, according to the treasure map, the treasure should be inside that cave ahead. One scout pointed to a hidden cave entrance among the trees. Captain Li Chang nodded and raised his hand to signal the team to stop. Be careful. There might be traps. Zhang Ming, take 2 people to scout first. 3 scouts silently approached the cave, while others kept watch around them. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ming returned and reported, Captain, there's something inside the cave. It looks like a stash of weapons and some boxes, possibly filled with gold. Li Chang's eyes lit up.
Good.
Everyone follow me inside, but stay alert. The team carefully entered the cave, using their flashlights to see. Inside, they found a shocking sight. At the back of the cave, there were many boxes of weapons and dozens of metal cases. When they opened one box, They found it was filled with gold bars.
Wow.
How much gold is this? A young scout exclaimed. Li Chong signaled everyone to stay calm. Don't get excited. Follow the plan. Load what you can onto the trucks. Mark the large weapons first, then send someone back later to pick them up. The soldiers quickly moved to carefully load the boxes onto the trucks. The whole process was tense but organized, with no unnecessary words spoken. After 2 hours, everything that could be taken was loaded onto the trucks. Captain, we're done loading, Zhang Ming reported.
Likiang nudda.
Good. Let's go back now. Remember, stay alert on the way. This mission is very important, and we cannot afford any mistakes. The team started to head back, with 2 trucks in the middle and a jeep escorting each front and back. They chose a hidden mountain road, hoping to avoid any danger. But just as they passed through a narrow valley, suddenly, a burst of gunfire came from both sides of the mountain. Ambush! Li Chong shouted. Everyone, find cover. Protect the trucks. The soldiers quickly jumped out of the vehicles, looked for cover, and began to fight back. But the enemies were well prepared and fired very fiercely. Captain, at least 50 enemies, and their firepower is strong. Zhang Ming yelled over the gunfire. Li Chong clenched his teeth.
Hold on.
Reinforcements are on the way. But he knew deep down that if they waited for help, they might all be defeated. At this critical moment, suddenly, from the other side of the valley, the roar of engines sounded urgently. A military jeep sped toward them, with a tall figure standing on top, holding a heavy machine gun and firing rapidly at the enemies on the hillside. It's Commander Hua. Someone shouted happily. Hua Qinian and Chao Yunfei, with the elite of the knife team, arrived quickly. Hua Qinian's appearance was like a shot of adrenaline, giving the soldiers who were in trouble new hope. Li Chong, cover the trucks and retreat. I'll hold the rear. Hua Qinian shouted loudly. Li Chong immediately organized people to the trucks out of the valley. Hua Qinian, along with Chao Yunfei and a few soldiers, used their excellent shooting skills and battle experience to distract the main enemy force. The members of the Zero-Foot organization didn't expect reinforcements to arrive so quickly and became momentarily confused. But soon, a calm voice came through the walkie-talkie, saying, "Don't panic. Focus fire on that jeep." Hua Qinian quickly sensed danger and shouted, "Retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of bullets were fired toward their position. Hua Qinian rolled away to dodge, but Chao Yunfei was hit in the shoulder by a bullet, and his blood quickly stained his uniform. Yunfei. Hua Qinian rushed over and helped Chao Yunfei up. "Commander."
I'm fine.
Chao Yunfei said through the pain. Without hesitation, Hua Qinian carried Chao Yunfei on his back and rushed toward the valley's exit. Enemy bullets whistled past them, but Hua Qinian, with his quick reactions and strong body, fought his way through the gunfire. Finally, they caught up with the truck convoy ahead. Li Chong had already led most of the team and the treasure out of the valley safely. "Commander, are you all right?" Li Chong asked with concern. Hua Qinian shook his head. "Yunfei is injured and needs to be taken to the hospital immediately." Li Chong quickly arranged for someone to care for Chao Yunfei, then said to Hua Qinian, "Commander, if you hadn't arrived in time, we might have been defeated." Hua Qinian's eyes sharpened. The enemy was well prepared, which means there is a traitor inside the military district. The news of this operation has been leaked. Li Chong looked serious. Yes, their ambush was very tricky. They clearly know our route well. Hua Qinian thought for a moment and said, "First, get the treasure safely back. We will investigate this matter when we return." While they were talking, an explosion suddenly sounded from the distant valley, followed by a burst of fire rising into the sky. "What's going on?" Li Chong asked in surprise. Hua Qinian squinted. "It seems the Zero organization isn't willing to accept failure and is fighting to the end."
Likiang nudda.
"Let's retreat quickly. The enemy might still be chasing us." Hua Qinian looked at the injured Chao Yunfei and then at the truck filled with treasure. He said in a deep voice, "Yunfei, take the stuff back to the military district. I'll go and deal with this Zero organization."